gonna sell all that you had before you. You don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up, it's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. Inside, it's contagious. Begin to recognize, I know you're cheated, but get up in the vibe. Ooh, intoxicated, get ahead of time. Inebriated, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up, it's not. Attempting to feel, you don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
Bring it back to me. Bring it back.
yourself, somebody else can go through it. Feel the way it's coming in. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's got troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now. You don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but I'll make it right here. Got the whole squad wild. Champagne flying. Rocking all over the room. Feel the way it's coming in. Oh, feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, yeah, you can find yourself, somebody else can go through it. Feel the way it's coming in. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to this, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Just gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you winning. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. sure you breathe. Yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Regrets, oh, I have a few. Yeah. I'm trying to change what I cannot undo. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready for more? Oh, are you ready for more?
Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castor. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm stunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the shot. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offered an inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. knocked in, but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
PS 就有反动的一个机会，但是再反过来要抓人，这是挖口的一波绕背，后面还有一个无敌，这是正面先看了雷霆冠军 Taco 已经要被电死了，这边交了一个 TP 下来，准备要是红哥，但是泰的往前想要尝试做输出，一个扭曲空间关注了军家，他的还在输出，泰的这个挖口来个正面对上阿紫的清场一球，让挖口拿下了 Triple Kill， 还继续的往前做电，这是够夸张，有机会拿到 Penta，Taco 这边交了闪现，挖口还要再往前追，这是反击风暴运作 ，Penta 由挖口拿下。那在上路 ，Long 要被打一波 gank， 先开了武器宗师，但是被盾眼神龙摆尾踹到了草丛里面，还有拼死一搏拉回来，跳斩小兵想要跑，交了闪现，能不能再走？但撤退的方向是对方的家中，回头用圣殿之杖回了一口血，反击风暴晕住，再跳斩，他整个完成了这一波的反杀，他还在冲，其实最后还是被空月队给击杀掉。
打线差距
画面有了，
又开到了，
这是进草盲视野的局，吗？哇，那看起来是的，往前走，但是一闪接大，
哎呦，一闪接啊，
哇，玩太好了，而且 MN 也是第一时间就开大补伤害，马上定住了2个人，
然后闪爆，哎呦，哇，这个配合好完美。
那龙已经要被 MP 给 rush 掉，
没有他没有磨啊，他只是
来了，又是一闪接啊，又是开到了 Atlan， 以及 MMA 一个 Presenter 双 C 伤害补上，秒掉了亚菲利欧，是往前做对 Presenter 锤到了后排，在下面的 Nature 已经被料理掉，上方最后一发大颗电磁脉冲带走的是 Alex，
那个 MVP 字卡如果 FAK 以先做凯运的啦。
再一标，哎呦 ，Alex 高身格若但冲击有点小奇怪，而且再吃到一炮，
还帮小龙挡哦。
有了 FAK 这边的 Poke 提到之后，要开车进去 B 闪闪现出来 ，Solo Kill， 这边吃到了钩子，回头举斧敲爆的是 Alex， 再用的是 Pretender 的 Poke 给到压力，这时候两边要拼这个龙，
拼中。
这是平中举的，飙到
有
闪现进来，但是被弹到，而是正面凯威开到了 Atlan， 火龙魂用 FAK 拿下，上面 Atlan 操作起来了 ，Pretender 再闪敲死 Driver， 这是 FAK 的一波机会，在 Atlan 身上挂了一堆白刀，那准备闪现躲掉巨斧毁灭，这时候 Pretender 闪敲，但是反而要被 Atlan 给反杀掉，
下路一波吗？下波团是左边的机会，因为右边3个主 C 都没有闪现喽。这里是 NN 开秀的，看他直接闪现上去，直接爆点。就正面的当然是 Holo 他抢到这个龙嘛，然后NN 就找到一个机会直接切后排，跟着杰西啦，杰西也有一起进。
那在这边的话，这是一波 Holo 闪现的进场，以及凯文的限制。
哇，这个一闪逼了一个闪之后，这里直接爆点。那当然凯文也有在 的偏下方，他也是直接限制到对方第一派的输出，所以输出只打在凯文身上。
哇，这个大绝居然砸到 MMA 身上，
这是一个 R 闪，
成功跑掉，回到了下半边，换了一个对手，下一个挑战由酒桶来。
是，
在对上的纳尔来说，依旧不
好像不行哎。
他要杀了吗？跳过去追，晕到，直接一个抛岩抛死了酒桶，完成了第3次我们所看到的单。K 只是看着纳尔，但他不太敢出手。
还有谁？还有谁？
还有谁？这边是有大的，直接再推2个再拍，一个赛的再跳。
还有谁？
这边想追5个人杀一个 Soki 打加速还在拉扯，会打先命中，那边还不够 Soki 跑得超快，继续点还在打，一滴血对讲被点死了 ，Soki 1打5完成了3人的击杀。
火龙泰文小教室。萨瓦迪卡，大家好，我是泰文小老师火龙闷干饭。今天要教我最喜欢的一个泰文小单字，老婆潘格伦亚，老婆潘格伦亚。来，大家跟我念一次，老婆潘格伦亚。这个词要用在哪里呢？当动画或者游戏出现我喜欢的白发妹子的时候，就会称呼她为老婆潘格伦亚。萨瓦迪卡。果然就是要白发妹子才够香啊！这就是我要的老婆潘格伦亚。
哼，就算你再怎么喜欢我，这版本你还是只能当工具人上路。
萨瓦迪卡。
今天教的同学们有记住吗？我们下堂课见，拉贡。
你爱上了？
我不讨厌。
你要带这去 7？
对啊，
还是你礼拜5、礼拜4就带这个？
礼拜4带这个。
你到底做了什么？店员说什么
啊？
店员说
我问他，你觉得我这样好看吗？
然后呢？
他觉得我应该把脸露出来。
确实，脸要做露出来啊！你后面头发好短哦。
不是啊，不是啊，少林足球也没露出来啊。没看过少林足球是吧？好啦，皮特啊，受不了了，好痒。
And H, man, Helpic's just backing off.
Yeah, I think PSG playing is really smart.
Wako just immediately kills off the electric Q, and ICA good wild grove onto Junjia. Junjia might be dead here to Tide, but Wako almost untouched in this fight. Ozzy coming in, landing a massive kill, looking for the quadrant. Can we see the pentakill here? It'll be the first one of the PCS.
I think he's got it.
Yeah, there we go. First pentakill of the PCS, and we're finally finding out why you don't give Wako Zeri.
She's already hit the wave clear she needs. Maybe looking for a play on long.
Yeah, looks like it might work out. Nice Dragon's Rage kick. Doesn't land the lockout, but Kasate does go all out. With that extra true damage, he just needs to find one more leap.
And Long actually doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, Long trading back. Maybe gets a 1v2 kill. He's looking for the second, but he doesn't quite get it. But an amazing trade there by Long.
Or pays it back to bot. So Imperial's bot lane once again just kind of losing the 2v2, right? Obviously Driver cleans it up, but I think here was, just engaged on by Kaiwing. You know, he's one of the best melee support players in the region for, a reason. Just so much damage traded over. Alan is already dead before this basically even starts. Driver does come through and last hit him. But I think even before that, the damage is already done.
And Aphelios does have the fun guns. Initiation lands onto Atlan, however, and he is just deleted by the Feather Storm. Pretender really up there, phase rushing in, flash onto Alex. Bit of a weird interaction with that wall there, but Alex does go down, as well as Nature down on the bottom outside of our screens.
Really, they had the better position.
Yeah, Alex body slamming into a bit of poke. Definitely not what you want just as this dragon spawns. And the initiation does come through, but immediately flashed out by solo kill. Does use the shield. And Atlan is currently untouched. Dragon is still being pressured.
Gangplank ult comes
Yeah,
out.
Hollow flashes in, and it does go down. Very important to Frank as we see the team fight erupt. Eminem kind of in the back line. Driver can't get him. Alex picks off the Nidalee in behind. Solo kill looking. Massive ult there by Aphelios.
Yeah, he has so many chakras.
Oh my goodness, solo kill might just live. Get this Infernal Drake, and that's a huge amount of power gain, especially for this poke, right? Well, obviously not so much onto Atlan, he can heal it up, but landing it onto Alex, onto Driver, and onto Mission will stick a lot more than it did.
Yeah, so they managed to kind of survive the initial engage, and then I think everything is actually used to kill Driver on the side. Like, I think right now, if you kind of look, Driver, I think gets kind of clawed out of it over here, but during this whole kind of time, you actually notice that Atlan, he just never lost health, right? He's still full HP, has the Ori shield, and after that, like, all the cooldown's gone, and the fact that he's still alive, also really nice ulti. I didn't even notice that in the fight. I mean, really, really well played by him. Force the issue. I think they're definitely strong enough to. At the same time, might just prefer to wait another 4 minutes for this dragon. Although, Solo Kill's bringing 2 people bot, I think you can just start up Baron.
Yeah, Hullbreaker completed. Columbia extremely low, does get stunned, and will be solo killed by Solo Kill yet again. Kyrie's and Relia, I think you just lose this 2v1. Although Fear is coming down too. That 700 gold shutdown would be nice.
Oh my god, gets another one.
Yeah.
It's just 1v5ing.
Gets 2. He does have that Hullbreaker. He now is mini-Nas, so a lot faster and a lot more range damage.
Solo Kill really is just putting on a clinic. I mean, he's
Relia
actually 1v5ing. He just took down 3 people in a 1v5, and he gets his team the Baron as well.是抓选吗？
可以啊。
有没有自信？
可以啊，都可以啊。给我拿蜘蛛啊！
那就拿。
这里拿蜘蛛。走。
团长，有没有自信？
有啊。
想吗？
还是酷奇。
完全不怕他们的伤害。
可以成长的。
走。这团长。
船长。
美梯。
AD 还有闪的吧？我会往中走。
哎，我要靠，我要靠。
主美没闪。
哎，可以，对，我要靠。
往下，往下。
套闪吗？套闪吗？
有。nice。装什么？
谁掉闪了？跟我说。
主美。
加入人。
加入那个辅助而已。
塞拉斯没气。这个伞是什么伞啊，哥们儿？我吗？啊。我想躲他 W 的，没躲到。失误了。打，没事，会闪电的。
他刚才冷不起你，
他敢撞我抓到了。哎，我好亏。不要了。
没事，我们中学让你弄。
没事。
可以抓人。
看我，哎，这可以看啊。nice。小心。
有进了吗？拉开可以
棒卡。
没事。
哎，
他没耶。哎，小心，别！我知道。
要走。
跟我。微表。
哎，别打了，可以了。哎，爹。
对。
他没闪。
nice。
我没血了。
可以，先走。
这样叫。
降叫。先降。好，很好，就有啦，有勾到，我觉得可以。
我在侧面。
慢一点，先走。哎，这。
吃一下。
拖一下。
可以打吗？
可以，就慢慢拖。等蜘蛛跑吧。
哎，后面有那个哦。
OK。
哎，可以，
我去看他，你们正面，我去看他。
好，那可以看哦，这边可以看哦。
来。我快打走哦。
看我一下，看他，nice。
往前打。哎，看小龙，先看小龙，哎，
先看小龙。
哎，来打。
哎，高了。
你可以勾吗？
辅助没事。
我帮你打。
走，别，
追他！
可以打。
绑住，
下路一波吧，下一波吧，啊。
我去卡，
打得不错，
哎，玩得好，nice，
好，
空白今天玩得好，空白。
你说因为我没有死吗？
对啊，玩得好。
好，谢谢。
Touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, recard. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win. I was born to be bad. So go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime through, and your eyes know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when
touching down, 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 so I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tie me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 so I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Are you getting down?
What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust, now this time is through. All I ask from you is time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free.
You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up, it's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not tempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're cheated, but get up in the vibe. Ooh, intoxicated. Get ahead of time. And even you, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not tempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. Is
Hello, and welcome back to our final day of the PCS Spring Split. It's been a while to get here, now week 6, day 3, and we're going to find out if we're going to have any tiebreakers or not. Brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I'm your host for tonight's Shark, and I'm joined on the desk by Vesti and OCE.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. And I think, most exciting night of the split, really. We have so many teams that are very close. We will find out if there'll be any tiebreakers. But ultimately, I think from the sort of schedule we have today, you'd expect no tiebreakers because the teams you would traditionally expect to win, if they all do win, there won't be any. But ultimately, some of those lower seeded teams will be hoping for losses on the teams slightly higher than them. And yeah, it'll be very interesting.
It will. So I think that I'm not sure if we'll end up seeing a graphic of it, but as far as we know, if everything kind of goes as expected, the teams you'd expect to win do pick up the wins. There will be no tiebreakers. However, if that doesn't go as planned, there's a lot of different scenarios for tiebreakers, and those will be played tomorrow if there are any. All the playoff positions, as in the teams in playoffs, have already been locked. It's really just for that seeding. I think, in theory, anything 2 through 6 is still up for grabs, right? It's only PSG who are actually just locked in first place and no one can touch them. Everything else could move around, but most likely won't.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, teams like Frank, for example, will really be hoping that Beyond can take out Flying Oyster today because assuming Frank do beat Duish team, which you'd have to say is most likely, you will see a two-way tie for second, which I think is probably the most important one of these playoff seeds, as it means you do skip the first stage of the playoffs. So there is still a lot of sort of uncertainty up in the air regarding who's in the playoffs, but as you said, bottom 4 teams are already out. As we will take a look at yesterday's results, we did see Halpigs take their win over Sem9, followed by Flying Oyster winning over J-Team, PSG over Frank, Impunity over Megabank Beyond Gaming, and Deep Cross honestly destroying Duish team in that last one after we had a bit of a pause.
Yeah, and I think that despite the fact that it was kind of expected teams picking up the wins, PSG versus Frank was a pretty close affair. Could have gone either way, but let's look at the standings. So PSG untouched in their first place. CFO are second with 1 win over Frank Esports coming in at third. Impunity 4th, 10 and 7. DCG and Megabank Beyond Gaming currently tied, both at 9 and 8, as our 5th and 6th seed here. And the 4 teams below them have already been eliminated from playoffs. There's no way they can make it back in. But yeah, Megabank Beyond Gaming, Deep Cross, I think BYG takes on CFO today from what I remember, and DCG up against Halpigs. So you have to feel like DCG more likely to pick up this win, right?
Yeah, definitely think that DCG will pick up the win. I mean, they've been looking extremely strong as of late. Even their game against PSG, probably the hardest fought win for PSG, but we will take a look now at today's matches. First, we do have Impunity versus Sem9, followed by Duish Team, Frank Esports, BYG against Flying Oyster, Deep Cross against Halpigs, and last but not least, PSG Talon against Type 8 J-Team.
In terms of our tiebreakers, every match matters today except for the last one. I think the last match is, as far as I remember, literally irrelevant. It can't change.
Bit of a show match, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any off-rolling. But all the other matchups do matter, and I think I'd be looking maybe towards Game 3, just because if Megabank can win this game over CFO, I don't think the gap is so big between them that they can't win. Like, sure, you're maybe expecting CFO to come in as the favorites, but they haven't looked, you know, on the same level of dominance as the likes of PSG, right? It definitely feels like there's a pretty big difference between second place and first there, so it will be kind of interesting, I think, that match.
Yeah, I think that is probably the closest match of the night as well. And it does have really big implications. Again, you do have to, it's pretty hard to say that Frank would ever lose against Duish team at this stage. And BYG have been looking quite strong. I mean, Kongyue in particular, his Wukong game 2 nights ago was honestly phenomenal. So if I mean, it was banned away from him, or picked away from him, sorry, maybe last night. And I mean, he's looked so good on that pick, and if he gets that, then you really have to sort of give some favor maybe even to BYG, because he has really been phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a lot of respect put to him, right? And just how good he is. The fact that if he does get that pick, we could even expect something like BYG being better than CFO. I don't think it's out of the question. And then the rest of the games, I mean, I think as we kind of said before, there's kind of an expected result in most of them. But if one team is upset, there's a lot of tiebreakers that come through. But let's have a look at Team Impunity. Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature. And they'll be taking on Sem9. I think it's a pretty, it's a pretty one-sided match, at least you expect. At the same time, Impunity, I think they've looked good recently, but have definitely gone up and down in form pretty much all throughout the split. And I think this game as well, it's very, It's like your last game of the split is one you really want to pick up. I think it's just that last form check before you enter playoffs. Can you destroy Sem9 in the way a lot of other teams can? Who knows? We'll see if they have Kara's AD as well.
Yeah, I imagine they probably will. I mean, I don't really know yet, I guess, but Kara's has actually looked really good as the AD carry for Sem9. But first of all, obviously, we do look at Impunity, and for Sem9 to have a chance here and really upset sort of how this top side of the bracket will look, you have to feel like they will be banning away that mission taxi, the Victor, the Azir, because his Azir yesterday really took over a game and just, I mean, the whole team played well, but really the game was set up entirely almost on that Azir mid. And we do know him as sort of favouring those sort of champs. As we now will take a look towards Sem9, we have Rallia, Fear, Calumnia, Curious is that AD carry, and YJY coming in at the support role.
I'd be really interested to see what bot lane is prioritized from Sem9, because I think YJY looked a lot better on the Rakan than I think it was the Thresh.
Yep, Thresh.
Yeah. So I want to say that should even be banned away from Impunity. Just honestly take away maybe even the Xayah and the Rakan, just to make sure it's, you know, it kind of takes away what Sem9 has managed to pick up that win on. I don't think you need to take any risks in this matchup, right? Like, you should be favored to win as long as you get rid of their strong picks. Shouldn't really be an issue. But if Sem9 can get a bot lane that they're comfortable on, perhaps could come away with a win. Taking a look at the two mid laners. So the big one is the goal difference of 14. I mean, Mission is first up against Calumnia 10th. So Mission, he definitely likes to play for the 1v1. You can see that as well in their forward percentage being very, very high. I think especially in those mage versus mage matchups is very, very strong. Calumnia is kind of, I want to say, been more of a facilitator for his team. Like, he has played stuff like the Aurelia, but I think the games that looked a bit better were stuff like on the Ahri. That being said, did have that really good Tristana game, which we can't really forget about. So he's played a lot of different champions, never really stuck to one star, whereas I think Mission, very focused on what he wants to play.
Yeah, certainly is. And as you said, the stats here for Mission looking really, really good. And he is, of course, a formidable mid laner. Started the league off looking kind of like the best mid laner there was and sort of took a back seat going forward. But now we will be heading into Champ Select. We do see a Rallia ban against both Calumnia and Rallia, followed by a Veigar ban. And on the other side, Sem9 banning Jace and Gragas.
Will there be any Xayah Rakan bans? I wonder if it's just going to be left up. It feels, I mean, maybe Impunity don't care about it at all. They could even first pick it away, but I'd be surprised if you just let Sem9 have both of them. Sedge is the last ban.
Yeah, Sedge is banned. And I want to say, for the side of Sem9, we haven't seen him play any, but I kind of want to see Rallia on a tank. He's been really the weak leak, I have to say, of, I mean, at least the rememberable past. And then, like, getting solo killed really lost his team kind of the game with how far behind he was yesterday. I mean, we haven't seen him on tanks, but I feel like it might be nice to sort of just sit back and not have to worry about top so much. As we do see Sion as the final ban here against Driver, obviously playing a really nice game of it yesterday. Xayah locked in for the side of Impunity, so we will see Kyrus having to get off that Xayah this game and play something different.
I really, really like it. I think try and make Sem9 a little uncomfortable. Kyrus obviously has looked very good on the Xayah, and it enables YJY to play the Rakan as well. So I think big pickup there. And really smart drafting from Impunity. Wukong Varus could be the answer. I would be surprised if the Varus ends up working out, because I feel like even when the ADC mains have played Varus, it hasn't typically gone that well. But could even see YJY go back to it, right? That's one thing we have to remember, is that they could just swap roles back. There's nothing saying they couldn't. Ooh, Aphelios. I like the Aphelios more if they can play it. Feels so weird though. Can Kyrus really play Aphelios?
Yeah, has he got enough sort of reps on that champ? I feel like that's one of the harder champs in the game to just pick up and try play, as we do see Elise locked in, so a bit of early game here from the jungler of Impunity.
Yeah, okay. I think taking the Rakan as well would make a lot of sense. Does make you wonder what those 4 or 5 picks are going to be, because Jace is already banned. Now, I don't think Mission's played any other AD mid, so you might just see double AP mid jungle and maybe you get Driver on a carry or something here. The owner is the Hover. Certainly a fine kind of duo. We also see Thresh picked a lot, just to kind of give some safety, and maybe Tom could add that as well. Does feel like you're kind of opting into that losing lane though.
True, and you are very vulnerable prior to 6 still. And you have to feel like, with these champions locked in, if Elise and Alex goes towards this bottom lane, you are so vulnerable as this Aphelios, almost needing to take cleanse just because of that one champion and one ability alone.
Driver's Jax now banned away. And Impunity, do you answer with What do you answer with? Maybe top bans of your own? I mean, there's a lot of stuff taken away. Could even just ban out some of Calumnia's champs, make it easier for Mission to blind pick. It really depends who's gonna... Okay, so they banned Annie. I wonder what this is setting up for in mid. Like, it made me think something like Yon, even? It could just be just a ban because Annie's strong, but ideally want AD mid with Elise, although it might just not be possible.
Yeah, and it looks like the side of Sim9 are kind of banning away 5 top lane champs. Obviously, a couple of them are flex, but we have seen Driver on that Jace, and I imagine he would be able to play Gragas as well, so limiting the top pull a little bit. Tristana banned, so are aware that they would possibly want to look towards that AD mid, is taken away from the game, but there are still other options, given they aren't maybe quite as strong in the current meta. Aurelion Sol final ban.
Yeah, he's so bad. Really respecting that red side last pick coming through. I think S9, given how many bans they put towards top, probably just want to last pick top and get the best possible matchup. I think they've identified Driver as a big part of Impunity's game plan. So probably should blind pick mid here, although if they... Yeah, okay, I like it. They take away the Ori. Should be answered probably by Azir or Syndra. And then what will be the blind pick top? I mean, I guess they can just play an AD mid as well. Okay, so they're locked in. So it has to be AD top for sure. Gnar blind, maybe? Definitely pretty common.
Yeah, and it does seem like it'll be fine in against the team of Sim9 at the moment, but perhaps wanting something more carry orientated. We have seen Driver sort of opt for gangplanks and the likes, but Gnar hovered and is locked in, so you called it correctly. We do have now our full team for Impunity.
Will they just go Aurelia last? I mean, it's been played in the Gnar before. Maybe
Aurelia's
scary
banned.
against... Oh, okay, easy. It's banned first 3. Camille, they've played that before into the Gnar. I feel like it's guaranteed gang setup, but I'm not sure. Hasn't really looked so good for them. What will it be? Akali? That's really weird. I mean, I don't think Akali actually does that well into Gnar. Like, maybe in... Yeah, I don't even know. I have to be interested to see how that goes, because I feel like it's not too much of an issue.
No, you feel like Driver will be okay to just play safe and get to... I mean, at one item, or even maybe 2, you're just never going to die to the Akali ever, especially in a side lane, but...
The nice thing about Akali, I think, is that it does mean you're pretty hard to dive, right? And I think up against Elise, that's always like a consideration for you. Really got to try pick something that can survive that. But I guess looking at the comps overall, I think I do just favor Impunity. They got the Zyra Khan mission on Azir. I think Driver's still got himself a pretty good matchup. I am maybe a little worried about the Elise. Just feels like there's not that much that can be done in the early game, but we've seen many times before where you just play one of these early game junglers and use it to kind of scale up your lanes, and then you just enter the mid game in a completely fine spot. On the side of Sim9, they still have some options, but I think a lot of it is just questions like, can Keris play Aphelios? Calumnia, don't think we've seen him play Orianna. Relia, I feel like the red side counter pick wasn't like hugely effective, so overall I would favor Impunity both in terms of, you know, play and the drafts. But we'll have to see. I don't think Sim9 are completely out of the game by any means.
No, I don't think so either, and I feel like with that Elise, you're probably going to be more looking towards this bot lane. I think Zyra Khan do have fairly decent setup as well before 6. I mean, obviously Tam will have that extra safety as he does hit level 6, and it becomes pretty ungankable at that stage, but you can look to sort of dive this Aphelios. I mean, we'll have to look at the summoners. Cleanse will make it a little bit harder, but I feel like it is sort of bot lane priority, maybe look towards the dragons and get that rolling early. That's my best guess as to how this sort of Elise is going to play a role in it. I don't suspect you're really going to want to focus top, maybe protect from a dive early.
It's possible.
I think that's sort of the direction I feel like this draft has kind of gone. You expect Mission to have Prio.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think it's more about dragons would be my guess.
Yeah, and I think even if you just honestly get your lanes through the early game, you've got enough scaling on the team, right? Like, you've got Azir for scaling AP damage. You can just be a Cocoon bot in this comp, and I think that's honestly completely fine. If you just peel off the Wukong, peel off the Akali, I think your job's kind of done, right? We've seen so many times before late game ADCs doing absurd amount of damage if they're kind of just allowed to do so, and also Mission on the Azir, no slouch in those late game team fights, so... Yeah, I think Alex honestly doesn't need to do a whole lot other than support his lanes. Just make sure they get through the lanes, but to be honest, they might have 3 winning lanes anyway. I feel like it was a pretty big draft gap.
Yeah, and we load into our first game of the final night of the regular season here in Spring Split.
Have that nice graphite in the background, and I wonder where these junglers will start. I think that's something to really consider as to where these teams will play towards, because not a whole lot of ganks set up against the Gnar, but potentially can look for a dive if Akali is able to sort of pressure him. How do we have runes here?
Is Calumnia with the Aerie, so stronger for lane. Mission, once again, does seem to prefer the first strike on the Azir. Also first strike on Elise.
Yeah, that's something I haven't seen before. Usually it's Dark Harvest, Electrocute, occasionally press the attack, but...
It's pretty interesting. I wonder if just took it so that you can grab Hex Flash. It does allow kind of more creative gank windows. And I think it's definitely better to take first strike than something like the Spellbook on the Elise. So definitely interesting coming out.
Futures market pretty cool too, because Elise sort of getting that early item, the item as early as possible, is huge for her. Obviously does really well with just the one item with, I mean, percentage max health and missing health damage on her Q in both forms. So, I mean, interesting take on sort of how you build Elise here by Alex. Is YJY positioning very aggressively on Tarm already.
Will they be able to get Prior in this matchup? Because I think Zyra Khan normally does kind of destroy level 1, but could maybe be difficult in the Tarm. I think if they don't get Prior early, though, they are just going to be getting pushed in all three lanes, which can be very, very scary. We kind of saw what happened. I think it was Lava yesterday who had to jungle with 3 losing lanes. Didn't feel good. Calumnia is securing the mid push, but it comes at the cost of quite a lot of health. Looks like S9 actually will pick up the push, so yeah, actually they are going to manage to get through this early game not too bad. Calumnia has to be careful how much health he trades, because does make himself, you know, gets the Prior, but comes at the cost of making yourself much more vulnerable to any early Elise gank. The mission could maybe even hold the wave.
Looks like he will be, and health totals being like this when you do have that Aerie doesn't feel particularly good as that Orianna, but we'll ward the Aerie out to try and not get ganked by Elise from the bottom side, and Alex actually coming from the top side, so Calumnia will not have vision of that for now. We also see Fia pathing towards his bot jungle, so very vulnerable here is the Orianna.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a flash.
The mission goes in. Flash held so far, very well done. Flash used Cocoon, does land anyway, and first blood to Alex. So really good patience on the use of that Cocoon there. Secures first blood for himself, and you have to feel like he's going to be able to sort of snowball other lanes now.
It was really well played by Alex. Kind of confusing by Calumnia, just the whole thing. Ooh, as we have a trade in the bot river. Alex, I think without the red buff, will just be forced away. But it's kind of really strange, right? Like you're trading extremely heavily in a matchup you don't win, and they have a ganking lane jungler, as we see another trade come out bot. Also, I think the way Calumnia kind of ran away from that was weird. Probably should have gone on the tower. But does end up going down, and that's the Impunity getting that snowball in the mid jungle that they've been looking for. Oh, another Cocoon actually
Cocoon lands very low. Flash in from Mission. He will come in with those soldiers. Nice repel there from Alex. Can they get the kill and get out? He will flash away. Fia flashing to follow.
Oh, the heal
used. Nice usage there. Cocoon lands again. Fia will not have an escape now. Will also be going down now. Who will the kill be given to? It is Mission. So 2-0-1 at 4 minutes on Azir. That's insane. This is so...
It is. Wow.
Yeah.
2-0 at only 4 minutes into the game, and to be honest, this just gets even worse for Calumnia, right? You're now behind in a matchup that's already difficult, and you still don't have Flash, right? You can just be reganked eventually here by Alex, who even has the Hex Flash. So, disastrous early game here for S9, and I think a lot of that had started just from Calumnia. As we see a trade come out, let's take a look at this replay.
Not the best timing for a replay.
It wasn't. Alex, he gets the Cocoon and Mission flashes forward. They managed to get Calumnia very, very low, and it was actually insane that Alex lived after this. I thought it would just be 1-for-1, Fia can walk out through mid, but actually fully commits, and the flash heal from nature is just in time. And another Cocoon hits from Alex. Obviously was CC'd there on Fia, but I mean, this is an insane start for Impunity. I think we were saying before, if Alex can just get his lanes through the early game, they're completely fine, let alone have a lead. Now they're winning in all 3 lanes. Impunity managed to pick up a solo kill or a 2v2 kill in the bot lane during the meantime, and Drive obviously winning out in this 1v1 matchup. So win conditions for S9 are rapidly falling away. Alex, he's looking bot. Pay attention to Calumnia's health as well. Could be very diveable.
Yeah, obviously during that replay, the Abyssal Voyage from Tarm led to another death, and Yeah, things sort of going from bad to worse. Already a 2k gold lead at 5 minutes. And I mean, at this stage of the game, that feels a pretty insurmountable. Obviously, the later the game goes, if they maintain just 2k, it'll be fine. But Alex already invading. Look at the chunk his Q's doing already onto Fia. And he'll be forced off of his wolves. His mission is almost proxy farming on Azir. Abyssal Voyage comes in, but nice repel from Alex to get out of that one.
Mission's level 6 versus level 4. I mean, mid is just completely unplayable.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide available, and you have to be real careful. He could just come in and get a double kill off that ability alone. Mana pretty low, though, so maybe not quite able to.
I think doesn't have the mana for the combo, but oh my god, his combo is so low. But every time he gets his base cancelled, it's more CS lost.
And Fia might be just going down here, tanked up by Alex, and Mission will get it with Emperor's Divide. So 3 kills onto this Azir. Calumnia forced out, although down in bot we have Adeline, who will likely be going down. Tries to flash away. Can Rakan get here in time? Does just, but will it save him? Nice flash by Kyrus to dodge the Blade Caller. Alex, however, is down here now, and Kyrus will be going down also as YJY Abyssal Voyage is in. Is low health bar on Alex. Repel used to stop the damage and double kill for Alex. So 7-1, almost 3k, nearly 4k gold lead already to the side of Impunity.
Impunity are just running rings around them in pretty much every lane here. I mean, top's the only lane that's close, but Driver already has the magic resist, so Relia can't really go for an all-in. Take a look at the mid items right now. It's a Lost Chapter up against, I guess, what is tier boots. It's going to be pretty unplayable in mid. I guess looking at the replay, so Alan got engaged on very early. He did kind of do his best to disengage, honestly, and despite going down, managed to kind of buy his team 2 kills here because Kyrus was forced to flash forward and then kind of was overcommitted. And Alex is so strong here that he actually just takes out Kyrus in relatively short order. So obviously it is nice for Kyrus to pick up that kill, but the map just snowballs more and more. And now Rel here with that red side 5th pick gets solo killed. And I feel like it was never a lane I expected Akali to win, and now we kind of get confirmation. I don't know. I don't want to say it's game over, but you're down 4,000 gold here at 8 minutes. You have 3 losing lanes and jungle. Can Kyrus 1v9? That's really the last remaining hope.
I presume not, and it does look like Impunity are kind of going for an any % speed run on this game.
S9, they're trying to push up bot lane. The problem is it's so difficult to trade. Alex can just get Herald, and the entire S9 team is so behind in tempo and prior that they can't even really do anything. Now we're going to have a look at how Driver solo killed Rel here. I mean, it's just way stronger with the magic resist. If Akali doesn't have threat with all in, there's just no threat onto the Nut. Just gets CC'd and kind of taken out. Also has, I guess, yeah, no flash. I'm not sure where lost flash. Must have been lost in the 1v1 before.
Yeah, it does appear that this, red 5 counter pick hasn't really done anything at the moment. Riftfield picked up by Impunity. I do presume probably going to put it mid. I mean, snowball this game even quicker by opening up the map. And interestingly enough, they haven't really had any focus on this dragon yet. And I believe that they should be sort of looking for it soon.
They just don't care about it. Because they're knowing that they're so far ahead, they can end the game before it's an issue. Both mids just used flash, by the way, and an ults were used, or rather, Oriole was used. The Zero was not. Calumnia has the TP, but yeah, already down on 3 plates. It's definitely a good Herald opportunity. Merrick Tread's coming on Calumnia, but already 0-2 isn't really going to make a huge difference.
Abyssal Voyage used. Atlan will not get hit by it, and then the follow-up comes from Nature, rooted by the Blade Caller and extremely low on YJY. You have to feel like going in here now as Wukong, probably not going to be so good with that Featherstorm available for the Xayah.
Fear is trying to find something, but there just really isn't anything to be found. The lanes are just too far behind. This top tower is getting pretty low as well. I mean, this could be a Herald opportunity too. It's very difficult, I think, for Rel here to play this game from behind. Though I think the same can be said about basically every lane. I mean, just huge leads across the board. It looks like it's Calumnia that's going to get targeted. He does have the Merc, so that makes it slightly better, but it is already chunked so low and does not have the flash.
Really good awareness, places that ward at the Raptor camp, but here, Alex, tanking the tower a bit too early. Doesn't even repel, actually, so saving it in case something happens here, but Look at how much damage just one Q auto from Azir did to Fia.
It's pretty absurd. Has the Luden so early in the game. Columbia, he has ult in a sec, but feels too low to even contest anything. Maybe don't even need to Herald mid. It might just go down naturally. His mission is pretty close to picking himself up a 40 CS lead here if he can deny some of these creeps.
Yeah, the gold we saw earlier, he was, wow.
Oh no. He did try and go for the ult, but just died in time. Mission, he does not have Q.
He hasn't Emperor's Divide, however.
Oh, what's up?
Q is up now. He doesn't have any sort of sum, but Nature here. Man, Nature's had been really clutch on these roams to protect his solo and jungle.
This must be so depressing for S9. Time and time again, the kills are just getting away from you. YJY, he has the flash.
Yeah, quickness used. He is charmed, but will flash away, and the lick will mean that Nature cannot follow up on that, but entire priority over this bottom side river. You think they will be looking towards this dragon, even if they don't need it, possibly a good sort of insurance policy. As we see, YJY will get knocked up by the Rakan, and will just be going down to Alex. As Rallia solo killed on top by the looks of things. I don't know if he can...
Oh, he might be able to get it.
He does.
He actually gets it. Driver was so close to getting the Mega Gnar, but couldn't quite get it. Klumnia engaged on now as well. Still has the ult. It didn't actually put it on CD, but I think he might just be dead again. Oh, it's so low. And it is really just impossible to recover in these lanes.
Oh, and Flash Cocoon will land, and yeah, Keres just gets absolutely annihilated. But Fia here, using the clone, will now be tower dove. Atlan picking up that one, so everyone kind of dying all over the map, although Rallia does pick up that solo kill top.
Yeah, the solo kill top is nice, it's just, is it really going to matter in this game? Feels like the rest of the map has already collapsed, and Rallia, he does not have the flash, think he can get away. I think this was Driver kind of just throwing it. I mean, he was like very far ahead and he thought he could go for it. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get enough from... Oh yeah, missed the first Q on the creeps, so maybe should have just been spam autoing creeps here, but it's hard with Akali in that Shroud, so there's a big lead and you can see...
He's still in high spirits.
He is. No, I think he still wins this lane, to be honest. I don't think it's actually going to change a whole lot for him. Herald is now put bot. I think Impunity with their gold lead could look to end this game extremely early.
Yeah, kind of crazy to me that they're so far ahead, picked up that Rift Herald, and it got used because it was almost about to time out. I mean, after we saw them dive mid, dive bottom tower, it wasn't used during any of that, but will crash, and tower plates will go towards both Alex and Atlan, as Driver now getting engaged on by Fia. Cyclone used. Driver is quite fast here, though. Almost, I mean, huge chunk onto Fia, as Emperor's Divide will not land. Calumnia flashed away from it, so will survive on this occasion, but the 0-3 Orianna loses tower mid. Tower bot was the first tower to go down, so things really falling apart here for the side of S9.
It really is the kind of lead that's just unrecoverable. I mean, down 9,000 gold at 13 minutes, you just can't really stop the bleeding. It's so far behind that you can be dived or pushed out of your jungle at pretty much any moment. And falling further and further behind, Calumnia, I mean, at this point, there really just isn't a whole lot you can do, right? I think your chance to make a difference in this game was, in those extremely early levels, unfortunately made a critical mistake there and fell behind pretty heavily off it.
Honestly, surprising to me how well Rallia is doing in these trades, but now that Alex is here, very strong, does have the proto belt. Nice repel to dodge both the shuriken and that tower shot, as Rallia will get away.
There are members around here. Driver could maybe be in trouble. He does not have the flash, but he's very, very fast.
Yeah, it does back away.
Calumnia, I mean, he's just too behind. there really isn't anything you can do. If you're forced like that away from your tier 2 tower, something has gone very, very wrong in your early game.
You've just had, at 13 minutes, a Xayah Gale Force into the tower to start the dive.
Mission, the Medjite King has picked it up once again. 10 stacks already from the Darksteel. Dragon hasn't been picked up at all, and I think that's Impunity saying we can just end before Dragon Soul even comes online. Don't even need to waste time doing it. Gets the second Herald, and I think this could just be used to break open top. Probably get 2 towers in that top lane. Will catapult this gold lead even further ahead. And Sim9, I mean, we sometimes talk about win conditions from behind. I kind of think you need all of Impunity to just DC at this point.
Yeah, it does really appear that way as Alex prepares the hero for the second one. We are seeing YJY get engaged on. Alan actually getting quite low. Does have to use both Flash and that Feather Caller as Rallia engages onto Alex. Is very low. Will get the shutdown now onto Alex, so a lot of gold being put into this Akali. Will Mission make it out? Does have Emperor's Divide still available. Shuriken will go wide, so will live. Teleport now being used to match Driver down the bot lane, and that is a 3-level difference between solo laners.
Certainly is. And Rallia, finding himself some kills, which is nice. Problem is, Mission's already building the Banshees, so you're just not going to do any damage. I think Mission TP bot kills Calumnia again, now 0 and 5. Another tower falls. The top tower is low as well. I mean, Impunity up more than 10,000 gold here at only 16 minutes. What more can they get done? It feels like maybe you could probably break these tier 2s without Baron. Breaking tier 3s is possible, but as always, it's just a lot easier if you can get the Baron.
Yeah, at the moment, however, we do see Mission just diving over and over again, so perhaps with the lead, may be able to look... Oh, we do see first Dragon of the game, 16 minutes and 30 seconds in, but look at that gold difference. It's just really, really steadily increasing. Even with that shutdown, you don't notice anything on this graph.
Drag is picked up. It is pretty nice just for the stats, actually, just having the Infernal. Especially because there's so much damage already, right? It's just so accelerated in terms of items. It's a 50 CS lead, almost 60 in mid, which is pretty insane. Not much Calumnia can do, as we said.
YJY will be cocooned, lose a lot of that health. Grey health shield available.
Aurelia still has to be respected here. It looks like Impunity with the inside track, though, will pick up the mid. Ooh.
Rallia in the middle of the team does use that Shroud, so will be quite vulnerable now as the quickness lands onto him. Fia, nice Cyclone to allow Rallia to pick up that shutdown as Driver flashes in, only hits one with the Gnar, and it is the support, but Blade Caller comes in, a massive damage onto the entire team of S9, and Alan is charging forward. Feather, well, lots of feathers going out, but they won't be able to hit anyone for now as Rallia comes in, picks himself up, another 2 kills. So this Akali is really, really scary now.
How on earth can Sem9 win a fight? I think it was just Mission kind of mispositioning, but the fact that a fight can even be won this far behind is insane. And credit to Rel here, has actually managed to find himself a pretty solid scoreline in this game now. Definitely carried that fight. So it's a nice pickup. Again, it feels like it only delays the inevitable, but hey, if we have a few more fights like that, S9 could maybe crawl themselves back into the game, although it still feels very, very difficult. Driver's not here. He's getting the top tower. Mission as well. Doesn't have the Emperor's Divide or Flash. So I think once he'd kind of used the WEQ, needed to back away, but really nice flank from Fia. And then just the damage from Rallia comes through, all before Driver's here. Nice flash out of Kerez there, just gets away. So kind of a miracle team fight. Basically everything went right for Sem9. And they did, admittedly do kind of trade up overall, but nothing comes of it extra, right? Like there's no more objectives taken off it. It is just the shutdowns, which again, it's better than nothing at this point, but you'd really be hoping for, if it's a bit later in the game, maybe you get the Baron after that. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too early. Yeah, big damage coming out of there from Rallia, who's looking onto Alex, has the R2. Is now used.
Yeah, so with that ability down now, you feel S9, I mean, with the amount, with how much Akali has to do to them have any hope, you feel with that ult down now, you can sort of just do whatever you want as Impunity. Obviously, picked up a bunch of shutdowns in that last fight, but still a 10k gold lead for the blue side.
The top tower does go down. All that solo gold goes on to Mission. Has his Banshees now, so it should be extremely hard to kill, especially when he has the flash back up. And they have enough priority with all these 3 tier 2s down that I think when Baron spawns, they won't instantly start it, but it becomes a very realistic win condition for them.
Yeah, and a lot of damage onto that too with, pretty much anyone on their team.
Yeah, there is a lot of DPS just across the board. They have so much control as well. It's really difficult to face check this from the side of S9. Maybe we'll spot out Impunity's recalls though and could regain just a little bit of control. Looks like Fia now will enter. So they want to try to get back as much control as they can before Baron is started up.
Blighted Jewel now onto that Azir, so even more damage will be coming through. And You feel like with this recall, they will likely look towards this Baron in the near future? You have to feel like, I mean, if S9 doesn't come quickly, they will just be able to take it.
Next Dragon's up in a minute, but I think honestly both teams will probably ignore it. It really is too late, I think, for any realistic drag win condition. Baron is being looked at though. There's a lot of positioning around this. They do it so fast. They already have almost 3 items on the Xayah.
Is started up. Will be spotted. Oh, will not actually be spotted out because of that pink ward we see. Mission here on the side trying to chunk out the jungler of S9.
The TP comes through. S9, they really need to try to get back in, but it's so difficult.
Yeah, how do you get past these soldiers? Relia has found an inside track, but the Baron is already at 1.5k and will just be going down, so no fight to really follow it either, unless Relia sort of overextends. But yeah, just a free Baron, 0 kills happening, and with that, I mean, there's not much wave clear on the side of S9. Orianna obviously very far behind, won't be doing that much damage. You feel like there's a good chance for some inhibitors to be going down here?
I think Impunity will try and play for the end. If they can find any sort of kills, they can definitely look to take even more. Nature does recall though, and Relia managed to push out this top wave, so at least for now, Impunity are going to be forced to kind of step away, answer waves, regain some tempo. Mission, I think he probably wins this, although the R connects, the E connects, has R to cancel it. Relia not going in on it, now will just be chased down.
Yeah, Driver here now too, does land that shuriken for the slow, and Emperor's Divide, he has just gone down very, very quickly, and so now with that we'll have top lane prio, mid's already pushing in. Bot lane will not have minions for now, but you can just push those 2 waves in at once.
That's the kill you need. Relia is the strongest member. While you don't have the waves in yet, I think you can look to pressure these towers for sure. Really, it's just Columbia's Aura ult that's the main threat, and at least for now will be enough until this top wave comes in as well. The waves aren't synced, so it is actually quite difficult to break these. Although, maybe just strong enough they could walk them off the tower. It looks like what's going to happen. I'd like to see Driver go back mid. Yeah, keep buffing that wave. So much damage coming out from Mission once
Columbia
again.
is so low, but Featherstorm now used, so we'll have to be a lot more careful on Xayah, and with that, they will recall. But Driver here doing some last attacks on this inhib tower. It does eventually go down.
Yeah, getting the mid inhib isn't super important. Mid inhib, just because of its position, is the least important inhib. Doesn't really help you pressure those objectives. People will always be pushing down mid anyway. And also they can just take it at pretty much any point. I wonder, they have a minute on the Baron. Can they use it to break bot? I don't think so. Resets have already come through, and I don't think they'll be able to pressure it enough in time.
Well, YJ, oh, he gets away. Sorry, just looking at the mini-map.
Mission, he's going to try go for a little more. I mean, they still have a little bit of time. If they could break this 3rd tower, it would be really, really big for them.
Yeah, 1 minute, and it is a pretty big minion wave, as well as that tower now put down behind them, so no flank opportunities available for S9. Relia looking, however. Shuriken goes wide, so if that loses a lot of damage.
It looks like they are going to try break it. They basically have 1 more wave of Baron that can be used. But they're strong enough that I think they should be able to move them off it.
Yeah, and with Driver now in the mid lane, they'll have to be thinking of mid inhib while trying to protect the bottom lane tower. Mission doing good job zoning.
Yeah, this is the last wave. Taking damage. I think it goes down.
Here we go. They will be getting this tower, and now how do you defend the inhibs? I don't think you can. I feel like this will just probably be the inevitable end of the game.
Yeah, all Impunity need to do is just keep pushing in the waves now, and it's over.
Yeah, the wave after what just spawned should have double super minions, and there is no real wave clear here on the side of S9 to clear that out, as Relia making the final stand. Will get stunned up actually by the cocoon. Charmers landed from quickness, but Fia finding a nice engagement. Relia picks off Nature on the back line as YJY flashes to eat Relia for safety. Mission manages to get, Driver actually gets that kill. He is going to go Mega. Can he get it in time? No, he will not. So team fight win here for S9, but you have to say 3 inhibs down, and there's nothing on the map for them to even claim. So,
I mean, S9 should not be winning these fights, but Relia does just keep smurfing, and I think as well, carries of Impunity seem to keep getting caught out, and I think, you know, while I found that extremely huge early game lead, just haven't played the team fights quite as cleanly as they needed to. I think it's still kind of riding on the wall here for S9. With 3 inhibs down, you do get quite a lot of farm, but you have so much of a gold deficit to make back up. How did this fight start? It was actually an engage on a driver, which was just used to kind of engage onto the team. I think at this point, if Impunity just back off, they're completely fine, but the carries all bunch up, get knocked up by the Cyclone here. Actually, Fia gets really nice Cyclone on pretty much the whole team. And Relia managed to kill again, like pretty much both carries, gets mission very low, low enough that, actually, yeah, it does just get taken out by Kerez. So I think, honestly, just pretty significantly mis-executed from Impunity. Need to see better team fighting from them. I think they still are the favorites to win this game for sure, but Relia, he's putting in a pretty good effort.
Yeah, I mean, every time they win a team fight and I look at that gold graph, it's still further gold disparity than I looked last. So I guess that's just the effect of sort of being so far behind in all these objectives as two double super minion waves coming in at the same time. A bot one will be coming shortly too, as well as the top. And that Nexus tower almost dead already without really Impunity even hitting it.
Fear does have a good flank. Like you said, it is going to die just with these creeps crashing. I think the Fear has to pull the trigger sooner rather than later. It's now going to move in, but Impunity, they're positioned much better than last time.
Yeah, Nature is looking out for this. He will spot out Fear, so quickness used. They're just turning on him. I think this is a great decision. He will be absolutely blown up, and now it's a 4v5 with 3 waves of double supers coming in. And I don't even know if they have the ability to fight without Fear. Like, how do you initiate a fight here? That's just Tower 2 going down, and now all you have to do as Impunity is focus the Nexus, although Relia trying his best, but the Nexus is going to go down, and that is the game to Impunity. 27 minutes it took. You feel like they could have done it quicker, but they got the win eventually, and we did expect them to win, but maybe after that early game, they showed quite a lot of faults.
Yeah, I mean, it was an extremely clean early game. I want to say up to about 15, 16 minutes, one of the most dominant games we've ever seen in the PCS this split. But the problem is, after that, team fighting was not good enough. And it's kind of hard to say, is that a sign of things to come in playoffs or not? Like, who can say, really? Because I think at one point, you know you're so far ahead in this game that there really isn't much you can do to lose. You can throw pretty much as many times as you want. It's still fine.
We get the Gnar dance this time.
Is that Mega Gnar? I think
that's Mega Gnar, yeah.
Oh my god, he just got W.
Yeah, W, and there we go.
I love Driver. Yeah, I mean, I think really, Relia, to his credit, did have a pretty good game. I still think the draft overall from Impunity, from the side of S9 was pretty average. In fact, I'd just say bad. I think I don't know, giving over the Xayah makes sense. Like, you kind of want to look to try pick it up yourselves. At the same time, I feel like YJY hasn't looked so good off stuff that isn't Rakan. I mean, who can expect him to, right? Like, they're double role swap. You can't expect him to play all the champs. And I think it's just kind of S9 saying, you know, we're already eliminated from playoffs. Let's just try something different and see how it goes. I mean, yeah, it's a tough split, I think, for S9 overall. They picked up, like 3 wins total, 2 wins total. It definitely wasn't very many. I still think they have some things to kind of look forward to for Split 2. Will we see Kerez back on ADC? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just see, like, a new ADC come in and Kerez go back to support. Like, maybe that's what we look for. Or maybe they kind of actually try and solidify their identity, because I still think, even up to this very last game, S9... they've played so much different stuff, right? I don't even think we've seen Relia play Akali yet, which is like, you know, it's kind of insane that even now, I don't think they know what they want to play.
No, I agree with you. Although I think the only identity we can really see is they always play sort of a carry thing in the top lane. And I do have to kind of eat my words. I thought I wanted to see him play a tank, but honestly, he was their sort of last hope throughout this game, finding some amazing solo kills as well as so many kills in those, and honestly, just great execution of Akali in those team fights. So he did have a really good day, but honestly, it just wasn't enough. And it came too late. There was already such a lead for Impunity that what he did really didn't affect anything within the game. Ultimately, it just delayed the inevitable, you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough. If your team's that far behind, they're just, I don't know, there isn't a whole lot you can do. But I mean, on the side of Impunity, who would you say for MVP? I think maybe,
Alex?
Yeah, I was thinking definitely mid-jungle somewhere, but Alex, I think, was kind of the initiator of so many of those plays.
Yeah, and Mission also caught out quite a lot in those team fights.
Yeah, that's true as well. I think Alex as well, like, he kind of performed above and beyond what I think he had to do in that game. Like, really all he had to do with their scaling was get them into mid-game even, and they're fine. But did so much more than that. In fact, accelerated them to just an absurd gold lead. And I guess, like, while that's an extreme example, it kind of shows why sometimes ignoring Dragon can be good, because you can just take so much gold. Now, how often does that happen? Not too often. I feel like in most games in the PCS, it is Dragon that ends up as the win condition. Take a look at the highlight, though. This was the level 3 fight in the river, where Alex actually managed to live. So a lot used on Calumnian at the start, and it kind of looks like Fear, which is consistent damage, actually can clean this up, but just can't quite take out Alex on the Elise. And the clutch flash heal coming from Nature keeps him alive. And I think after that, like, it's a remake angle. You really don't want to play that game anymore.
Yeah, that's so frustrating to have happen against you. And that was also the second time. I mean, Alex following up, gets the flash, the original gank, and the kill, and then just comes immediately back. So, yeah, good identifying of gank opportunities there by Alex. And we look at the the damage graph especially, as Mission, again, for the second day in a row, having the most damage on his team as that is there. But Rallia really, as you see there, carrying his team sort of across those team fights with his damage. So, I mean, ultimately, great day for Rallia, but the MVP will be Alex, and I don't think that comes as much of a surprise. Great kill participation there on the Elise. You know, fairly good damage, actually, for an Elise. The damage of that champ really does fall off quickly. And, I mean, we saw just how much he set up his team.
Yeah, certainly did. And I think the one thing that you kind of have to worry about sometimes when you're playing Elise with that AP jungle is all that magic resist that can come through. The problem is S9, they actually just didn't have any gold, right? A lot of the time, the only MR you can get early is that Merc Treads in the kind of mid jungle, and items like, you know, more, or the Hex Drinker even, with Zen, you know, all that stuff that can come in later. It's just, they can't actually get it in time here, right? Like, they're just too far behind to actually do so. So I think from that point of view, if you do snowball enough on the AP mid jungle, it's actually not too much of an issue in the end.
Yeah, definitely agree. And ultimately as well, I want to say Kyrie's didn't look as strong on the Aphelios as he did the Xayah, but obviously, I mean, what was it, his third game as AD carry? And as I said before the game, it's probably one of the hardest champions to sort of pick up and play, maybe Draven up there as well. But, I mean, I'm excited if he is going to continue being that AD carry going into the summer split. I am kind of excited because he did really pick up the role quite fast. But anyway, that will do it for game 1 of our last night of the, what is it, the week 6?
Week 6, day
3. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, after the break, Duish team taking on Frank, so I hope to catch you there.
Your skin, I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. And all your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, it's so kind. Champagne flying, rocking all over the road. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. And all your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, it's so kind, it's so kind. It makes me nauseous, all of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to this, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. As a reminder, it's our last day of the regular season and we're now at Game 2 of the night, Duish team taking on Frank Esports. And I think this one, it's a pretty tall order. Frank Esports probably the best early game team, at least statistically, in the league, up against a Duish team who, I mean, they've found some wins here and there, but they've all been a bit sloppy. And I don't think they're going to be able to kind of withstand the onslaught that comes out of Frank. That being said, if Duish team can somehow win, I think that guarantees there'll be some tiebreakers, right? Or
Yeah. If Duish team do pick up a win here, there will be at least a tiebreaker in some area of the bracket. I think that would mean third, fourth. At least will definitely be a tiebreaker. With impunity, I don't know if they're... I think it is. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that is how it will pan out. So, I mean, it is important here for Frank Esports to win, so they can have a chance both at second and avoid a tiebreaker if not. But yeah, I don't know. Exciting. It's. I mean, if we see Duish team play like they played yesterday, I feel like this will be kind of over in even less than 25 minutes. I mean, they kind of just got rolled yesterday. I mean, we saw interesting sort of picks, but Frank Esports, one of our better early game teams, as you said, and Kaiwing really takes over a map like no other support really does. So have to be very careful of him, and I don't really see a way for Duish team to win. I mean, their best chance may be those AP junglers, as we've touched on every time they play, really, but I'm not sure where they can really look.
It is tough, right? And like you were saying, I think WSL's looked so much better on the AP junglers compared to the AD junglers that you have to think you want to put them on one of those. At the same time, you know, Frank Esports very good at drafting themselves. Duish team though, Lakunai, WSL, Zhaotu, Pepero, and Enhao on your screen here. Obviously have been eliminated from playoffs already, so really just playing spoiler, playing for pride. Could mean that they come out with something really different. I mean, we have seen some pretty wild comps from Duish team. I think it was, very early in the split. We saw it was like Diana, Samira come out of them, which is, pretty exciting. Will we see it again? I think probably not. Also, I really like the way that Frank Esports drafts against a lot of these teams often are, very willing to just ban against the players as opposed to the meta. And I think that's very important against Duish team because WSL, looked like a completely different beast on the likes of, at least Nidalee compared to yesterday, the Lee Sin. It didn't look like the same player at all.
No, at times he's kind of just, inting really. There's one moment that stuck out in my head, especially when he just 1 HP, walked into a bush, got ignited and died. It was just kind of weird, uncharacteristic, as well as how he played around objectives. But we will now look at Frank Esports. We have Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing. And this team is really just the whole deal, I feel like, especially now in the later stage of this sort of spring split. I mean, Eminem really coming into his zone on those 80 carries, and Pretender has been playing phenomenally of late, as well as, Solo Kill, just the whole split has been really that rock in the top, and he plays carries, he can play tanks, he does it all.
He plays Garen even.
Yeah.
That's what we saw yesterday. I think as well here for Frank Esports, they have Red Side, and I think they're a team that uses Red Side extremely well, either by giving Solo Kill counter pick or giving Pretender kind of a control mage counter. We saw him play the Cassio into some melee comps earlier on in the split. It is the two supports here though for our stats comparison, and for Kaiwing, 47% first blood participation. So many of those first bloods do come from him. At the same time though, and now jungle proximity is extremely high. So that means on the side of Duish team, WSL, he likes to play around that bot side. And it could be pretty important here because it's most likely going to be, I want to say, a double melee lane matchup. Very likely to see something like the Leona versus the Nautilus here. Or the Rakan is another one that's kind of been coming up. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, and XP at 8 as well, that's another important stat because I think you've touched on it earlier in the split. It means that you have the higher likelihood of being level 6 as the likes of Rift Herald spawn, so that really turns the tide of a fight. But yeah, Kaiwing really has been the standout kind of support of late. He really does allow Frank to get so much done around the map, both on the bot side and the top side when he roams. But we will now head into Champ Select. It is the Azir Wukong ban on the side of Duish team. Frank Esports respect banning Nidalee away from WSL. I like that, and wouldn't be surprised to see the Elise banned here too.
Surely it was just Nidalee, Elise, and maybe even a third jungler. You could also target AD mids. It kind of can limit WSL's pool just a little bit. But yeah, as expected, the Nidalee, Elise come out. Last ban from Duish team, maybe ban away the Sedge. I think it's something that WSL doesn't really want to play. And if you're not contesting it, do you want to give it over? Probably not. Gragas remains an option as well. Could also be Kaiwing's Nautilus. We've seen that ban many a time. But it is actually the Zeri. So don't want to prioritize that. I think it's interesting banning that against Frank Esports, because while they're good at Zeri, they oftentimes just play early game stuff anyway, right? They're not a team that's very reliant on Zeri, I feel like.
Yeah, and what sticks out to me quite often as well is I remember Eminem playing that Lucian Nami lane quite a bit, and he has really played well as that. So, yeah, the Zeri is interesting, but again, Zeri is just such a powerful pick at the moment. It doesn't surprise me too much. Zig's banned as the last ban for Frank Esports, so maybe taking away a bit of safety and like neutralizing champs from the bottom lane and possibly see something more aggressive, as we do see Sejuani hovered right now.
Okay, so Sejuani, yeah, hovered for WSL. I mean, it will be interesting to see him play it. I feel like while it's good on paper, in fact, it's probably the best pick on paper, I'm not sure how good it is for Duish team. They have kind of looked lost when WSL isn't the one carrying the early game. Jace could be picked up, but I think both the Frank Esports solo laners obviously are comfortable on it. Pretender was pretty close to getting a Penta, actually, I think it was, early in the split.
Yeah, you're certainly right. And with that, Sejuani 2 could theoretically be a top laner. We have seen it once, and it did pretty well. But Jace locked in here, so is definitely a flex pick here between the top and the mid of Frank Esports, as we'll see what comes in second. Wouldn't be too surprised to see the likes of a Vi Wukong here from Hollow, although certainly could see a sort of playmaking support, or I mean, Veigar's interesting. That is a double flex nowadays.
Could even be a triple flex. It's been played, you know, mid and AD primarily, but it can be picked up support into free matchups. Obviously, it's like pretty hard to kind of get that, but you are on red side. So if you ended up against something like the Tahm Kench, it is something you can consider. Probably not very likely though. Most likely will go, I want to say AD in this draft, but let's see. Shaco Zava, don't think that'll be locked in.
Would love to see it though.
Kog'Maw? Wow.
Okay, I feel like Kog'Maw will have such a hard time against Veigar.
It is weird, right? Because I think if Cog's ever picked into Veigar, you're thinking AP Cog, but I don't think it can be AP Cog in this matchup. I guess it's just going to play... Okay, so this would mean Sedge top if they go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so potentially could go Cog mid. Not something we've seen in a very long time, though. Because I think if you're going to play Cog bot here, surely you would pick up Cog Lulu. But they haven't gone for it, which makes me think this could go mid.
It definitely could, but I mean, wow, we honestly see 3 different champs that could be flexed by Frank if Gragas were to be locked in, but does hover around to Gwen, and I don't even know if I'd like Gwen against the Sejuani top, because Sejuani kind of likes being in your face and melee range. Obviously, true damage quite nice against the Sedge, but especially early game, there's a lot of base stats.
I think it's fine. Gwen's more of a scaling counter pick anyway. And it does kind of give you that side lane as well as decent Team 5 win conditions, so I'm not opposed to it. I have to see though. I wonder what you ban as Frank Esports. Maybe supports, because it's so hard to know where these lanes are going. I'm thinking Sedge top, Viego, jungle, and then Cog flex, but maybe you ban away. Okay, it's the Aurelia banned away. So that's definitely respecting just they think it's Cog bot. Yeah, if that's the case, I wonder why they wouldn't ban Lulu.
With Frank, I think this means that it has to be Veigar as the AD carry. Just seeing the champs locked in, so it will. I mean, it could theoretically be Gwen jungle.
Yeah,
it is possible, but
I think 99% chance Veigar AD here.
Which honestly feels like you really don't want to take Kog'Maw into that. I mean, it means you can sort of itemize a Wit's End early, which isn't actually terrible, and you know, Kog'Maw does like that item, but man, I feel like Frank Esports' draft is like really interesting and kind of smurf.
It's such a weird thing to come out with, right? Like, who just picks Kog'Maw in the 2-3? Because we've seen some off meta ADs, things like the Jinx come through, but Cog is definitely a bit of a random one. Double mid bans here, the Rise and the Aurelia taken away. So Lulu is up with Cog if they do want it. Maybe they're happy to have Kaiwing just play a melee support into it though and kind of take advantage of it. What will be this last ban? I feel like mid bans are sort of wasted, to be honest, because it's most likely just going to be, you know, Jace mid, Veigar AD. Leona's the ban, which leaves Kaiwing's Nautilus up. Frank Esports must take jungler here, I think. Just want to keep these flexes alive as well as have that red side last pick. Kind of like to see the Wukong, but Lee is good as well.
I think Lee Lee is really nice here because, I mean, you have so much gank set up in that bot lane early. Like, I mean, especially at level 6, you get that kick and then you're just guaranteed to find someone into that cage, which Veigar's burst will just pretty much take out anyone, but Mayako locked in here. You've got a really heavy amount of AP into a Sejuani, so not sure I really like that pick. It could be the support bot lane as well.
Yeah, we have a wild draft. I think if it goes jungle, I don't really like it. For the same reason you said, there's just so much AP damage. And admittedly, Cog is pretty good against AP damage, right? Can go for the wits. So, strange pick if that's Maokai jungle. I feel like it could still... I mean, it should just go jungle, right? But maybe it's a flex. Yeah, it's very interesting drafts coming out here. Alistair is locked in. This could be Akshan mid. I'd be very surprised. I think it's pretty awful against the comp, honestly. But it would give them some AD. Although they don't really need AD, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess, but at the moment, you're really, like, Viego is your main sort of AD. Kog'Maw doing quite a lot of magic damage with that W, as well as many of these on-hit items he gets, likes of the Wits End, does do magic damage, but Yone hovered and will be locked in, so quite an exciting draft on the side of Duish team, and I honestly don't really know how to feel about it, because I feel like Frank's draft has gone a bit sideways with the Maokai pick.
Yeah, I actually think, other than the Cog, everything looks like very solid, and the Cog is more just like, can it actually deal damage against this comp? If it can, looks very good to me. Last pick here, we really pick more AP. Okay, so it's going to be the Rel. It really is just, I guess, Pretender's Jace is the solo AD, which is, I mean, admittedly has had, you know, very good games on it, but I want to say Duish team have an extremely good chance of winning this game. It really comes down to, can Pepper survive early game up against Maokai and Rel gangs? Like, there's a lot of pressure onto him, but their top side looks extremely good. Yone, Viego, and Sejuani. I mean, that's a great top side 3v3.
Yeah, any sort of fights around that Rift Hill, you really have to favor the side of Duish team, although you do admittedly have the Maokai saplings, which kind of change the dynamic of any objective skirmishes. But yeah, this is such a strange draft. I mean, I guess this is what you get when you have a team eliminated for playoffs and just playing for pride. They playing a bit of fun, maybe some champs that they prefer to, like, you know, play. And I mean, it's interesting, and I don't even hate the draft. No. Ultimately, it's, I mean, their top side in particular is just so strong as a 3v3 skirmish.
It is, like, yeah, I think they probably do have the better draft overall. It really just, there's still so many options here for Frank Esports though, and they are an extremely good early game team, right? Like, they know how to take advantage of these options. I guess I'm mainly hesitant about the Cog up against all this threat onto him, but if, you know, if he can manage to survive the early game, if he can play in position in team fights well enough, then I think they're, yeah, actually in a pretty solid spot. Frank Esports, I wonder why they went for the Maokai, because it feels like you have so much AP already. Like, to be honest, Maokai and Veigar can both be solo AP champs. Even Gwen could probably be a solo AP champ. So stacking all three of them, it feels not great.
Yeah, and I think one thing about Gwen, at least, is she actually does do a fair amount of physical damage as when you do use the E and true damage from her Q as well as R. So there is that kind of, but again, yeah, I'm not sure about the Maokai. I really did like, more than pretty much any other draft we've seen it in, the Lee Sin in this one, especially because of that setup you do have. But anyway, we are on to the Rift, and we do have our team selected, so no point debating that anymore. I think this is probably the most interesting draft we've seen so far, as we do see this powerful 3v3 skirmish come top early already.
Oh, something I want to bring up real quick is that it looks like it is AP Cog, so I like that a lot more. I think it's so difficult to be regular, you know, on-hit Cog in this kind of game. And this is something that has been played bot lane before, I believe, as a counterpick to Ziggs. It was a while ago. I think I want to say even a couple of years ago. But definitely doesn't need more ID on the team, right? They have Yone and Viego, so I'm really excited. I think, you know, now having seen the fact that it's AP Cog, I definitely like Duish team's draft a lot more. I have to see, though, how much can be created pressure-wise in this game. I think both mid and bot are very vulnerable to ganks. Frank Esports definitely have the CC in those lanes necessary. Oh, it's actually a lane swap. Sedge goes mid and Yone will be matching top, so things just get weirder and weirder with Duish team.
Yeah, never really know what's happening, and I guess you probably do like having this advantage. Like, it is a better lane, you have to say, the Yone against Gwen than against the Jace. And Sejuani good at just neutralizing her lanes, I think, especially in the earlier stages.
Also looks like it's going to be a map split. So WSL's managed to take away the red This is going to make it a bit harder for Gwen to play aggressive. At the same time, it does leave your Cog and Alistair on an island, although it could perhaps cross the bot side. I'm not sure if Hollow actually knows he lost his top side here, and if he doesn't, this is going to be a massive early game lead for WSL.
He should know by now. They do have that ward at Raptors, as well as they saw the 3-man invade top, but is going to cross, and he will be substantially behind for this decision, but...
Yeah, he checks. He's going to... Will he check red as well? I think he will. This is actually a really good start here for Duo's team. I mean, you still have to... I want to say, even with all these things kind of stacked up for Duo's team, I still think Frank Esports are the much better team overall, right? But in terms of getting like a good draft, a great start of the game, I don't think Duo's team really could have asked for anything more. Maybe get that cannon, though. That could be nice.
Yeah, it does come down to execution at the end of the day, regardless of any of these other factors, but they certainly have set themselves up for success as we see a bit of pressure coming towards Xiaotu now, and he might feel a bit safer considering his jungler did start top, but he is in trouble here. Gwen with that ghost, as well as actually Maokai just going for the Rift Scuttle by the looks of it.
Interesting. I'm surprised he didn't gang top. Maybe just respecting the fact that WSL could be here, but I think now that he's kind of swept the river in a way, could look back.
And now it's almost too late as the ward gets placed topside. So I feel like Hollow had a really good opportunity there. But
yeah, probably just didn't have enough jungle information, but you're right. I think it would have been probably a kill picked up if he had gone for it. Chenda, he's got his work cut out for him. Really has to be very fed on the Jace, I think, to carry this game. Especially given there's just so much AP. Now, worth noting is that it's not super easy for the side of Duo's team to pick up Magic Resist early. Again, it definitely comes in at later items for most of these champs, although Lakunai, you know, on the Sedge can probably get Magic Resist fairly early. I guess won't have it, though, than any defensive stats up against Pretender's Jace in that mid lane, so...
Yeah, perhaps the Jack show early. I'm not sure. I mean, Radiant Virtue tends to be what Sejuani's go. I think there's a good argument you can also make for Locket. I know people haven't really been doing that, but obviously the healing from Radiant Virtue is nice on the ult, but with Locket you kind of do the same thing, but you gain a bit of extra resists and a shield, so... Nothing really happening in the mid, just farming it out.
It's kind of interesting to me that Pretender went for the phase rush. I guess needed it for his Yona to disengage from the trades, but I think not having first strike as your kind of solo AD does make it just a little bit more difficult to get those. And one thing that you always have to consider when you're playing against a triple AP comp like this is that, like, one, obviously you don't have the magic resist early, but two, AP champs are typically, you know, actually pretty good at skirmishing early just because they have a lot of burst and a lot of CC. Sometimes teams can fall into the trap of fighting too much before they kind of have what actually makes, you know, heavy AP comps counterable, in that you can pick up all that magic resist. It looks like Duo's team so far have not fallen into that trap, just laning like normal. It will be really interesting as well to see what Pepero can get done on the AP cog before fights start, because there isn't a whole lot of sustain for Frank Esports. Holder's just going to be clearing jungle. Stun connects. Damage on a Pepero, who does not have cleanse. Obviously went for the TP for that, you know, stronger early game, but could make him vulnerable. I think taking no cleanse is probably good. I think in later team fights has so much range that there's just no real point to it, but does make it kind of scary in the early game. Will we see lane swap back here eventually? I would be maybe curious. I think after level 6 could see some lane swaps come through. Xiaotu has reset and has the item advantage. Solarkill has only picked up that ring and does not have TP. Ooh, junglers narrowly miss-spotting each other out. WSL, he might try collapse on the Hollow.
Yeah, Hollow in trouble here potentially. Nice twisted advance to dodge out from that snare, and Glacial Prism will come out, flashed away by Hollow. So first little bit of excitement, but nothing to come of it. And we haven't actually touched on this yet, and I feel like it's a pick we should probably talk about, but the Rel, we have seen it once before, and I think it was S9 taking it against Duish team on the game that they kind of just got demolished. But what do you feel about the Rel in this team comp particularly?
I think it's pretty good. Rel always feels good either against like a mobile champs or just a bunch of melees that you can CC up forever. I think it is kind of weird though that there isn't a ton of follow-up for it, right? Like normally you see Rel with a bit more kind of like dive / follow-up, but I think the way this team wants to play is like, you know, at least deal some damage with the Jace and the Maokai before the fight starts. Looks like it actually will be tank Maokai with the Sunfire being built towards, so
And I think that's good, honestly. There's going to be a lot of magic resist on the other side, so just getting some tanky stats. It will be quite easily shred, though, through the Viego, Yone, and Kog'Maw, but maybe just offering a little bit more of that front line is worth it.
And the lane
Zhao
swap
Tu
comes
really
through.
low.
Yeah, Zhao Tu's low, and there's no jungle assistant. I think he's just dead.
Yeah, First Blood does go over to Pretender, and 400 gold onto that solo ID is exactly where you want it to be for the side of Frank Esports.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I'm not too sure what happened there. I guess that Zhao Tu solo kill recalled, so Zhao Tu thought he could keep pushing, but Pretender just walked up from mid. So that was actually a really nice lane swap, and I think it makes sense to try and lane swap that at least at some point. Just kind of get lanes that you sort of prefer at this point, especially when now Pretender finds himself with a lot of gold. Even has the cull and the tier, so a lot of scaling that's going to come through from him. Just kind of needs time to get to it.
I think that's kind of smart, especially if you are going to be consistently swapping back into the Sejuani. Then it is nice to have that cull, because you're never really pressured. As we do see WSL engaged on, the ult will not land on him, but Inhao will get hit by it, as Pretender is here, will do a lot of damage to Inhao. Can he finish it off? Doesn't look like, but on the bottom side, WSL is taken out. So that was just a 5v4.
Frank Esports, they're now 2-0, and the kill goes over to Solo Kill, who also can use this gold very well. And this is always that problem coming up against Frank Esports. They are so strong in the early game. Could even see something happen kind of like last game with S9, where you just fall so far behind that you can't even afford to buy, you know, the magic resist up against what was in that game a double AP mid-jungle. And here is a triple AP comp. Hollow is forced away from this by Pepro. Looks like Pepper will be going for, I guess, Ludens or Leandries here.
Yeah, Zhao Tu in a lot of trouble here. Will pick up the plate, but almost certainly will be going down. Does have flash available, but does try to ult away. Ult is used here by Rel in return. Can he get away? Flash will be burned, and actually good job on him from getting out, but he'll be so... He's not even out. Pretender does flash on him, and he will be coming back to that. He's dead.
He does get taken out. Once again, kill onto Pretender, which is super, super big. I think Zhao Tu just really, it sounds kind of simple to say, but just needs to stop dying. You can't afford falling this far behind. Initial engage, the Hex Flash from the Maokai gets on to WSL, who is forced to flash away, and then it's kind of difficult to recommit here. Without the flash, WSL only gets a couple autos. And then I think it eventually just gets destroyed by Solo Kill, and how as well got put very, very low. So I think Duish team, you've got this like very good scaling kind of win condition just because there's so much AP on the other side that you can afford to, like, sure, you don't want to AFK scale for too long. You don't want to let Vega and Gwen scale for free. But I think just getting towards that one item without falling too far behind would be, you know, kind of what you want in this game. Now, though, kind of starting the game at a pretty significant deficit, especially given that the gold goes on in Pretender's Jace. Herald was picked up, is kind of being looked at top. Zhao Tu could get dived again. He doesn't have flash or ult. Yeah,
Hollow is looking.
vulnerable.
Ward will spot him out, but can Zhao Tu get away from this? I don't believe he will, as Nature's Grasp is used, will land. A bit of poke comes out of Pretender. Hollow will be tanking this up. Zhao Tu has to come back to that W, but will not have time. Is going to go down, and now WSL looking. Can he get the kill on Hollow? No, nice flash away. Acceleration gate, can he get the shock blast through it properly? He does, and that's another kill to Pretender. So 4 kills as Inhao now coming in for a bit of an action. It's a full-on brawl up in the top lane.
Yeah, this game is going really bad now for Duish team. I think 4 kills on the Jace means that the 3 AP comp doesn't even matter at this point. And that's always the thing, is that sure, draft can make a very big difference, right? But execution and gameplay is king at the end of the day. And Frank Esports, they have the best early game of any team in the league.
Kaiwing does initiate here onto Lakunai. Flash away, will stay safe, but that's more pressure for the side of Frank Esports. I don't think anything will come of it as the team of Duish is collapsing, but here we go at the replay.
I think this actually wasn't the best executed from Frank Esports. Used the Aftershock early and also stunned up while the QE was not ready, but just so far ahead that doesn't matter. And then off the back end, really nice flash from Hollow.
Another fight breaking out. Looks like Kaiwing might be going down here to WSL. Can he do anything off the reset?
Okay, they get one, which is better than nothing, but it feels like you've already fallen so far behind that it's going to be difficult to get yourselves back into this game. Leandries is picked up by Pepper on the Kog'Maw. I think if we're even at this point, it could maybe even start to kind of poke away and keep stacking up dragons, but it feels like it's going to be so hard to contest this next dragon just being this far behind, especially because Zhao Tu is not even close to his first item.
Yeah, Zhao203 here, only with the Vamp Scepter and Cloak of Agility. Certainly can't be anywhere within, well, Pretender's range, but here we see how that fight did break out.
Yeah, Kaiwing engaged on, does not have the flash, did have the ulti, but ooh, actually got cancelled on that and then was taken out. Now it isn't the end of the world, right? I think as a support, dying is kind of whatever. You don't have a shutdown, you don't have any creeps to farm anyway. So it doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. So the WSL getting a little bit of gold is nice. But still, so far in Frank's favor, right? Despite what happened in the draft, they're just too good in the early game and just winning out on skirmishes everywhere. Pepper can just clear these waves without even interacting pretty much. The Kunai is being looked at mid. It's very tanky though. It has that Frostfire Gauntlet.
Rift Herald used, so a few plates at least will be going down here. And what will be the answer from Duish team? They do look like they're going to come and try and protect this tower. WSL, however, might be getting caught out in the river.
I'm surprised Duish team are fiending so hard for a fight. I think they would just get kind of smashed if they were to fight it. They are bringing Zhao2 down. On bot side, Eminem is picking up a little bit of gold for himself.
Yeah,
a lot of pings on mid
stacks
as well. Okay, they're trying to siege us. Maybe with Pepper, I mean, he has a lot of poke. Frank Esports, though, they have great engage. Yeah, connects, but not onto the right people.
Wen is immune.
And Eminem's just constantly sieging this tower. No one's sent to answer. Also, Pretender heading top. The fact that mid tower survived, committing all 5 members mid, is kind of disastrous macro there from Duish team. They're going to try and find something on the Kaiwing again. Does not have the flash once again.
Zhao2 will commit that ult, and you have to be careful not to W him there as Maokai. But Lakunai finding nice Glacial Prison will pick up one onto Hollow. Can they follow it up? We did get a reset onto that Viego. Is full health right now, maybe just looking for this tower, but it is answered in the top lane, and you have to think soon in the bottom lane too, as Solo Kill almost takes out Peppero. Is exhausted, will be able to jump away for now, but WSL coming in. Kaiwing extremely low also.
Bot tower goes down too, so I think overall goal-wise, this is better for Frank Esports. TP comes in for an M&M and keep this tower up, so the fact that so much was committed mid, and once again, it only ended up being a kill, no towers. And Zhao2's in trouble.
Yeah, look how doomed that is now. He just gets absolutely one-shotted by the Jace, and Predator certainly has enough AD to be that solo AD right now.
Yeah, he's extremely strong. I don't even know if there is any point building magic resist from the side of Duish team. I mean, you really just need anyone but the Jace to get fed. Zhao2, I'm not even sure what he's trying to do. I mean, I guess he's just too far behind, but the fact that he even thought he could contest that was pretty grief. And I mean, really just, I want to say all his deaths were very avoidable, right? Those very initial ones where he's kind of just pushed up to the tower way too far felt very disrespectful. And I think while they have a good topside 3v3, if you fall this far behind, how can you ever fight? Pretend it's just 5-0 on the Jace. And I think Duish team have kind of just shot themselves in the foot, even though they had, you know, honestly a pretty good draft coming out of it. All their win conditions are starting to fade away.
Yeah, but perhaps with them picking up this Dragon, they have one last win condition, although do lose the top inner for it, and that's a lot of gold injected onto Jace. Hollow, however, is a little bit caught out. Nature's Grasp used for him to be able to run away, as well as Glacial Prison by Lakunai.
It's a decent enough trade for Duish team. I mean, you can't really trade up being this far behind. You can just, you know, get what you can. They do manage to get a second drag and a bot tower, which I think is certainly better than nothing. Does come at the cost of that top tier 2, but gold-wise was actually not too bad. I think if they can get the shutdown on a Pretender, that could give them a chance to come back into this game. But until that happens, ball is firmly in Frank Esports' court. And now has a pretty deep flank here. Fine look on Eminem. I mean, poke has landed. Pepper just lost half his health bar, and Zhao2 gets solo killed again.
No teleports available as well, so do we have to be careful here as Rift Shield goes down for the side of Frank. I imagine they're just going to use it here to break this mid tower, open up the map, and really push their advantage. But my goodness, look at that shock blast onto Enhal. Takes almost half his health down.
See a replay of what happened in the side lane. I think Zhao2 perhaps just gets overconfident having WSL next to him, but solo kill can kill him so quickly. Especially once he commits forward, there's nowhere to run afterwards. I mean, just almost instantly dies. So Jalto is making this game extremely hard for the side of Duish team. 5 deaths already in only 17 minutes. And while there is kind of the meme of that Yon, 0, or was it 10 deaths power spike?
Yeah, the 10 death power spike.
Yeah, he does scale very well. But it's so hard to play when you're this far behind because you're just so squishy. Tier 1, though, does go down. Frank Esports, can they play for another? I think probably not.
Olo doing more damage now to Viego than in return, but looks like we'll just be happy with that mid tower for now. We do have the Baron spawning in 2 minutes, as well as the Hextech Dragon in 3, and you, as the side of Frank, don't want to be giving over any more of those dragons. It feels like even 2 was possibly more than you needed to.
Yeah, okay, Jalto is in trouble. Has jungler nearby, though. Actually, it's top laner nearby.
Yeah, can Lakunai save him? Looks like he might be able to.
Pretender, I think he might actually go down. He's the wrong
He is
target.
okay now. Does he have his... He does have the... My goodness, it is so close. But here we look for a full team fight here. Nature's Grasp is available for the Maokai, as well as Kaiwing's ult also. We do see an initiation. Nice stun en route onto Jalto, who will go down immediately. Inhal, with a lot of damage reduction for now, will be inevitably going down as well.
Eminem just last hits them at the end. That's a pretty good pickup overall for Duish team, though. I think they did trade up in gold. They got that mid-tier 1, as well as the shutdown on Pretender. Also, the kill is picked up by Jalto, which I'm honestly not sure if it's good or bad. 1, it gets him back into the game. 2, he might be so far behind that it just doesn't matter. I think it's nice, though. I mean, the gold is... It's still very far behind, but it's kind of a lifeline given back to you.
Yeah, kind of. But, I mean, now as Jalto, you do have to be more careful in that side lane, because... Ironically, picking up that kill does make you worth more gold, and he is still so far behind this Jace, regardless of the gold he picked up, that any more deaths will lead to both... Well, I mean, Gwen has solo killed him as well, so either one of these people picking him up will lead to them getting even more gold injected.
Ooh, Jalto.
Highwing here too.
Kind of wild to queue forward. I'm not sure why you would queue forward rather than back. I think just will go down again. I'm not even sure what he's thinking, because it's like, so many people are missing on mid, and you don't even win the 1v1 against Gwen anyway. Even if you hit the Q, like, what does it do? Just a little bit of poke damage. So yeah. I'm not sure. Jalto, I think, just making mistake after mistake, and I want to say, if these deaths hadn't happened, the game looks very winnable for Duish team, right? Even now, it's not in the worst spot.
Highwing a bit caught out here, but... Duish team are extremely deep because of this, so with teleports coming in, they are going to be trapped here. Cage comes out of Viega. Inhal will manage to, they do pick up 1 kill on the Rel, but what is it for? So far, it is traded for WSL. Pretender will be a lot faster than Inhal. Is he able to find the stop on this gate? No, it doesn't look like he will, but following is solo kill. Now, you do have to be careful as this Gwen, as Lakunai is here also. But now just slowing up as Pepero doing some poke on the side. Q does land from Pretender, but Inhal will live on a slither of health, and it's just a 1-for-1 ultimately. But you do get some teleports.
Looks like they're going to get a dragon on the side of Frank Esports as well. Pretender now moving to 7-1. Does so much damage. Is just, so far ahead. And there's also just very little magic resist picked up, right? Because they're so far behind. Sure, you've got, the Mercs coming through as well as a Locket. But we're not really ahead enough that we can be looking stuff towards like the Force of Nature, even Wit's End on the Yone perhaps, Hex Drinker or something on the Viego. Just really don't have the gold for it. They are just too far behind. That is drag picked up, which kind of disarms a lot of Duish teams' drag win condition. They still remain not in an unplayable state, but it's certainly difficult, right? They should be getting forced out of their jungle. And I think Baron being up, I mean, the DPS is so high for Frank Esports, they could just do it. Especially when they've got all this control from the Maokai saplings.
Definitely, but I feel like, while you are so far ahead as Frank, right now Pepero is fairly strong on that Cogmore. He has picked up 2 items, and around especially the Baron is, hold on, we do see a fight down bottom, and it looks like Jalto will be going down for his 8th death of the game, and this guy really is just kind of inting at this point. He has to... he's making this game so hard. Pepero is really strong, but I don't think with how often you're leaving pressure on the side lanes that you're going to be able to do much.
It's so weird because I think he can actually survive dives under tower, and I think also like there the red buff and the Krugs were both up on his side, so he could go farm them. Instead says, okay, you know, I lost 7 1v1s before, the 8th one's a charm. Unfortunately it's not. It does go down, and the tier 2 tower picked up as well by solo kill. Pepro shows bot, does have TP. He needs to be at this Baron because he's the one that can poke them off. He TPs to mid, but it's seen by Frank Esports. They might just be able to finish this and look to turn after.
Is it 5k? They do have a slow Baron with this Vega, but fight will come out. Enhao is in the back line. He is also getting a lot of damage reduction, but solo kill now arrives, and with his chops, he will be able to sort of take him down. For now, the fight is disengaged. Eminem picks up Enhao on the side. WSL also very low. Do Frank chases or do they turn? For now, it's the option to chase. Pepero, importantly, caged up, but Glacial Prison to answer. Pretender leaping forward, really knowing his sort of abilities here, and it is a 1-for-0, but no Baron importantly, so Duish hold on for just that bit longer.
They do. I think, yeah, Duish team, they kind of get what they want. They at least managed to buy some time for themselves there. I'm pretty sure Frank Esports could have turned back to that, but perhaps didn't feel confident and just didn't feel the need to take the risk, right? Just getting poked down by Cogmore, losing the Baron. Could actually turn this game on its head. Instead, can just continue to slowly kind of play this out and shouldn't be in really any trouble here. Also, importantly, that Vega is going to get this Void, I think, before Sejuani picks up a Force of Nature, which is really important because I think when that MR comes through, you know, going to have a very hard time here as your APs. But if you can get the Void stuff first and the true damage on the Gwen already, as well as the tank Maokai, like it actually doesn't matter too much. Duish team, they are pushing up this mid wave. Looks to take some Baron control away. WSL, he takes a little bit of chunk and is forced out of the jungle, so only shallow wards dropped. Looks like Zhaotu's going to try and group with the team, at least momentarily. Don't think there's any chance of starting a Herald or a Baron of their own, just going to take too much poke for it. But can perhaps regain a little bit of this Baron control. Solo kills come up from bot as well, so kind of neglecting that side lane. Maybe just one to force a 5v5.
Yeah, WSL kind of caught here. Will lose a bit of health, but ultimately gets away. Nature's Grasp actually landing on him as Enhao is trying to go in to disengage. WSL does dash back in, and it looks like he'll go down for it. So solo kill, however, goes on down on the side to Pepero, but 2 for 1 for now. I really have to question WSL Wing back in there as Viego. That seemed really weird. Enhao stopped the fight there, but lots of questionable things happening this game.
It was, and I think credit to Solico on the side, who did end up going down. Did manage to chunk out Pepero, which actually allows him to do this Baron. Without the TP and without mana, Pepero is just forced to reset. And this should be Frank Esports really taking the steps now to clean up this game. Are so ahead, have the Baron. Should be able to siege down the last remaining tier 2 in mid. Maybe even break some inhibs. I mean, the wave clear from Pepero is good. Actually has a lot of CS, but it's still very difficult up against these Krieg waves. So yeah, I think pay attention to WSL. I mean, he's going so aggressive here. And then what's amazing is that he's out, but instead chooses to W back in, you know, knowing that there's no real follow-up. I think that's kind of the catalyst for all this to happen. Vega cage as well from Eminem, really clean. And it's just Zhaotu. I mean, he can't play the game at this point. Now, only sieging down one lane for now. Solo kill is going towards bot, but it's a little late. So they're not going to be able to take this tower just yet. At the same time, still have a long time. Don't even need to look at this third drag and just continue to siege. Pepero, he needs to keep healthy if he wants to clear any of these out.
Nature's Graph's used, and it looks like they will be forced off this tower at least. Hollow now looking for Lakunai. Can they find anything off it? Cage comes out, forces flash, and I don't know if you noticed this, but during all of this, Viego was up in the red side Krugs. So I don't know if they've just kind of given up, but maybe, I mean, the argument you are getting some jungle camps for yourself, but...
Yeah, I think it's not the worst just because he doesn't really offer anything anyway. Can't clear any of these waves. I guess having presence. Oh, Pepero really goes
low,
down.
Gets hit by the cage, and Hollow will land Q to take him down. So
that's huge for Frank Esports. That's a lot. That's basically all the wave clear gone. I think that should mean 2 inhibs go the way of Frank Esports. They still have a minute on this drag, or on this Baron. Eminem has TP soon as well, so despite getting chunked...
Yeah, Zhaotu is pressuring the top inner, but you have to think you'd like Frank getting some inhibs here if they are able to.
They are resetting. Okay, the TP comes through on mid, so they're going to get at least one. Looks like solo kill is going to match the Yon, but Yon's already stopped pushing. I wonder, yeah, solo kill cancels. That's really good, I think. You can probably break this second in here. Peppero's up in 5 more seconds. If you can get the wave in before it gets cleared out, that's really big.
Yeah, solo kill does have teleport too, so if this doesn't look too good, can teleport back, but they are looking like they will take their second inhib right now. No chances of this third for now, but will they keep sieging? You feel like they possibly can. WSL, not the greatest flanking champ behind them. Nice initiation by Inhao, and there is a 4-man knockup by the Rel. Lakunai now next to go down. Nice cage out of Eminem, and 2 for 0. You have to feel like the game will be over. Pretender chasing. 1 auto 2 will find it. That's actually crazy damage, and I think it was the Eclipse proc that actually managed to get that one for him. And 28 minutes it takes, but Frank Esports will claim the second victory of the night against Dewish team.
They do. 19-5, and 9 of those kills, 9 of those 19 kills were all on Zhao. I mean, I think, we said it at the start. I think Dewish team, they had the better draft, but it's such a big disparity in the teams that you're always going to favor Frank Esports, especially because they're known as like that strong early game team, which is so good for crushing those weaker teams. And I think really just, I don't even know, questionable individual play, especially from Zhao. I think if you look to scale, hit probably that 1 to 2 item breakpoint, that's your chance. Like, maybe you get ultra outscaled in the late game when those voids and stuff do come through. But I think that kind of 1 to 2 item mark is actually pretty favored for Dewish team. But just hit that so late and fell so far behind. I don't even know what Zhao was doing. It felt like so often it was just pushed up and dying. Almost just felt like he was playing a different game from everyone else. Like he was 10-0 or something. It could just split and not care about anyone, but was punished time and time again.
Yeah, a lot of questionable decisions. Even WSL sort of Wing in, and that fight we saw around Baron, kind of lost in the Baron. I mean, at that stage it did feel kind of over already, but no, I don't even know really what to say. I mean, they do outscale kind of just because of composition as you get to sort of the 3-item spike, as you said, but when your Jace already has 3 items at like 15 minutes, you're never getting to scale, honestly. And it went on to, all the gold was on the correct person, obviously, triple AP team, and then it turns out doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, if you can get all your kills on the AD, it just, it doesn't matter at all. I think Peppero actually gave this game a pretty good shot, is playing the AP Cogmore, and there were times when members of Frank Esports started to get chunked out, and maybe something could happen, but it all was just too little too late. I think I would actually really like to see that kind of comp played again. Honestly, just buy a better team, because I think they just really didn't give themselves a great chance in that game. Just fell so far behind, and that is Dewish team's split wrapped up. Obviously, they were eliminated from playoffs earlier on the split anyway, but I mean, I want to say that they have some good games to look back on, and they actually did have some close games against top teams. I think just need to kind of like look back and replicate some of the success they had in their wins, because it feels like, even in that last game, looked very, very lost. It doesn't seem like the team is on the same page at all, and I think different from Sem 9, Sem 9 I think haven't really chosen identity, I suppose, whereas it feels like Dewish team, they haven't even chosen how they want to play the game, right? Like they feel so far behind in terms of that. Really just need to focus, like how do you want to actually play this game? But let's look at this fight here. Is Dewish team engaged on early, and they go for the re-engage, which just seems so not representative of what's going on. Like you can't fight this at all, and there really is no damage here. Xiaotu just instantly explodes. So yeah, Pretender, the solo AD on the team, did do an absurd amount of damage. A lot of that is the poke. And I want to say, almost every Viego we see, just turbo bottom damages on his team. It feels like a really underwhelming pick at the moment. And I think he was really not played at all, and then they did buff crit on some of his abilities, and he's been played a lot more since then, but it doesn't make sense that the builds they're going to. But our MVP, not surprisingly, is Pretender, really was instrumental in that game. I think honorable mention, honestly, to the jungle. I mean, really did set up a lot of those players, but yeah, I mean, with the amount of solo kills that Pretender got in this game, it's hard to ignore.
I think just about everyone solo killed the Yon in that game. I mean, it was a bit different, but Frank Esports, I mean, it's nice for them to pick up that win coming into playoffs. It does mean, at least so far, that we're on track for no tiebreakers. However, there are still 2 more games that matter for those tiebreakers that will be coming up soon. So we're going to have to look towards those. But yeah, it could be on the cards for no tiebreakers, which is kind of, I want to say it's a bit of a letdown, especially because the teams were so close in standings for so much of the split.
Yeah.
I was really hoping for some kind of crazy tiebreaker situation, but we might still get 1 or 2.
Yeah, definitely. The next 2 games will decide sort of that. If CFO win and DCG win, there will be no tiebreakers. But if either BYG win or Helmpigs win, there will be. So, I mean, that's pretty much the situation we're at now. But I wanna say, like, you know how we sometimes get that solo kill stat when we look at stat comparison?
Yeah, oh, true.
That game right there might change the entire standings for at least mid and top. I mean, there was like, how many times did Jay solo kill?
I don't know. He was farming him. Fortunately, though, I think playoffs will have separate stats, so not going to be too inflated. But that's it for Game 2. Coming up next, probably the best one of the night is BYG versus CFO. Don't go anywhere.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now because they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work.
it's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard?
It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey.
You are the sweetest thing. Yeah. I'm there, all the joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Regrets, oh, I have a few. I try to change what I cannot undo. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back, are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready for more? Oh, are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? And I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready? Coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready? Are you ready for more?
Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offered an inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs would try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Of course, if you're just joining us, we're already on what is Game 3 of our last day of the regular season. It is CFO taking on BYG in what's a very important match. If CFO win this, we're still on track for no tiebreakers, but if BYG win, there will be tiebreakers, at least some.
Yeah, that's right. If BYG win, then I think there's definitely a tiebreaker for second, and there could even be a tiebreaker for what is 5th, 6th, depending on the game that comes up after this. But yeah, definitely an important game, and importantly, last time these two teams faced each other, it was beyond who won. Yeah. So definitely an interesting sort of matchup we have. I mean, Kongyue been popping off, so...
Yeah, I want to say that, you know, it's weird. CFO are currently in second, but I almost feel like BYG looked better recently, right? As you said before, last time BYG picked up the win, it was also pretty one-sided. I think it was like 7 kills to 0. They had a pretty big gold lead as well. And then recently, Beyond have kind of looked in better form than CFO. It's kind of weird though, because I think CFO, despite looking shaky in their wins, they always pick up the win. So that's like something, like they have the record to back it up.
Yep, as we're going to look at team lineups here, first we do have Beyond, which has Lakai, Kongyue, 1116, Feng, and Kino. And I think on this team, the two sort of people you're looking towards, Kongyue and Feng, I think they're really the people who sort of offer the most in terms of like damage output as well as finding these opportunities. And yeah, I think that's where you look towards. It's important though, I think, what champion Kongyue gets, because he certainly does shine on that Wukong, I think in particular. Often facilitates regardless of who he gets, but yeah, I'm very interested to see how they sort of fare up and what champions Kongyue is allowed to pick up in this draft.
It will be interesting. Like you said, he's kind of the ones that create a lot of those opportunities for the rest of his team. And it kind of feels like with Kongyue having such high KP, it's like, I don't know, 85 or something, the rest of the team can kind of just sit back and watch the show at that point, because he just has so much impact on the map. And that's someone you always have to be kind of looking at from the side of CFO of, you can't let Kongyue kind of run free in this game, because he'll make it difficult for you.
Absolutely will, and as you said, yeah, just he really does take care of sort of the map for you. I want to see as well, I think Feng recently has looked best on that Varus, but Varus has fallen out of favor, so maybe looking more towards those Aphelios and Xayah, which we see almost game after game recently. I mean, last game we saw Veigar and Kog'Maw, so a bit different there, but we will take a look now at the roster of Flying Oyster. We have Rest, Gemini, Jimian, Shun, and Slaytrue.
Yeah, you know, I think that this roster is just... It's a strong roster, especially in the early game. Jimian has looked really good recently. I think, as we've kind of brought up time and time again, had a very shaky early split, but now I want to say looking like one of the best mids, if not the best. I mean, he's just had such solid performances recently. So I think CFO, the kind of carries have moved. I want to say at the start of the split, definitely Rest and Shun was what I was looking at, but now I honestly think Jimian might be the primary carry.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's a nice matchup in the jungle, I have to say, because I think Gemini really been offering a lot. I think this game will sort of determine who's Mufasa, the king of the jungle, so it's quite interesting to see where we go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that jungle matchup is going to be very important. Wouldn't be surprised to see that be the stats comparison here. And I think that the champions that they get in the jungle are really... That's going to really set the tone, right? We've seen Kongyue have so many great performances when he has kind of one of those champs that can start things off, things like the Wukong.
Gemini being pretty good on the Vi, I think his Vi has been sort of the standout Vi of the PCS. So, and again, I think interesting is Rest. I mean, that guy is crazy, as we will take a look at the stats of these junglers. Again, first in KP, it is 79% for Kongyue, whereas only 71%. Still a reasonable stat on Gemini, but look at that first blood percentage. 60% of his games, he is getting first blood, as well as top proximity, actually.
Yeah, top proximity being high, I think, kind of... It's interesting, because I feel like in this matchup specifically will matter quite a lot. But I never really think of Lakai as kind of that BYG carry, right? So maybe he just needs to spend some time up there to make sure he's, you know, okay. But I think it will be a big part of this matchup. Shutting down Rest obviously is just, yeah, you know, it's kind of a key to winning this sort of matchup. So we'll see him up towards there, and still remains, like you said, you know, very high in the KP, very high in the first blood percentage. Sejuani via the bans against CFO already, at least targeted away as well. So all junglers so far.
Yeah, when we see the Wukong, I wouldn't actually be surprised to see that, as BYG do have first pick. You imagine they would prioritize it. It is Jace, and 1116 has had some pretty good performances on that, so definitely a respect ban there. Now, for the ban here, do you even take out more junglers? I feel like you're starting to limit the pool so much. I mean, afterwards, what do we get usually? Like Lee Sin, Viego? Viego having some pretty poor performances even when he wins. It is Ashe, however, taken out by the side of BYG.
I think, yeah, on the kind of topic of junglers, I think some junglers have shown that they can kind of drop. Like, we've seen Kongyue play stuff like the Silas, and it's worked out. I still think, though, like, the meta junglers are quite a bit better than the off-meta junglers, but it's, like, one of the biggest margins, I think, compared to some of the other roles. Lee is the ban, so I think Wukong kind of remains your premier jungler. Can you afford to first pick it, though? Maybe not. Gragas is up too.
I feel like you do take it. I mean, after these... Oh, you do take the Gragas here. I mean, you can play that jungle as well, right?
Sure.
So yeah, that is still a jungler. Jax is the hover here. Rest having some fantastic performances on that champ, but you have to feel like on the side of Flying Oyster, you would maybe take top jungle in this pick phase, because I don't think you really want to lose any more of these jungle picks.
Ooh. Zeri. I mean, Shun, he's played a lot of early game picks, but could just be picking up that solid team fight. Zeri is the lock in, yeah. So do you take the Lulu now? Some teams have been worried about Lulu being taken away, something like the Sivir Lulu. At the same time, Slater, I think, very confident on melee supports as well. Maybe just take Wukong, I feel like. If you give away Wukong and Gragas, like, what would you play in the jungle after that? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, we have seen Viego, but again, really hasn't been performances. So Wukong is the lock-in, and you have to feel like because of that, I almost feel like Gragas loses a bit of its power as a flex. You almost certainly will see this now going to the jungle, I have to think. Although, I mean, maybe Kongyue has something up his sleeve where he can pick out something lesser known. Jax is locked in here, so Lakai liking that even as a blind pick. And Xayah locked in now before it probably would get banned out in the second phase. So liking the draft so far, a little bit... I feel like the Gragas has lost a little bit of its power, because you will almost certainly take that into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can still go mid, but what else? Yeah, again, it comes down to what would you play in the jungle in that case? Like the Viego, we've kind of said, doesn't look so good. I think it should just go in the jungle there. Lulu, kind of the obvious pickup with the Zeri. Picking the Xayah here, though, does mean that Rakan most likely will be banned away, which isn't the end of the world. I think Xayah functions fine without it. At the same time, we've seen the Xayah Rakan, you know, start to bully this lane from level 1, whereas normally it's the Zeri and Lulu who kind of have control over most lanes in those early levels. So, getting Rakan, ooh, actually, there's a Nor banned away. So yes, Rakan and Nautilus both still remain alive. BYG probably ban tops, I think, ban the Jax counters, stuff like the Scion, the Jace, Akali, Nard, all options.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, maybe you look towards the mid as well, because I feel like regardless, you're going to get something playable in that top lane, and I mean, you can only ban 2 of sort of the many top lane champs that can have a fine time. It is Kennen banned out, so perhaps worried about that team fight sort of wombo combo that you can get with the Wukong, Lulu, and Kennen. Don't hate it.
Yeah, it would give them absurd team fight. It does mean, though, that there will be quite a lot of Jax counters still left up. I think it's hard to ban out mid just because Jimmy with the red side last pick has his choice of so many different mages. In fact, I wonder if he goes for scaling or not, because you already have scaling with Zeri Lulu. Going for something like the Aesol last pick could even just be too greedy, but Aesol's looking very good in this game, so it could be an option. Rakana's banned out, which means Leona kind of the premier melee support now. And second ban, I feel like maybe the Scion, although Rest hasn't, I don't think Rest has played Scion, has he?
I don't remember. I know he's played a bit of Na, also quite a bit of Cassante, and Cassante generally has had a good time in this lane, but it is Na banned out. I kind of expect Cassante to be picked up here for the side of CFO. We'll see. Maybe Rest has something else up his like sleeve, but I imagine last pick will go to that mid lane.
Gangplank would be interesting. I think it does help your Zeri Lulu scale bot. It does prevent any sort of dives, especially at level 6. Cassante kind of to be expected though. It gives you that frontline tank and is extremely difficult to deal with. And is locked in. And giving Jimmy in that last pick, I really like it, especially given his current form. BYG 4-5. I think this Gragas should go jungle. Leona kind of, makes sense as the last melee support really worth taking. I mean, we're seeing stuff like the Rel, but I do think Leona is considerably better. And if this Gragas goes jungle, what's your mid laner here? It has to be the mid blind. I'd be surprised to see Ryze picked up in this kind of composition, though 116 has kind of played it in these difficult games before.
Well, we find out here, and I think so far, I feel like as the Ryze, you can have a little bit of impact in team fights, but blinding it and then getting sort of a Zero against you makes it a lot harder, as we do actually have Kindred hovered. Now, this would allow Kongyue to take more of a carry role in his team if it were to be locked in. Makes your team extremely AD heavy, however, and I mean, with it being locked in now, you have to feel like it could be that sort of ignite, electrocute Gragas we saw yesterday, really trying to be that AP damage for your team. See what the answer is to the Gragas. I don't hate the Taliyah.
I think that basically whatever you pick here, as long as it's like an AoE control mage, is going to just make this the god comp for CFO. I mean, they have such an absurd teamfight composition. I think BYG's comp is both weaker and hard to execute. Yeah, I mean, I think CFO outdrafted here so hard. I think this Taliyah is insane into this comp, and they just have basically your stock standard, you know, kind of AoE teamfight front to back is just very solid. On the side of BYG, I think you definitely need to kind of make more creative plays, right? Like find engages with Leona, flanks with Gragas. Kindred has to kind of find some like kite back and then re-engage after stuff is used. So I think this should be the game going the way of CFO. BYG, they have looked good recently, but I mean, CFO, they just have the god comp.
Yeah, I do definitely tend to agree, although if Kindred can get ahead in a game like this, you really can take over. I mean, we do see, like, you lose a lot of control when Kindred's able to just freely go through your jungle, so maybe keeping an eye on Kongyue and how they are able to minimize his impact on the early game here. But, I mean, it is definitely an interesting draft. We've had a lot of interesting drafts today, but yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how the Kindred plays out. I think we saw one yesterday. I don't remember if it won or lost. I think it did win. It was definitely played yesterday anyway, but yeah, I mean, very interesting to find out how Kongyue takes this champ. Not the typical champion we see him on, but definitely can offer a carrying sort of jungler.
I think it is something that kind of suits him. I just wonder how effective it's going to be in this game, because I think that you need to get so fed in this game to be able to actually deal damage, right? Because as you get more of the marks, you get more of the range. But without that, it's so difficult to deal damage in the likes of the Taliyah and the Zeri. So I think, you know, BYG, they, once again, I feel like they have the tools, but it's so hard to execute compared to CFO. They can literally just group up as 5 and AoE team fight. There really is nothing to it. So BYG, they've looked good recently. Is it going to be enough to take down CFO? Yeah, we'll have to find out as we do load onto the Rift. I think an interesting thing to consider possibly is that with Xayah being kind of a safe AD carry, maybe you want to sort of put Kino on Kongyue's side and get a bit of, you know, invading going on. And Leona does offer, I'd have to say, in the early game at least, a bit more sort of skirmishing potential than the Lulu. The Lulu kind of only there for her slow, a little bit of damage in his shield. But yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of the angle you have to go to. I mean, we do see Gragas with the Comet this game. Does have the Comet. Kind of makes sense, I think, especially because he's going to be solo AP. Probably does need to build a pretty AP-heavy build. Worth noting is that Xayah, Feng has the Ghost, where Shun's been forced into taking the Cleanse. I think that's one really nice thing about having a champ that forces Cleanse out of Zeri, because Zeri with Ghost is so hard to deal with. Zeri with Cleanse, you know, it's still Zeri Lulu, it's still tough, but it's killable. Whereas I feel like Zeri with Ghost is actually just immortal. Both junglers starting on the bot side. Is going to be spotted out here, though. See if they're going to look for just a little bit of chunk, maybe. No, we'll go back to their wave. Gemini was forced to solo start, so it's going to be a little bit behind in tempo compared to Kongyue. I think, though, on the side of CFO, if nothing happens in the early game, if you just deny Kendra from getting marks, even 0-0, by the time team fights roll around, you're already so strong. And this is one kind of risky thing maybe about the Gragas blind pick, because it does mean that you can pick basically whatever scaling mage and mid that you want, and just scale so hard into those team fights.
Yeah, I'm surprised they did end up taking Gragas mid, but it is what has happened, and I think we see so many different keystones on the Jax into the Cassante. This time it is the Grasp of the Undying, so maybe having a bit of a better trade in those 1v1s. See if that impacts the lane at all, but at the moment he does have the push up in the top lane. It is matched as CFO have pushed down bot.
It is just shoving in. It's very difficult for Gragas to keep up with Talia's wave clear, and does only get worse. One thing he has going for him is that gank setup, and Kongyue is looking mid with red buff right now. If Jimmy can avoid this window, he'd be in a really solid spot. He's playing respectfully. Kongyue is nearby. I think he's going to be good. Yeah, definitely knows that something is up. Can he be forced off the cannon, though? It looks like he will. Yeah, so did not pick up the cannon. Small win there for BYG, but a win nonetheless. Kongyue is spotted crossing mid, which you kind of know he started bot side crossing the top anyway, so it's information that doesn't really do a whole lot for you, but it's nice to get confirmation.
Absolutely, and I wonder where this 50-50 of the mark will spawn. It is really nice picking up that early one if you can onto that Scuttle Crab, but if it does spawn on bot, he will not be able to take it, so...
Sweeps out this ward. Oh, doesn't quite get it. The mark is actually on bot side. Gemini will pick it up.
Yeah, so that's quite nice for the side of CFO. Means that 4-mark range power spike will not be met as early as it possibly could have been.
That is pretty big in this game. As I was saying before, I feel like it's very difficult to actually hit as a Kindred up against this sort of comp. This could definitely be a Jimmy and 1v9, I think. It's really set up for just a fantastic Talia game. Doesn't have a whole lot of threat onto him and gets so much value in these team fights. Be interesting to see what kind of itemization he goes for. I think the Leandries kind of makes sense, but also the solo AP of his team could go for something like the Ludens if he wanted.
I feel like with their comp, it's sort of, we've seen it quite a lot recently where I feel like BYG will win a lot of early skirmishes if it comes down to it with their champs. But all CFO really have to do is just wait a little bit. Sort of wait out, and your Zeri Lulu will be so insane, as will your Talia. And I mean, everyone knows about Cassante's late game, so it feels like maybe these earlier sort of maybe looks at the dragon you can give them away, which isn't what we typically see CFO do.
Yeah, I wonder if CFO will kind of just try have their cake and eat it too, and get, you know, dragon stacked up early, even with the scaling comp, because I don't think the comps are so... While you've got insane scaling from CFO, I don't think your comp's so weak early that you can't fight anything. So, I mean, that's kind of like the luxury of having the better draft here, is that not only do you have better team fight, I think your lanes are actually decent. Even if they can just delay dragons going down, it would just buy them more time to hit that team fight stage. It's not so much that BYG scale badly in terms of damage. Like, they still got the Xayah, who scales very, very well, but it's just so difficult to actually hit. Like, having the short range on the Jax, on the Kindred. This wave is frozen by Kino.
Kongyue is unseen for now. Going on to Shun, he will be able to just jump away. Won't be able to get onto Slaytrue, who does use Zippy to get away, so... I mean, nice idea to look, but well played by the side of CFO to not get caught by that gank.
They do manage to avoid that. I think that's another pretty important window to avoid. Really try and stop Kongyue from getting any in towards this game. I think Kindred definitely one of those champs that snowballs insanely hard, but oftentimes can find it quite difficult to get the snowball rolling. Especially when there's kind of a lot of defensive lanes here, right? It's pretty difficult to gank a Cassante. Talia, I suppose, is the easiest lane to gank, because bot lane with that Zeri Lulu, they're very strong defensively. We might see a river fight, though. is level 6 on the Gragas. The Scuttle Crab will be picked up. I don't believe it's marked though. No, it doesn't look like it. Ooh, big chunk. It's a little bit of first strike gold. Actually, not a big chunk. The man has Catalyst. He does not take damage.
It was marked. He did just pick up that one marker. It was weird. We didn't see it really on the minimap, but did get his first mark there, which is quite important, and also the early dragon. So CFO, honestly, for the first time in a while, just happy to give up the first one. And I mean, I think that's the smart decision. They do definitely scale really hard, and you don't really want to play into Gragas' early game, especially now that he does have this catalyst.
Definitely agree. I think giving over one dragon at least is completely fine. While there isn't a trade that comes out, it's just not really something you need to coin flip so early into this game. I think once you reach kind of that one item spike on Jimmy, you're already ready to fight. So maybe looking towards more that kind of 11 to 13
Just to be careful
minutes.
here though. 1116 getting a nice trade in on Jimmy, and looks like he might look to recall, is getting quite low on mana there.
Maybe, yeah, could be. Yeah, there's no blue buff up. Might look for some honey fruit in the bot river. I think he looked and didn't find it. Probably wants to stay at least a couple more waves. Although getting in that reset before the Herald comes up is pretty important if you do want to contest it. It's very common that you see mid laners just base, right about this timing, just so you can spend all your gold before Herald's up. Try and be as strong as possible for that. Kino also resetting means he can path to Herald out of base if he wants, and it looks like he will. BYG definitely thinking about contesting this.
Yeah, Merc Tread's picked up by Leona, and kind of an interesting decision, I feel. There's only the one AP, as well as, I mean, what stun really can come through? It is Talia,
Yeah, it's just Talia and maybe the Poly.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the Merc Treads in this game, but anyway, is the option, and BYG really making use of their early game skirmishing potential, looking like they will pick up both the first Dragon and the Rift Herald, so really do like this early game out of BYG, although is it enough to really combat and get far enough ahead to push for a win against this really nice late game out of CFO?
We'll have to see, because I think currently doesn't feel like enough, but there's still plenty of time, right? Especially if you can get one gank off and then herald the lane. That alone can be more than a 1k gold swing. So at least for now, I mean, the gold difference remains extremely competitive and very, very close. Maybe Kongyue looking for something top, though? I mean, it feels hard to gank rest. He's going to try, though.
Yeah, he's going to try. Lakai has gotten him quite low, actually, and rest will flash away. You imagine he will recall and teleport in. Now, what I want to ask you, actually, is where do you think you put this Rift Herald as the Kindred? I feel like as Kindred, you kind of don't care who gets the gold other than yourself. So, I mean, while you might want it to break towers, all these towers are at 5 plates still. I really think you just want to get it down for that gold on yourself.
I think, yeah, just getting the gold for yourself is nice, but for me, 100% should go bot. I think Xayah is definitely going to be your main carry in this game. I think that Xayah has a much easier time actually dealing the damage in most of the fights. I feel like giving gold on the Gragas or the Jax doesn't change the matchups too much, but we always see Xayah, if she can get to the 2 items before the big team fights really start, she can actually just 1v9 the game from there on out. So I would try and place it bot. Worst case, though, you always kind of see that if you can't put it anywhere else, you just put it mid, because at least that way you can break the tower kind of later in the game. And we might see that from Kongyue here, who is showing mid.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty average, though, to use it here. I mean, the tower is literally full HP.
I think maybe even if you can't find a perfect time to use it, you can just wait till that dragon's about to spawn and just use it simply for the pressure to acquire second dragon too.
Can be a good play. Looks like gonna try and force something in a bot here.
Yeah, Kino does go in now on Gemini, who gets ignited, will clone away. Solar Flare is beautiful, as is the explosive cast. Can they find the kill though? Isn't going to go down just yet. Rift Herald will be used bottom, so gold, you imagine, will be picked up by both Kongyue. Or was it only Kongyue? I didn't see a second lot go to Feng, so maybe only Kongyue got it there, but
yeah,
man, Gemini escaped with the skin of his teeth.
It was very low. I thought he was just dead to rights there when he had the Gragas above him as well, but managed to get onto that tower, and it was TP committed by Jimmy, which means less time farming mid, but, you know, to save your jungle, you have to say it's worth. The gold lead from those plates puts BYG slightly ahead. Definitely not, I think, though, kind of at that point where you're so far ahead there's nothing they can do about it. I think really importantly, though, Feng will complete this Gale Force quite early. I think, again, getting those 2 items on the Xayah is so important.
That's crazy how a full combo kind of landed onto 1116 and almost no damage really to speak of at the moment, but obviously hasn't completed an item yet, so fair enough. But also what I want to touch on is generally we see at this stage of the game, I mean we have in the past anyway, is Kasante's often pulling ahead a little bit. But in this game, actually, we see Jax kind of coming ahead of these trades and staying entirely even in top lane. Do you think that'll like have an impact as we head towards mid-game and more of these objective fights are taken?
I'm not sure, honestly. I feel like the reason Jax is remaining competitive is because he's gone for that grasp. I think it actually was the guy who took the lethal tempo against the K'Sante before, and so has obviously decided, okay, that's not really going to work. So you have sacrificed a little bit of scaling in exchange for that early game. But yeah, I mean, still remains very strong. Second Dragon is picked up only 12 minutes in here, which is good, I think. If you can force, especially if you can get the 2 items on Xayah and then force a fight around that 3rd Dragon, I think that's a really good timing that BYG could use as Kongyue walks through walls.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think 24 minutes is a little bit before you really want to be for these sort of scaling teams, right? Like, I think scaling is generally past like 26, 27, maybe even 30 minutes, and you're starting to get 2, 3 items online. So really good job actually by BYG controlling this early game so well and picking up these objectives. They're certainly giving them an insurance policy as we head towards the 25-minute mark.
It is big. I think if you can force CFO to fight at an item deficit here for that 3rd drag, it's really, really big, and not a situation that CFO find themselves in very often. Normally CFO is kind of the one drafting the way BYG might, where they kind of have the ability to put on pressure early, stack up those drags, coming at a cost of some of the scaling. Do you know how many marks on Kongyue?
I don't know for now, but we might get to see now as he is up top, so
he's looking for something.
Yeah, certainly is. And passive here is falling away from Jax, so losing a little bit of power, but I don't think you can dive K'Sante. It's such a tanky champion with so much sort of disengage and movement. As we see action on the opposite side of the map.
Shun, I don't think he can set anything up here. Most likely will just be the farm. I wonder how long Shun's been on the map, because it feels like he should have had this mythic a pretty long time ago, but probably just hasn't found the ideal reset opportunity. I think if CFO do take a fight at this 3rd drag before Xayah has 2 items, it is still winnable despite CFO being, you know, at least not at the scaling they kind of need at this point. It looks like first tower could end up being picked up by Feng here, which would change a lot. I want to see Kino honestly just kind of walk away and give that solo goal to Feng, because this would be such a big acceleration.
Is the solo gold given? So, I mean, getting him really close towards these Navoris, you have to imagine, is, I mean, a really massive Xayah power spike. And Lakai looking to try and delay this. We do see the bot lane headed mid, so if he is able to delay it a little bit, might have a fight on our hands, but I don't think he will be able to for now.
CFO are committed. I don't know if they want this, though. They have no first item on their mid.
Lakai going in, massive 3-man stun and explosive cast. Great Talia wall to block off any entrances, but Kongyue happy to just jump on over that. Rift Herald will be picked up by Gemini on the backside, as it looks like we will just disengage. Perhaps Feng not quite there in time.
Yeah, I think Feng's reset was a little late. It's actually pretty big that CFO managed to pick that up, because didn't have 1 item on, I think, their mid, top, or AD there. But now they can all come through and get completed. So it's a big win. I think the Herald doesn't have the biggest impact on the game, but just taking it away means that this top tower or this mid tower might survive that little bit longer. Taking a look at this, I think the ult coming out of from Jimmy was pretty big. It kind of did wall them off. Like we said, the bot lane reset was a little late. The Kai kind of does what he can to put this in a good state for his team. Finds a lot of damage early, especially with the cast. But the Talia wall cuts everyone off, and there is no follow-up. Spends so long just kind of 1v5ing. Feng is so strong, but kind of as he arrives, the fight has already been decided. Maybe a slight macro mistake there from BYG.
Yeah, but ultimately you kind of can consider it like a trade first tower for the Rift Herald, which, you know, is definitely in favor of Beyond Gaming in that case. But Dragon in 1 minute, will we see a 5v5? We did lose Jax Flash as well as Kindred and Gragas that fight, and maybe Kino as well. He does have Hex Flash though, so still a little bit of usage out of that, but 5 flashes available for CFO, so perhaps weakness on the side of Beyond coming up here.
I would definitely like to see CFO fight this. You mentioned the flash advantages. I think those are pretty big, as well as the fact that you're fighting when you're all on 1 items, but importantly, before Fang has 2 items. Although it is BYG who have the much better control around the Dragon currently. CFO, they're going to look to regain control through that mid lane. Definitely could be a 5v5 angle here. Both top laners have TP as well. This will be interesting. I mean, have CFO reached the scaling that they need to kind of just make their 5v5 comp work? We're about to find out as Herald has dropped mid, and something will have to give here soon. I think Lakai can actually just get the top tower. I wonder if CFO just start up the Dragon immediately.
Yeah, so for now, in favor of BYG, and if they are able to delay this, Jax is incredibly fast at taking towers, so the side of CFO can lose a lot more than they really want to if they're not quick about this, and the Comet Gragas will be able to do a little bit of poke, but Teleport is committed, so is the Talia wall, so walled off for now. Can Kongyue get in and steal this? He will be looking, and it does go over to Gemini, so Dragon picked up for CFO, as we see Shun running forward, seeing if he can get anything done. Flashes on, doesn't quite land auto attacks onto Kino, but first blood goes over to Talia, and now we see a follow-up. Can Feng stay alive in this? A kill picked up for Rest, as Feng will go down to Talia too, so massive pickup. 3 kills here for the side of CFO, as well as that Dragon.
Yeah, that's so big for the side of CFO. You get 3 kills, the Dragon. You put this game in such a good spot. Might even get 1 more. I think killing Gragas is pretty hard. Yeah, can't quite get him. But it's so important. If that Dragon goes over and you lose that fight, it can be really tough. But I felt like we really just saw how much better CFO's comp is in the 5v5. And Feng not at that point where he can really 1v9 in those team fights yet. Hasn't reached that 2 items. In this replay, I think really well played by Jimmian. So initial wall that comes out buys so much time. And then also got the combo straight after. Dealt a lot of damage to these 2 on the side. Well done by Gemini to grab this. And then it feels like after that, BYG are stuck kiting away, but already on low HP. And whenever you're running away from a Zeri, the fight already feels kind of done. She can just chase down so easily. Lakai buys himself, or buys his team a lot of time. But there's just, again, no threat onto the carries at this point. Feng does what he could, but it just ultimately wasn't enough. CFO's team fight, just a bit too strong. Would be pretty interested to see damage in that fight, because I wonder if Kongyue's Kindred actually did get to output anything. It felt like kind of just kiting back, which is what Kindred wants, but you know, it just doesn't feel, yeah, 147 damage. You can't actually hit. That's the big problem. Kindred, in theory, scales extremely well, but up against the Talia makes it so hard.
Definitely does, and I mean, yeah, Talia putting out so much damage in that fight, and I kind of didn't realize until I haven't. Sorry, hold on. We see Shun engaged on. Wildgrove and Clean is used, but 116 comes in with a flash, and importantly, a kill picked up onto that Kindred. So Teleport actually coming in for rest, but you feel like he's just going to have to disengage. Will 1116 allow it though?
Nice pickup there by Kongyue. Gets the kill. Baron's not up, so they can't force it. Also, Shun lost both sums and still died. Is perhaps a window that can be punished again.
Yeah, as I was going to say though, I didn't realize there wasn't a first blood until it like popped up on my screen there. Really quiet game for the first sort of, well, 15, well, more like 18 minutes here, but kind of exploded now, and with a bunch of these summoners down and Baron up, there could be opportunity for more fights to come.
Definitely is. I think if you're on the side of BYG, as soon as you get 2 items on the Xayah, if you can force a fight while Shun still has no sums, that's a really good chance to kind of put this game in your favor. You have really good Baron DPS, so if you can win a fight, you can almost immediately look at that. But until you get 2 items on Feng, it does feel pretty difficult. And the side of CFO definitely hit their scaling. They're coming up on 2nd item for both the carries as well. Kino could look again. Doesn't have the flash this time. It was flash invested by the Gragas and the Leona in that last pick onto Shun. Jimmy even has the stopwatch, so going to be extremely hard for him to get taken out. Jimmy's been looking so good on these control mages. It's a good time to hit your form right before playoffs. Currently in that 2nd place position. And will guarantee, I believe, 2nd place if they win this game.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I think Kindred will have less than 4 marks now, because I did see as Lakai took that bottom scuttle that mark spawned on it as well. So I'm pretty sure after 4 marks you cannot have it spawn anymore on scuttle crabs. So Kindred's still quite weak in that regard, and I mean, you almost have to feel like Lakai taking it was probably not ideal, but
yeah, maybe just felt like he couldn't get it, or maybe didn't even consider it. But another dragon in a minute here. BYG, I think, have to keep contesting them. They do now have 2 items on Fang. Shun will have the sums for this fight, though. That window has kind of been missed, but I think this is a chance for BYG to win a fight. The 2 items on Xayah, the Navori, is such an insane power spike. It is 2 items now picked up by Jimmy and on the Talia as well, though. Shun, I don't think, will quite reach the BT. Interesting that he's going for the extra survivability, because a lot of the time you only see it up against the poke. But maybe he just thinks that he can get so aggressive.
yeah, Baron started by the side of BYG, perhaps just seeing if CFO are awake still.
They look awake to me. Can they push this mid wave? Looks like they will. This can be difficult for BYG because it means you lose any control over the dragon. It kind of means that you have to either force them to come to Baron, or you just end up giving up the drag.
Yeah, but we do have priority in the bot. Like, Lakai has pushed it almost completely out, but Dragon, started up by CFO. Will it be a Baron answer? It does look like the Kongyue and Kino are up there, as well as 1116, but perhaps just giving away this Dragon for free, which is kind of curious, you have to feel, but maybe have confidence in the ability of Kongyue to scale up on this Kindred and have a lot of impact.
Interesting. So TP came in from the Gragas, which forced CFO to actually get off the drag. But then when they got off, BYG also got off the Baron. Are they back on it? I think they might
Lakai
be.
here, can he steal the Dragon? No, he will not be able to, but Baron has been started up by BYG as Kongyue getting quite low.
I kind of liked what BYG were trying to do. I just think they don't really have the DPS to back it up, right? They have the Kindred, but not super strong yet. The Gragas and Jax, well, Jax wasn't there. Gragas doesn't have a lot of DPS, so perhaps if they have a higher DPS comp, could pick that up, but that's now 2 Infernals, which go to the side of CFO, even up the kind of drag win condition, as well as just giving so much damage to what are extremely fed carries already on the side of CFO. That second item now completed by Shun. I think the game is getting worse and worse for BYG. While the game remains completely even in terms of gold, compositionally I think are very far behind. Does have the Navori on the Kongyue though, so if he can play well, perhaps could look for something. 116 could be in trouble. Has flash.
Might have to commit some sums here to try and get out. Nice explosive cask. Will find him getting away, but is walking forward like a bit of a madman. He's okay though.
They do get the Gragas flash, which is a lot of threat kind of taken off Shun, who is the one who will most likely getting flashed on most of the time. I think we will kind of enter a lull state here for a while. Don't think we'll see much happen. It's very difficult for either team to force a play. As I say that though, BYG, they're getting very aggressive in this top jungle.
Kino will find Slay True. He does just cop a Q, does flash. Zenith Blade will land. Will not commit Solar Flare. I like that decision. Looked quite hard to ever follow up to kill him. But look at how much damage the Gragas Q just did to Slay True. He's really found a foothold in this game. Got the 10 stacks now on the Rod of Ages.
It's very strong on the Gragas. And 1116 has to be that solo AP carry for his team. I wonder if he'll just go for the Rabadons next. I mean, there isn't really any magic resist, so could definitely justify it.
Yeah, only real magic resist is on Lakai, and that's not particularly large amount. So yeah, I feel like you might be right, although he has picked up a amplifying tome, so a bit ambiguous as to what he could be buying next. Maybe Shadow Flame or perhaps the Void Staff.
Might even be some ability haste, because it's pretty common that you play Gragas with a little bit of extra CDR. And went for the Sork Shoes as well, so doesn't really have any at the moment. Baron is being pressured again. I think it's pretty hard for either team to actually start. Definitely favors the team that can push them off it. Maybe a bit easier for CFO, given that they have a bit more sustain. But it is just quite hard to start. It can easily get engaged on.
Kind of interesting that the Bloodthirst has come out here for the Zeri. There isn't really any poke to speak of, as we do see Rest is engaged on. Will lose quite a lot of health, and now will Lakai look Feels a bit dangerous, especially with Jimmy and hanging out there on the wing. Double knock up into the stun and followed up by the Cyclone and Wild Growth, but nothing found just yet. Very big chunks onto BYG though.
There was a lot of damage just kind of coming out across the board. Xayah did so much to rest, but then good damage traded back. Looks like it will just be a fight for this next dragon, although there are a lot of pings on mid. They could force something. They do have Jimmy's ult. Looks like it will just be farmed.
Kongyue headed back towards Baron and just going to clear out some of this vision yet again. Gemini though, positioning forward, flash on, Zenith Blade lands onto the clone. Good dodge out there. Teleport now committed from Lakai. He is going to look for a flank, jumping over that Baron wall. Will Rest get caught out here? He does have flash available. No flash on Gemini, however, and also Cyclone down from what the engage was earlier. Kino turning.
I'm very surprised BYG are going back onto this. I don't think this looks so good for you. Feng's half HP with no more sustain, but they won this fight.
Yeah, Jimmy and hanging out on the wing will not connect on the knock-up.
Yeah, popped.
Drops the lightning. Can Lakai get onto Shun here? Isn't able to for now. Has to be careful of Rest. I feel like if Rest goes all out, we'll be able to just chomp through everyone. Kino now engaged on. No summoners available for him. All out is used onto Kino. He will now be going down as Jimmy manages to land the stun on Gragas. Lakai, however, finding Shun on the bottom side as well as the feathers used. Will Shun go down? Not quite. We're seeing the use of Bloodthirst really showing here. A lot of low health bars. Kongyue will come down after Lamb's Respite, and that right there is a 3-for-0 trade. Shun very low though. Are they able to do this, Baron? Teleport available for 1116 as well as Lakai in the area.
They're going to try some. It looks like they'll push them off. Maybe not confident that they can do it without taking losses. It's just a bit safer to recall and take the drag, but I was really surprised that BYG actually wanted that fight because I think Feng is by far your highest DPS, and he's starting the fight at half HP. It's just pretty difficult for him to actually deal damage. He did do a lot of damage to Feng at the, to Shun at the end, but kind of felt like a little, just a little late in the fight to really have the impact you need. I don't know. It feels like BYG, they've kind of done the right thing initially, but just can't quite get there. I just feel like they don't quite know what they're after, and I think really trying to play around that Xayah, because like only at 1.8k damage, despite how fed they are, shouldn't be dealing less than the Gragas. Really just was poor decision making from the team.
Yeah, certainly, and I think importantly it's a lot harder for the Xayah to do damage with the Leona dead. You lose a lot of that peel, and I mean you do still have the use of that Feather Storm, as we see Rest now going on to Kino, and the Talia wall comes out. What can Kongyue get done though? He seems a bit untouched, as Feng will take down Shun in the front of this fight. It looks like it's going towards the side of BYG, as two have now fallen for CFO. Lakai trying to find another. Will get polymorphed and disengaged from, but now with the two dead on the side of CFO, especially the Zeri, looks like Baron will be going over to BYG.
It can be stopped here. Jimmy is still very strong, and a lot of the engage threat is gone.
Lakai jumps over the wall though, and this guy is extremely strong on the Jax right now.
I think BYG need to be careful. This can be stolen away.
Yeah, it is extremely low now. No jungler in the area. He will go down, actually, Gemini does. Baron goes over to Kongyue, and BYG still following. Can they get it? It does seem a bit bad to follow Talia constantly, so we'll back off. Does claim another kill, however, and the Baron, so a really good advantage here, and see what BYG can do with it.
It's a really nice pickup for BYG. Also, importantly, the Dragon was never picked up, so I think BYG might be able to get this drag as well, but replay here. Pay attention to the Gragas. This was actually a Gragas 1v9. Shun does not have any sums and finds himself placed in a very difficult spot here where he kind of only has the option to go forward but is immediately taken out. And finally, Feng is able to DPS, and we really see him do so much. I think that was actually just an insane Gragas flank and completely turned the kind of fight in their favor. If they hadn't found that, we're going to have a lot of trouble in this game. But now, the shoe's back on the other foot. They have 3 dragons. They have a Goldie. They have Baron. It's definitely in BYG's favor, at least for now.
Certainly is, and yeah, I didn't even catch that explosive cast the original time it happened, but 1116 really proven he can play the solo AP Gragas.
He did use his flash for that though, and Shun has sums for the next fight. It can be scary. You do have a big item advantage on your Xayah. I think if you're BYG, honestly, just try force another fight. if you can.
Yeah, or perhaps even just waiting for those Gragas sums, because next Dragon they will be up. Taliyah ult committed here to try and stop them from pushing, but Cannon Minions certainly will take this down.
They do manage to get one tier 2. Now going to work on another. I don't think any inhibs will be broken.
It doesn't look like a nice damage onto Rest. He will catch Wildgrove, so no Lulu ult, importantly. Looks like BYG will be picking up a second tower, so really good usage of Baron so far for BYG. Can they find anything else? We do see a teleport committed top from Lakai, maybe looking for that third tower, and you have to say, if they manage to get 3 towers, that's a really good use of Baron.
Does kind of put the gold lead into a spot where CFO perhaps still have the scaling advantage, but is it enough to overcome a 5k gold deficit? We'll have to see, and this 4th dragon for BYG is going to be extremely important. Definitely going to see a contest on it. With Shun having sums though, as well as a third item of his own completed, I think despite the gold lead, it's still anyone's game at this drag. Owen Sexy's going for a lot of CDR. Has his on, it looks like he's maybe building a Cosmic next.
Yeah, perhaps.
Is good on the Gragas, but I'd maybe like a stronger AP build. Perhaps needs a Void. Actually surprising how much magic resist has come through just for the Gragas, but I mean, it's certainly proved himself that he's pretty strong in these fights. Pretty much solo won that previous one for it. A CFO 3 minutes away. Is there any other items you can get before this? Maybe the Void on the Taliyah. Could help with dealing with Lakai as well as the Leona. The front line could go down a bit quicker. I think it does all just come down to execution though. Particularly between these ADCs, I think both of them are going to deal an absurd amount of damage. And Jimmy's kind of that secondary carry now. It's still very strong, but without items like the Rabadons and Void, just can't keep up with the sheer amount of DPS that can come out of the Xayah and Zeri.
Yeah, and look at that gold difference. Was up and down for the first 30 minutes of this, but kind of ballooning now with the fight that led to a Baron for BYG. And I'm really interested, actually. I haven't seen it in a while. I've been trying to keep an eye out, but I want to see what Kindred marks are at, because as the Baron finished, she did manage to pick one up out of the top side of the CFO jungle, but I think that's a really important thing for how Kongyue can play these fights, is how much range has he been able to collect on this Kindred for him to be able to do damage in the fight.
Yeah, that is really important. I also think just the Taliyah E usage is really important. As the Kindred, if the Taliyah E is used kind of wastefully, you can look to take that opportunity to DPS. Obviously, it has a short cooldown, but it's an important cooldown nonetheless. CFO, they really know that they want to contest this dragon. And I wonder if they realize how far behind they are in gold, because it actually looks pretty comparable in terms of the items, but just a little bit more gold for the side of BYG. I definitely don't think this is an unwinnable fight, though, for CFO by any means. So extremely close.
Yeah, certainly not. And a lot of that gold appears to be in Kongyue's inventory. Both, well, I mean, Divine Sunder is quite expensive, but just the Bloodthirst are basically on top of sort of what Gemini doesn't have. Seems to be where most of the gold lead is currently. And honestly, on the champ like Kindred, you do want to be ahead. I mean, if you're even with Wukong at this stage of the game, you're probably not particularly happy. We're 45 seconds away from the potential Dragon Soul, so definitely will be a fight breakout here. And nicely done. Feng has gone back and actually picked up LDR, so a massive item gained just before this Dragon for the Xayah.
It's definitely a big pickup. Helps shred through rest so much quicker.
Yeah, Taliyah Wall comes in. This could be dangerous though. 1116 will be able to get out, as well as Kino doesn't get hit by that stun. So massive cooldown used prior to this Dragon. Taliyah can kind of get away with not using it. Lakai, however, on the flank. Kongyue nicely dodges away from the Cyclone. Nice route by Feng. He will take down Gemini for now as Lakai jumps in. What can Shun do? He's trying his best. Feng will find him, as well as Jimmy, and will be going down next. Or will he get away? It looks like he'll get away for now, but this will be Dragon Soul for BYG. Jimmy still getting chased by Lakai. Or are they perhaps looking to end? They might just end.
I think they can. I don't think there's anything that can be done here. And look at the damage dealt between those two ADCs. It really was just Feng actually 1v9ing the fight, dealing 7,000 damage. And with this, BYG will force at least one tiebreaker for tomorrow between that second place position, CFO and Frank Esports.
Yeah, exciting. And honestly, as you said before, it's not even that surprising they won. They've been playing so fantastically recently, and I think this is just showing sort of the improvement they've gone through. I mean, they have beaten CFO twice now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just well played to them. And I have to say, Feng really stood out to me, and 1116. That Gragas that I actually didn't see for the beginning, but that team fight particularly where he managed to get Shun and just immediately sort of eliminate him was really the swinging point of this game. It looked like it was getting a bit out of their control, but brought it back.
Yeah, I think MVP should go over to 1116 on the Gragas. Finding that flank was so important. I think so much of the team is reliant on that Zeri Lulu that if Zeri goes down, you know, what can Lulu really provide? Not a whole lot. Credit to Jimmy, though, I think played very well on the losing team. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough. And I think CFO, very questionable team fighting from them. I think that CFO consistently, the reason they play for kind of those dragon win conditions is because they struggle at closing out games. Their team fighting in macro later on isn't as clean as a team like PSG. So CFO, they try something different here. They go for the scaling comp and opt into giving up the dragons, and they didn't really execute it well enough. So I think for playoffs, I'd like to see CFO go back to that early game, go back to stacking up that dragons, because I don't think that the level of the other top teams in terms of just the raw team fight.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you, and especially when it comes to PSG. I mean, they obviously look like a whole different beast, but I mean, first and foremost, I think big congratulations to Beyond. I think there's now a chance for them to also play a tiebreaker. It depends on the next game that comes up. Otherwise, they will be 5th, I believe. I don't think... Yeah, they will be. They will be at least 5th. They might have a tiebreaker depending on next game, but ultimately... Man, they just played so well, and coming up against them, you have to be scared. I mean, they just took out what was the second place team, now second tied. I don't know, just incredible. It was really fantastically played, and Kongyue but didn't have so much impact, so really showing that you can play through other areas of this team.
Yeah, that's really important as well, I think, coming to playoffs, being a team that, you know, they have those multiple threats. I think that's really, really important. Also, I think the fact that you take out that second place kind of position team right before this playoff starts, it really can shake up playoffs a lot. Not just in terms of the standings, but if the 5th place team can take out the second place team, like how close are these teams really? It kind of feels like outside of PSG, anyone can kind of beat anyone at this point, which is super, super exciting. Taking a look at the replay though, I think this was the one, pay attention to the Gragas once again. Catches out Shun. I mean, Shun was actually behind his whole team here and thought he was safe, but it's just collapsed on and then has nowhere to go. Credit to Lakai as well, who found the flank. Also just kind of went under the radar, I think, in this game, but did very well. And Jimmy, I mean, he topped the damage charts, but the damage where it mattered came out of Feng in that ADC role, as well as 1116 on the Gragas. I mean, just kind of shows that the numbers, the raw damage numbers, aren't everything. And look at the gold lead, right? It was so close for so long. But then just that one team fight win, snowballed into Baron, snowballed into the 3rd drag, and then another team fight win just into the end.
Yeah, and I mean, for how long in that game? I can't even remember. It was like 17, 18 minutes. We hadn't had a kill. But it felt like so action-packed, honestly. As we will go look at our MVP, it is 1116, and I think, honestly, even if he did nothing else that game, that one team fight literally should have given it to him. And he did play, honestly, solo AP, did 27% of his team's damage as Gragas mid with you know, Rod of Ages Seraph, so not the highest damage build we've seen. But yeah, just fantastically played by him, really got his team ahead and allowed them to win that game.
Very deserved for sure. I think it can be very difficult actually to find those flanks as Gragas, like as the kind of game goes later on, right? Because there's so much you have to get through. You have to get a flank on the Zeri. You have to kind of wait for her to dash. She needs to use both her sums. But I think there, you know, Shun kind of felt a bit overconfident, was pushed up, didn't have the sums, did have E though. But yeah, the really nice cast placement just put him into his position that he couldn't really recover from.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to sort of touch on as well, I feel like Lakai played one of the best side lane sort of jacks as we've seen in a while. Like some of those flanks he found as well, even when he I mean, they didn't really come out on this with anything, but when he came to that Rift Herald and found a 3-man stun followed by a cask, I mean, he played really well as well. And against Rest of all people, who has shown quite a lot of talent in the top lane. So I think really got to honor the top laner as well.
Certainly do. It's big for Lakai because I think he's been extremely inconsistent, right? Often solo kills and gets solo kill back. But had a great performance here. That's it for Game 3. Coming up next is DCG versus Hellpigs.
on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summer in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no pounds. I know that you down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station, you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. I guess You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're cheated, but get up in the vibe. Ooh, intoxicated. Get ahead of time. And even you, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now.
Bring it back, bring it back, oh, bring it back to me. Living on the edge, somewhere in the in-between. I'm in full circle. Just when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Whoa, bring it back to me. Whoa, crashing like a wave, looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
just somebody else can go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now. 'Cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but we'll kick it right here. Got the whole squad wide. Champagne flying. Rocking all over the room. Feel the way it's coming in. Oh, feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, yeah, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now. 'Cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to this, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you winning. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so
It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
you want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard?
It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split. We're up to game 4 of week 6, day 3, the final day of the regular season. We've already got one tiebreaker that will be occurring tomorrow, and now we're going to find out if we have another one. DCG taking on Hellpigs. Last time, actually, Hellpigs did manage to take out DCG, and Hellpigs are a weird team because they have a 2-0 record versus Frank Esports. They're currently 1-0 against DCG. But they've been eliminated from playoffs and they're pretty low ranked in the standings. So not really sure what to say about them.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting team, as you said. And yeah, bet out this matchup last time. I mean, they had a pretty interesting draft. I believe it was Callista support with...
Yeah, on DCG.
Yeah. I don't know. It was very interesting from DCG last time, so maybe they'll go for something more standard. I mean, it is very important for them here. If they do win this, we'll be tied with Beyond Gaming for that 5th spot and actually have a 2-0 record against them, so we'll have side selection. So very important game here for DCG, although Hellpigs haven't been known to upset sort of those rough upper teams.
Yeah, I wonder, like... If the DCG, actually I think we're going to some team lineups. We'll come back to that in a moment. On your screen here are DCG, Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Criscard, and Orca. What I was going to ask is, if the tiebreaker does go to DCG versus Beyond, who do you think would take that? Like, I think Beyond's looking really good lately. DCG also pushed PSG to the limit, so that could be a really exciting match for tomorrow too. I mean, the tiebreakers are shaping up to be great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Criscard and Nesty really coming into form recently, but I mean, on the other side, yeah, Feng and Kongmei, but more importantly, they still have to get through Hellpigs. And I think for this team, you really are looking at Criscard of recent. I mean, Nesty actually yesterday with that Ignite, Electrocute Gragas. He really carried the game, actually. It was kind of crazy game we saw yesterday against Duish teams. So, I mean, I'd want to see them sort of do something similar. I felt like they looked so good on it. And yeah, really seeing, I think, Nesty coming into his prime, and what a time to do it.
It is pretty important. I think that he's become so comfortable on the Gragas. Does add in a kind of another utility champion mid that he can play. On the side of Hellpigs though, Taco, Hong2, Tide, and ICA. And as we were saying before, last time Hellpigs, when they took on DCG, it was DCG. They played definitely different from what they normally do. They drafted like the Callista support, the Jace mid, not stuff that we've seen from them since. And the side of Hellpigs did kind of play what they were used to. I think they played, I want to say it was like Zeri Yumi and Hong2 on the Kassadin. So they did definitely play towards their style, and ultimately it did lead them to the win. If they can kind of repeat that against DCG again, I could definitely see it. One thing that I think does perhaps favor Hellpigs in this matchup is because Nesty kind of plays like the roaming, you know, kind of the facilitatory champions, he doesn't have the champs that can punish Hong2 playing something super scaling. I'd actually really like to see something like the ASOL, the Vega, the Kassadin even come out of Hong2, because I think you kind of get free scaling up against DCG in a lot of ways.
That is kind of true, but if we do see that Gragas again, I mean, Nesty has just shown us that he can really put on some early pressure if it comes to it, but we will take a look at the stat comparison between our top laners of Hanabi and Taco, and honestly, it looks like they're quite different. I mean, maybe Hanabi more used to getting ahead, has quite a high CS percentage after 15 in comparison to Taco, so maybe Taco more focused on these team fights, whereas Hanabi quite happy to scale in the side lanes.
Hanabi does do a good job, I think, of farming the side lane, especially because he's often on Nanar, which does get priority against most of the meta matchups here, so I think that just kind of speaks more to the champion pool. Will be interesting to see. I feel like teams have to kind of stop letting him get the Nanar. Looks like a completely different beast on their champion.
Certainly does, and it'll be interesting to see if we can see a bit of more synergy out of the two Tacos, as we will now be going into Champion Select. A couple of scaling mid is banned away from Hong2 already, the Kassadin and the Azir. It is matched, however. Annie and Gragas banned against the side of DCG, and unfortunately will not be seeing that Gragas again.
Unfortunately not, but I think with all these bans coming out, definitely could see some pretty exciting mid lane picks instead. Ashe is the last ban. I wonder, will they ban a third mid laner on the side of Hellpigs? Because if they do, that leads up... Okay, they banned the Wukong. So Sedge is open, Zeri's open.
A lot of OPs open, really.
Yeah,
You've got
Jace as well. Oh,
yeah, Vega
okay.
locked in, so again, it's a flex pick, although you have to think with Criscarda's recent form on the Aphelios and the Xayah, you would... I mean, I would like to see him on those again, but... Cho'Gath, I mean, that would be an interesting pick to see locked in. It has seen some international play as an AD carry when paired with Senna. Well, not AD carry, obviously. Senna more the AD carry, but is farming while, you know, is having a fasting Senna on the side. So, would be cool to see. Jace is locked in, so not really Hong2's traditional pick, I don't say, but I'm sure he is able to play it. And I think against Veigar, if it is going to be a mid Veigar, probably has a decent time.
I wonder if this lead is locked in, potentially Jace would end up going top, just because otherwise you're going to really struggle for AP on this team. Jace vs Veigar, I think, is favored towards a Jace, but it's hard to really snowball the matchup just because it's difficult to actually go up to the tower against the Veigar cage. Maokai is being hovered. Sort of... yeah, I mean, it gives him a lot of CC. I feel like, again, Veigar is such a good solo AP champion that I kind of just prefer him as solo AP. Sedge seems like a good lock-in here. I think it's good against both the Jace and the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and it certainly forces pretty much all 5 members of Halpigs to get Merc Treads, and particularly early, right? Like, there's just so much CC already on the side of DCG that item is becoming really, really valuable, as we will see what will come in third here for DCG. I'm thinking you don't pick an 80 carry. It might even just be your support. You could look for a support here. You don't really want to give away where Veigar's going. Top also makes sense, and nice 2v2 skirmish capabilities between that Sejuani and K'Sante. We've seen that sort of pairing up before.
2v2 there from the Sedge K'Sante is pretty absurd. Halpigs, I wonder, do you respect that this Veigar can go bot? Or do you just think it's going to be mid? It's kind of hard to tell. It's one of those things where you probably have some info from scrims, but we're not totally sure. Maybe pick just an ADC? Yeah, okay, so the Sivir is picked up. I think that does well into the Veigar if it does end up going bot. Also, it's just, I feel like, a pretty solid team fighter here. Second phase bans. Probably ban... yeah, probably ban supports, I feel like.
Yeah, it would make sense. Can take out some of those more playmaking supports, which Orca has tended to favor. I mean, yesterday his Nautilus was truly really incredible, honestly. Didn't really miss any hooks, but Yone is the ban out here, so...
Compositionally, definitely makes sense. I think Nesty hasn't looked very good on the Yone, but I think just respecting how strong it can be in the comp. Cassio ban comes out. To me, that suggests it won't be Veigar mid. I think Veigar deals very well with Cassio. She's too short range to really take advantage of him. And it is just another kind of Hong2 scaling mage taken away. Something like the Aurelion Soul, I think, could be extremely strong in a game like this.
Yeah, and we have seen the Aurelion Souls find a lot of early success in our 2 games we had yesterday of him. Obviously, the only 2 we've seen thus far, but Talia is banned against Nesty here, and not overly shocking, but going for the AD mid ban followed by an AP ban is kind of curious. There are other ADs banned. Aurelion Soul is banned, so DCG realizing that that could be a potential pickup, and a strong one at that, and will take it away. Sylas now locked in, so we already know the mid laner for the side of Halpigs. We know both solo laners.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen the Sylas and the Jace now. Your 4-5 here, revealing if this Veigar goes mid or not. Oh, would it actually be Nesty's Aurelia? Or would it maybe just be K'Sante mid? I feel like Nesty's more likely to play K'Sante. Like, Aurelia mid makes a lot of sense here, does very well into the Sylas, but I just don't see it being a champ that that Nesty plays.
Senna hovered. I don't think Senna makes too much sense, but Thresh now. Back to Senna.
Certainly options. Kind of like the Thresh, actually.
Yeah, I don't think the Senna has value in this game, really. Rakan, again, he's a really all-rounded champion and can sort of fit in any team comp, but will be locked in, and I do really like that, but it has to be said, the 3v3 even skirmish from this top side is so incredibly powerful for the side of DCG, but honestly, on Halpigs, they're no slouches either, as Nautilus being locked in here wouldn't be overly shocking. They would have an amazing sort of bot lane pressure against that Rakan.
Okay, yeah, the comps are locked in, I think.
Yeah, Nesty with Ghost at the moment. It will be K'Sante mid looking at summoners.
Yeah, okay, that's really interesting. I think K'Sante probably does destroy Sylas in lane. To be fair, Sylas is countered pretty hard by both K'Sante and Aurelia. I think I actually prefer what DCG got just in terms of their players again, right? I think Hong2 definitely looked so much better on the scaling mages. Kind of thought that he was confirmed, I want to say, up against the Veigar mid when he locked in the Sylas. I don't know though, maybe just thought he saw good ults, but ends up in, you know, difficult solo lane matchups for Halpigs, which is not what you expect out of red side. So I think Hellpigs have fumbled the draft a little bit. DCG, gonna be interesting. I mean, the topside comp is ridiculous. Insane 3v3.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think, like, as the Jace, you have to be so careful. The Aurelia can close so much distance on you. And having that Sejuani just means you're always vulnerable, really. But similarly, the mid lane, like Sylas, I don't see how Sylas ever has much impact against the Cassante. Like, Cassante ult, I don't really know. I haven't seen the interaction, but I don't feel like Sylas will get that much out of the Cassante ult because he doesn't get empowered abilities. He also doesn't get that true damage Cassante gets. All he'll really do is lose all of his armor and magic resist, as well as 40% of his health.
I also just think that Cassante is a bit too tanky for Sylas to ever deal with, right? It feels a really hard game to be the Sylas. Like, sure, you have a couple good ults, but in team fights, I can just imagine you losing those fights up against, you know, isolated fights against the Aurelia or the Cassante, or just being CC'd by Vega. So I'm not really sure how Hongtu's going to find impact in this game. I guess if you can snowball the early game, then you definitely can, but it's going to be tough. And I want to see, I think, as well, so a pretty big performance here from Taco on the Lee Sin. I think that you need to definitely put your lanes kind of in a good spot. And you do have gank set up, right? I think ganking Cassante is very hard, but you do have the Sylas chain. You've also got that Naught Q in bot lane. Top might just have to be played around, though. A Jace versus Aurelia matchup, a lane that you have to feel needs to be looked at. I think it will just be like a lot of skirmishing and a lot of fighting kind of across the board because there's just so much threat.
Yeah, there definitely is, and I think this bot lane matchup is interesting. I mean, having the Veigar there automatically kind of makes it interesting, but with the amount of zone control Veigar provides, if you ever land like a hook as Nautilus, and he puts up that cage, you're pretty much forced to flash away. I mean, maybe he won't have enough damage early to take you down, but if you ever go just too much forward, Veigar is one of the best champs at sort of punishing that. I mean, his cage like takes up about half of bot lane by itself, so... Yeah, I don't know. I really like the Veigar bot coming out. I feel like it adds so much to a team comp, as well as the Rakan. I mean, it's so hard to play around bot. I feel like it is just going to be a bit of a 2v2 up top, as well as perhaps Cassante and Sylas joining up in that. And to me, that says maybe a bit of priority for this Rift Herald. And I mean, whatever top gets ahead, you feel like we'll just snowball. Like, we've seen it. I mean, day one, we saw 2 Aurelias, and both of them just popped off. Like unbelievably, and we haven't really seen a lot of Aurelia, and it is picked here as a counter pick, so you really want to see a lot of success from it.
You do, and I think in a volatile matchup like that, the smallest kind of difference, you know, junglers pressuring top, can make just such a big impact. They are still very strong in those 3v3s, right? Like, they don't actually need a 1v1 lead. Obviously, it's nice on Aurelia, you know, very strong in the 1v1, but even just some skirmishes will be very good. And as a reminder, you know, DCG come in, this extremely strong skirmishing comp, something that they kind of like to do. They like to bring Nesty away from mid, kind of get them involved and stuff. And if DCG pick up this win, they secure the tie with BYG and then have that tiebreaker tomorrow against them. So interesting as well. I think showing the flexibility with the Veigar gives them a lot of options, I think, when they come into playoffs and that match tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely, and it shows just how versatile this team is, really. Like, we were saying how good Kriskata has been on these AD carries like Xayah. I think he had one of the most impressive Xayah performances up against PSG, and I mean, his Caitlyn as well, as Caitlyn's been so formidable, but now coming onto this Veigar, I mean, interesting way to go, and I wonder if this week's sort of drafting and how different it's been is because of the patches, because day one wasn't too different. I mean, even I mean, what is it? Week 5 was the same patch as well. Not much change, but this week we've really come in, seen so many different champions, and I mean, a Garen at some stage, but it just... I wonder if it's because you're trying to hide things for this playoffs while maintaining a bit of an advantage. You know, maybe you're not going to play these champions in playoffs, but you believe they are able to cheese one win, if you will. Like, it's a best of one, so that is definitely a strategy to go for.
Yeah, it could definitely be a combination of a bunch of different things. I think as teams kind of get figured out in their sort of play style, the champs that they prefer, it becomes much easier to target those players from the other side. So that's kind of, the bans have gotten more targeted and forced teams to choose other options. And then, yeah, like you said, the fact that you have to start considering either hiding or showing things specifically for playoffs. I mean, even some teams being eliminated, it just gives them a lot of freedom. They can just play basically whatever they want.
Yeah, certainly. And you know what? Right now I feel kind of bad for the side of DCG. They had to deal with a 20-minute pause yesterday, and now with a bit of a delay heading into this one. But honestly, it's just kind of adding to the intensity, right? I mean, this is really the last showing for both these teams. I mean, Halpigs, it's more of a bragging right. Can they take them down? We'll get a 2-0 sort of scoreline against them. And for DCG, as you said, huge implications on where they end up in this playoffs. I mean, you would rather come 5th and then face the weaker seed from the upper bracket. But, I mean, yeah, and honestly, the game tomorrow is no sure winner either. So, I don't know. It's a hard day for DCG today and tomorrow, but seeing the versatility, I don't know. I feel good for them.
Yeah, I think they definitely come into this kind of being the favorites, both from draft and just in terms of their team. But I wonder how much pressure they feel, because normally when you're playing, this kind of last couple games of the split, a lot of the time they don't matter a whole lot. You're playing against the Hellpigs, he's already been eliminated. It feels like it can be quite loose, but suddenly BYG upsetting CFO, something you wouldn't expect. Now, there's actually potentially a tiebreaker on the cards for you, so all that pressure that you thought was going to be off you, it's now back on. You need to win this game to make sure you can contest BYG. I wonder how, they must have done preparation for thinking, okay, if BYG somehow manages to win this, what's going to happen? But yeah, it's reality now. They're going to have to pick up this win.
Yeah, and as we are waiting for this game, I just want to ask you, who do you think, if they are against BYG tomorrow, if they do win here, and I think that will be the more likely result that they do win. Coming up tomorrow, who do you think against the team of BYG, who's going to be the real threat to look to on this DCG team? Ooh, as we are headed to the Rift, sorry.
I want to say it always comes down to jungle matchup, right? It feels like up against Kongwei.
Against Kongwei, yeah.
It's difficult. But here we are, finally on the Rift after a series of delays. DCG taking on Hellpigs. DCG, they really need this win to secure that tiebreaker, and they've got the comp to do it.
Certainly do, and I feel like, as we touched on earlier, we might see both junglers start bottom, path up to top, although maybe one jungler, Lee Sin can look for sort of level 3 ganks, maybe clear his bottom side and head there, but bit of aggression coming out of Hellpigs already. We've got Hongtu already in this bush. Ooh. Will land the chains onto Nesty, but already okay to walk out as he does the Chad Cassante emote.
Sante has Ghost and Ignite, which means he's both extremely strong in the 1v1, also just so hard to deal with in team fights. Hongtu, he's trying to stop the base again, but I don't think he can. I wonder, will Hellpigs stay around? Doesn't look like they will. Probably want to start on bot side and path up to that Jace Aurelia lane. I think it's too volatile to ignore.
Yeah, and I guess interestingly enough, and sort of the level 1 sort of debate they just had, I suppose, having the AD carry instead of the Veigar, you will have a little bit of extra power in level 1. Mage is not typically the strongest, especially a mage like Veigar when you only have the one ability.
Veigar versus Sivir is going to be a real interesting matchup, because obviously Sivir has the spell shield, but is very short range, so can still struggle with dealing with Veigar, especially because later on the spell shield is going to be longer cooldown than the cage. Will be kind of interesting to see. Sivir kind of gets pseudo extra range just because the W's bouncing off everyone else.
Yeah, and I wonder what ability Hanabi will start here. Tide is extremely low and actually catches another Q there by Chris Carter, so bot lane level 1 actually going in favor of DCG for the time being.
Wonder how that happened, because I can't think that Veigar has any trading power at all. I guess just got knocked up by Rakan or something, but how would so much damage have come out?
I'm kind of surprised Rakan even started W in this matchup, but he does anyway, and yeah, it seemed to have paid dividends as a bit of a greedy cull start perhaps here by Tide.
I think losing out on that matchup early is pretty bad. It should be one that you are ahead in. Taco, he's going to grab this red. Ooh, Hana will not actually find him.
Yeah, Taco has to be careful though. Does lose quite a bit of health on Lee. He does sound like he smited that away, so.
Oh, yeah. Hana's looking for the gank. Both junglers here though. Spots out Taco. Maybe he can go for the counter gank. It looks like Taco might play for a lane gank.
You have to favor the side of DCG here, I feel. A lot of damage on Hellpigs, but as Hanabi will go in, is stacking up that Sejuani passive, but Taco happy to leave for now.
Will back away. Hanabi's going to have to continue to respect, though.
Yeah, and this doesn't feel too good as the Aurelia. You don't know really if Lee Sin has truly recalled or not. There's no way to know.
Yeah, wisely chooses not to Q forward as well. Looks like the Raptors will be picked up here by Hana. I think with so much volatility in these lanes, it's very unlikely we just see kind of 0 kills for the first 15 minutes again. Always possible, of course, but you have to feel like something will break eventually.
Cage used as Orca comes in and lands a nice knock up onto Tide, but Creskada on the bottom side getting really low. Will be chased down by IC8. No, he turns around, lands the root onto Orca, and honestly, both bottom carries are getting really low here. Teleport, however, for Creskada, so you have to feel we have a bit of an advantage in this lane now.
Can reset. Can they stop the wave from crashing? I think they might be able to. Picks up the tier in the Dark Seal, so going to have a lot of scaling. And Tide, you know, he's extremely low. I'm not sure he should be allowed to crash this. No. Ooh, actually just has so much wave clear that it will crash. Actually, pretty nice pickup.
Creskada back in lane, though.
Taco, he's forced away from the tower, and that's a big wave to lose. Hellpigs are bringing up their mid jungle, so they want to contest this. I think this is a 3v3 that goes the way of DCG, though.
Yeah, but maybe use of that tower can sort of change things. We'll have to see. Taco getting engaged on real early, stunned up, and will go into tell Hanabi. First blood to that Cassante. Taco now will also be stunned up, and we're really seeing the power of Sejuani in this. Knockup will land onto Hong too. And I feel like maybe they look again. Taco flashing forward is interesting. Teleport now committed from the other Taco, and can they get out? Hanabi looks like he will be going down. Well, Cassante is actually able to pick up that kill. Nesty does find one. Actually, Hana does. And now Orca is up here too. So 4 members from DCG, 5 minutes into the game, will find 2 kills. Hanabi does get traded, however, but definitely favoring the side of DCG.
Bob finding as well. Creskada's in trouble.
Yeah, Creskada extremely low here. Will look like he goes down. And I mean, luckily for him, his wave's in an okay position. But with Siv's wave clear, it could be troublesome now.
That's, yeah, very interesting. Just lots of fighting all across the board. It is DCG that are about 1k gold ahead after all that. And I think pretty importantly, Nesty, now 2-0, are going to be extremely hard to deal with. Initial play here, I think if Taco had waited a bit longer, maybe could have gone okay. But was extremely low before his team managed to actually get here in time. Yeah, we started the fight off basically dead. And then the side of Hellpigs, they don't quite have enough damage, so they just end up having to kite it out. There's kind of a timer here, though, where Nautilus is on the way much quicker than Rakan. Actually, re-engage there from Taco was pretty nice, just to kind of get them interested, you know, keep them staying around. Hanabi went down on the side here. The chain missed, so it was actually extremely close. Hanabi was very close to killing them, but clutch CC coming out of IC8 does barely go down.
1 auto away, and
yeah, and then over here, Taco, he TP'd back in and instantly died again, so I mean, the gold's in interesting places, right? There's Jace extremely far behind. At the same time, Sivir and Silas get scaled ahead very early. And then on the side of DCG, your beefy tanks that are now ahead, which is maybe not good for scaling in the long term, but it makes fighting in the short term, you know, extremely favorable.
yeah, and to be honest, the side of Hellpigs, basically, I mean, they have Silas solo AP, and he is going to go the Rod of Ages build, so he won't actually be offering too much damage for a long time. So I feel like the value of gold on tanks this game has gone up a little bit due to the fact there is only the solo AP Silas.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think the big loss of this really is Taco on the Jace.
Yeah.
Feels like this is a matchup that if you fall behind in, can become extremely tough. And it looks like he might even be pressured even more.
Hold on, Orca getting very low down in the bottom lane. We do see Sivir ghosting and flash forward, and that looks like maybe another 2 kills going over to Tide. Can Creskada find Ice yet? He will, but he will also be going down. So really looking at Tide for this, as we now see fighting happening mid. Glacial Prison used by Hong 2. Will get stunned up, however, and a double knock-up. Huge there by Nesty. Will find one. Can they get Taco 2? It looks like they will. And another double kill to Nesty. Does he go down? No. Really smartly, he changes back to the non-all-out and manages to live because of the extra armor.
What is that champ? And also, what is this game? We've now got a 4-0 Cassante and a 3-0 Sivir. So this game is going to be absolutely insane. Taco... Ooh, okay, let's go straight into the replay. So this is interesting because I think DCG, they're farming fine bot side and it's fine, but they're the ones that actually looked for the trade. The W missed, then Orca took so much damage. Tide having the Ghost can always chase this down. And then Creskada, he was forced to use Flash to get this 1-for-1. But obviously that does mean that now he's kind of just dead anyway. I think he might have been dead either way. Like, Sivir with the Ghost could just chase him down. So getting a 1-for-1 is better than nothing. This Herald, I think, yeah, was secured by DCG, which can be very scary for Taco on the Jace, because top lane at pretty much any point could just explode.
Look at Nesty's items.
Oh, wow.
This champion, man. I mean, obviously, first item it will be, I guess, Jaksho this game?
Yeah.
I guess. And then we'll follow up with the Gargoyles, but I don't know, I don't think I've ever seen this in anyone's inventory, so it'd be quite interesting, but it makes sense on the champ. You get both AD, well, you get AD, sorry, when you go all out, and a lot of resistances, which you do enjoy, but yeah, interesting.
It is pretty crazy, especially when you've got that Sejuani as well, right? We saw it in that mid 2v2. Neither of them take any damage, and there is just so much CC. Look at Hong 2's items as well. Like, he's only just got the Catalyst and the Amto. He's so far away from a Rod of Ages. Feels like this game might just come down to kind of the tanks of DCG up against Tide Sivir.
Yeah, but honestly, if you want anyone on the side of Halpigs to have gold, it is Sivir. I mean, tanks can dive you, but not great at sieging. And honestly, the whole team comp of DCG, not really good for sieging. And Sivir will just immediately clear any wave she's nearby, whether it's super minions, Baron minions, or otherwise.
She's kind of the lawnmower of the Rift. And I think as well, we were talking about Sivir, but also Tide, right? I think Tide is an extremely consistent carry for Hellpigs. A lot of their wins have been off of his back. I have to feel confident about that. I'm still very worried about this Jace, who is now down 40 CS.
Yeah, look at the gold totals there. It really is just Nesty versus Tide for now, but obviously Hanabi just got enough gold there. Definitely ahead of this Jace. 40 CS right now, as you pointed out.
I wonder if that Herald will go top. I think if you can snowball that top matchup even further, it can kind of get to the point where it's just unplayable for Jace, right? And it is a matchup that snowballs so hard, so it gets to the point where the other person can just get dived under their tower, right? And there isn't a whole lot that can be done about it. Hana will be spotted out. At the same time, though, I think your top 2v2 is too weak to actually counter. You can be around to kind of slow down the Herald.
Ice here, though. Blast Cone available. Taco will lose almost all of his health. In fact, does go down. And now we're seeing top. Does Hanabi have ult? Does have ult. So Taco has to be really careful here. I think he will have to flash from it, but won't. Aurelia can reset now. Does get one. Will he pick up the kill? I think you give it to him, and you do. Rift Herald available too. Will they choose to use it? Not looking like it. I feel like he should.
Maybe just want to keep the tower up and keep bullying the Jace. Certainly have the option to. I think DCG, they're definitely running away with this game. It's really up to Tide Sivir to kind of bring in a 1v9, because everywhere else is starting to go extremely badly for them. And I don't think they have the luxury of scaling, right? It is just Tide Sivir, which admittedly scales very well. But your top side of Sylas, Lisa, and Jace falling behind, they're not going to be useful this game.
Yeah, and I feel like DCG just so hard won draft. I mean, with the Lee Sin Sylas, you do like fighting early, but how are you ever going to fight Sejuani and Cassante? I just don't think you can, and so the power of those two is kind of lost, and we're really seeing the result of that. And honestly, Taco up in the top lane is feeling the worst result of that, but we do continue on. Blade of the Ruin King now finished for Aurelia, so, I mean, even at this stage, if there's no jungles around, probably can just dive the Jace, honestly.
Jason, big trouble, down 50 CS. Like you said about winning draft, I think just Nesty kind of being able to flex so many of these top laners, it does give them a lot of draft opportunities. And we saw that they recognize the fact that it could be a scaling mage that comes through to counter this, but wisely banned them all away, and Hongsu went for the Sylas. And yeah, hasn't found anything with it yet. Herald has dropped top.
Yeah, 3-man up here. We do see Hana coming up, and honestly, at this stage, I feel like DCG will even win out this 2v3, as Hana will check the bush and will spot out, because of the trinket, will spot out the Nautilus, but we have 4 here now. Tide has joined. Hana will get hooked here, knocked up as well. Rakan comes and lands a 3-man charm with a knock-up. No resets available for Hanabi right now, as Cascada, 2-man box, will find a kill onto Taco, so he gets his 4th death. Man, 4v4 already in this top lane, as Cassante happily pushing bot.
Aurelia didn't even have ult in that fight as well, and they still managed to come out on top. And they're now getting plates in the bot side. It was kind of annoying that Tide managed to... He came up here but couldn't find anything. And the side of Hellpigs is falling further and further behind. Nesty must have so much gold. I want to see a player gold because he's 5-0, has himself a solid amount of CS and plates, is just so fed in this game. The replay here, I think it was really smartly played from the side of DCG. You have to think if Hanabi had ult, this would have been a dream scenario. Hook comes out, but Hana, he takes so long to die. Nautilus ult was on the Hanabi, who wisely just played it out, you know, kind of waited. Yeah, I mean, imagine the 4-man or even 3-man Aurelia ult there. Does not have it. Cruscata, really nice cage. Taku did not flash until what was already too late. And I think he's now 0-4 on the Jace. Also putting the Gore Drinker, I believe, is really just not going to be useful in this game at all.
Certainly won't be, as he is about to go down now to Hanabi in the top lane. It is a solo kill there, and it will turn into a turret, you have to believe, as Tide trying to take everything off this rift for himself. And, I mean, that's pretty much all they have left now is that server. I mean, at this stage, Lee Sin's never going to have an effect in this game. Potentially a kick, but so many tanky members on DCG. Who do you really kick here? I feel like Aurelia is the squishiest person to target, ironically.
It's tough, yeah. Maybe you kick in the Veigar before he can get cages off, but it's so difficult. I feel bad for Hellpig's bot lane. They found, I think all of these were 2v2 kills, right?
Yep.
As far as I remember. So played extremely well in their bot matchup, but their top side has just fallen, you know, so far behind that it almost doesn't matter. If you're tied though, 3-0, hey, if you can put up a 1v9 performance here, you can 1v9 any game. It's looking pretty doomed.
This is the kind of game that it feels like even Wako wouldn't be able to pull back, but maybe that's blasphemy.
Yeah, don't go that far. Wako is our king. Second Dragon looks like it can be started up here from the side of DCG. Not the earliest, but they don't really need to worry about, you know, kind of counteracting the scaling win condition anyway. You can kind of play this game at whatever pace they see fit. I think importantly though, breaking this mid tower is going to be really tough. Both Heralds have been used, and it is very difficult, especially against a Fed Sivir, to ever take this mid tower. So I might instead put the focus towards the side lanes. I think both side lanes are very killable on the side of Hellpigs. Could try dive this Sivir, but it's just so hard. She just deletes the wave.
Sending 3 up here to Hanabi, and I mean, he is vulnerable now that you know the bot, or the bot and jungle and mid are all bot side, but Hanabi respecting it, not willing to give over that shutdown, and honestly, with how far behind Jace is, starving him out of any gold is exactly what you need to do. Nesty will be picking up this bottom tower as well, by the looks of things, as the rest of DCG head mid.
They do. I wonder, can you bring your side laners mid or not? I think if you have enough threat on a Sivir and can force her away from the tower, that's a really big win. I'm just not sure it'll ever happen though, because Sivir has Flash and the Ghost. Also has all those sums. Or sorry, has the spell shield as well. Yeah, the waves die so fast. Maybe on a cannon wave. At the same time, you could just play it slow. Try. Ooh, cage connects.
Yeah,
good
nice chunk onto Tide. He will be okay. Honey Fruit right there. But well found by Cruscata to just find a little bit of pressure there. And it does feel like this game you aren't really going to be pushing against the Sivir. Probably going to play through Aurelia and Cassante. I mean, Cassante especially looks indestructible right now.
Is very, very strong, yeah. I think Tide kind of needs like 3, maybe even 4 items to carry this game, which is still a long time away, and you feel like this next Dragon in 3 more minutes, I want to say Hellpig should probably give this one up. I don't think they're going to be able to contest it. Just need to put all their eggs in the Tide basket and be, you know, just... Oh, wait, actually, Herald is up. I thought we used Herald somewhere else, but second Herald being able to use mid and break it is extremely important for DCG.
Yeah, especially against the Sivir. And we'll see if they're going to get another charge off by the looks of things.
Okay.
Nice cage used there. Unfortunately, Glacial Prism does go wide, does get the second charge off. So that means next time they visit this mid tower, just that little bit easier to take against the Sivir.
That is really, really important. I didn't even realize they still had the second Herald. Thought it was dropped topside. But that slows down things for Tide quite a lot. One thing that people don't consider is when that mid tower goes down, it becomes a lot more difficult to farm your jungle. And as Tide here, you want to be farming the Raptors and the Wolves. Now, though, it's a bit more difficult. You kind of have to answer the waves, and also you can be pushed out by the side of DCG. So it's actually a massive pickup for kind of slowing down some of Tide's scaling.
Yep, as resets do come through, there is only a minute and a half until this Baron spawns, and you have to feel not a whole lot of damage by DCG onto that Baron, but can just tank it for about 10 minutes. So if they do get time to do it, it will go down, and especially if Aurelia is around, she pretty much offers all the Baron damage for this team.
2 more minutes on drag now. I want to kind of come back to should Hellpigs contest it or not. Normally, you don't want to give over the third drag, but I think in this situation you probably should, just because Tide's not strong enough to 1v9, and there is no way your top side can contest. So I think potentially this is going to be crazy, but I think maybe even give over the Dragon Soul completely. Just give Tide whatever time he needs, slow down the game as much as possible, and maybe later on you have the Elder win condition, you can win the fight and get it. It's really tough though. You probably just ask Tide, you know, what do you want, man? And we'll play towards it. Has to kind of take charge of this game. It's actually going to get the Raptors, which is really nice. Ooh, big one.
That's a nice denial. I mean, it's only 30 gold, but any goal onto Tide is pretty much the only way Hellpigs can find a way back into this game. You have to feel like. I mean, side lanes are just so doomed at the moment.
They are. It's so difficult to get priority in either of them. Taco's going to be pushing bots. It's just so far behind in items, right? The Gore Drink up against the Bork Sundra on their Aurelia. Can't really contest anything. They're going to try and make a play on Nesty. I think even with 3, they don't win, honestly. It just takes way too long.
Yep, and 2 items also completed here for the Sejuani, neither of which are mythics yet, so we'll have to see what she goes towards. I mean, traditionally we have seen that Radiant Virtue. Maybe we'll see something different, but I guess it will be Radiant Virtue again.
I like the Sedge build. I think this is actually my favorite one. That makes you pretty tanky and also allows you to keep tanking up that Baron and getting back off it. We also sometimes see the tanks kind of be the ones face checking, getting chunked out, and Warmogs just makes that so much easier.
Yeah, we do see an engagement here, and it will be Taco going down for the 6th time today, trying to sort of compete with Xiaotu for most deaths.
Poor guy. I feel like he's... At least I feel like Taco's was less on him.
Yeah,
you know?
a bit less egregious.
Yeah. It is really difficult to play this out. Third Dragon is going to be picked up by Hana here. That bot tier 2 looks like it'll drop as well. And there unfortunately is no trade from Hellpigs. They're just too far behind. I guess the trade is more time for Tide to scale. He does have the 2 items. I feel like he might need LDR and BT to even play though.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about the Navori on Sivir. I guess it gives you the cooldown and that's why you're building it, but wonder if there's more damage to be done if you do get that IE.
I think just permanently having W up is probably the best, but...
Yeah, clearing minion waves, because that's basically his job at the moment.
Wave is going to get pushed in here by Cascada. I wonder, will DCG look to try do Baron at any point, or are they just going to play for the 4th drag? Because I think the 4th drag is certainly the kind of straightforward thing here. Feel like good teams, though, do kind of extend their lead a little more, try and take full control of this top jungle. Even look to start up that Baron.
Definitely do, and you have to feel, I mean, you don't feel like you're going to lose this game. It's pretty hard to, and pressuring a bit more and seeing what is possible with a lead like this probably will help you going forward against BYG tomorrow, as it looks like will happen. And yeah, you would like to see them sort of pressure and get more out of what's happening, especially more out of the side lane. Like, Aurelia demands at least 2, if not 3 people to match her, and that should give you enough time to be able to work your way on the Baron, as IC8 will have to flash away. Does actually get hit by Cage and Glacial Prison. Still quite tanky at the moment though, but will eventually be finished off by Cascada. And you have to feel like this will be mid-inner going down, as well as Aurelia may be able to pressure the side lanes.
Can you go Baron? Probably not. I think too many cooldowns used. Could potentially play for the top tier 2. Or actually re-engaging.
Oh, doesn't hit unfortunately. So flash ult used by Hanabi, but Taco really out of position. He has got a lot of mobility as DCG look towards Baron by the looks of things, but Ghost as well, used by Sivir.
Would be pretty... Okay, it looks like they're actually going to start it up. It's a little surprising. Yeah, maybe back off. I was going to say, fighting this without the Flash Aurelia ult, I think is maybe the best chance that Hellpigs can get to actually fight something. So they're just gonna, look for re-engage.
Oh, Nesty on the back line will land a stun. Charm lockup only onto Taco for now, but what will happen? We see a hook landed here onto Nesty. He has to be careful. He has a big shutdown. They will disengage for now as Hanabi's looking on the side. Does use a damage reduction. Kick used by Lee Sin. Can Hanabi escape? For now he does as Chris Carter finishes off Lee Sin from about half health with that Veigar ult.
Tide was doing so much damage in that fight, but it just isn't enough. I feel like if his top side was even somewhat competitive in this game, Tide could 1v9 this to a victory. But they're just so far behind. A combined 0, 10, and 1 on your top jungle. Certainly not the score you want to see when you press tab. I say it has no flash.
Yeah, Hana finding a lot of damage, and honestly, this Sejuani getting so much damage done, still not going for a mythic. Picked up the Bramble Vest, so a little bit of healing reduction, and I don't hate it. Definitely against the Silas and 2 Gore Drinker builders. It's nice to have a bit of that healing reduction. Baron will be picked up here, nice and simple. And with this, can you pressure anything else? I feel like whatever lane Civ is in, the minion wave will probably be deleted regardless, but Aurelia especially should be able to find some damage onto towers.
I think normally when you get Baron, you can only play 2 lanes, but I think I have the potential maybe here from DTG to play 3. Both their side laners are incredibly ahead, so it's difficult to engage on them. And then in the mid lane, if you put Veigar and Rakan together, that's also pretty hard to engage on, and that could allow you to actually siege the space down, use those Baron waves, and kind of keep everything away from Sivir. Obviously, yeah, the one lane that Sivir is in is going to be extremely hard to siege. Is building towards that LDR on Tide. Will not have it, though, for this next Dragon fight. I think Hellpigs probably do just give up the drag. DCG, I want to see them try and break at least 1 inhib tower, if not more. If they get a fight, they can certainly take more.
Yeah, Chris Carter, we do see a fight breakout. Orca doesn't land a knockup, but we will see Taco going down again. And now it's just a 1 pickup. Can they get this into towers, or will there be another fight? Hellpigs positioning quite aggressively for the map state currently.
Yeah, aggressive. I guess they're just like really hard fighting for the red. Taco, I guess, doesn't value his life too highly at this point. Only playing 2 lanes, but after getting the pick and Tide not having sums currently, I think you should be able to break at least 1 lane, if not both. Still have a long time on this Baron and shouldn't feel pressured to go back towards the Dragon yet.
I see looking, doesn't land the hook, and he will get caged up. So 2 caught in that cage. Will they find Hongtu as well? It looks like they will. Nesty is ghosted in, stunned up as Hongtu. He'll be finished, as will Taco, and it looks like game will probably just end now. Man, you feel so horrible for Tide.
I want to see the damage percent for Tide, because I think no one else on his team did any damage at all. DCG, I think, just have to put on the finishing touches here. Tide, maybe you can farm some even more damage at the end here, but with this win, the DCG are about to pick up. They will secure a tiebreaker up against BYG tomorrow. Tide actually is going to go down. The KD8
no, he
does
won't.
not go down.
Hold up, you don't want to end this away. That's 900 gold to Tide.
Surely they can still end.
You hope so, but Tide, Hanabi looking to zone him off. We have respawns coming in now, so...
Are they actually not going to end?
Okay, Hanabi going in. I don't think Tide has damage, so yeah, they will be ending here, but Tide just finding a lot more damage, honestly, and wow.
4-0-0, but yeah, with that win, DCG will now have a tiebreaker up against BYG tomorrow for that 5th and 6th place. And Hellpigs, I think that game outdrafted, outplayed, just out everything, except for ADC.
Yeah, I think, yeah, really, really good performance by Tide. But as you said, I feel like the draft was the biggest thing. That was, honestly, it was just a draft canyon there. I mean, what could you do as that Jace at any stage? As soon as 3 people walk up, I mean, it's almost like you have to commit Silas to losing stuff mid to match the 3v3 immediately. But, I mean, end of the day, it felt like an impossible game almost for Taco to play up in that top lane. And, I mean, part of that, yeah, came to draft. I mean, both mid and top got counterpicked, but just because of how that draft was going. And the answer was a Nautilus 5th pick. So
that is really insane, right? Your mid and top getting both counted on red side. It just doesn't seem possible. I think the Cassante flex really kind of enabled that to come through, but also... I don't know. I feel like Jace priority was really weird because I don't think for the side of the side of Helpigs and it's a flex as much as other teams. I don't think Hong2 is really a Jace player, much prefers kind of scaling AP. And I think drafting towards the player, as I've said many times, extremely important. I don't think Helpigs really did that here. And I do think they made the draft quite difficult for themselves.
Yeah, certainly did, but as we aren't on the screen at the moment, but ultimately was a good performance out of that middle lane and top lane and jungle, honestly. The 3v3, as we touched on prior to the game, was really important and, yeah, I mean, led to a great success.
So coming back again, I guess, to DCG taking on Beyond Gaming, it'll be really interesting to see, will that Cassante be let through and allowed to flex? Because I think, you know, Nesty now being able to flex the Gragas, flexing the Cassante, it makes drafting against this team extremely difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. Nesty really, yeah, he's surprising us. I mean, the Gragas yesterday had to ban it now this game, and again, yeah, his performance today was fantastic. I mean, Cassante, you see that pick, you don't really think it's going to be a flex, but Nesty has truly proven, at least against DCG, it certainly is. I mean, what was he, like 5-0 at I don't know what time of the game, like not even 20 minutes, I think.
Fair,
so.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, an incredible game by him, and maybe it's more of a counter pick towards those merely like Silas.
Could be, yeah.
But yeah, just extremely well played by him in any case.
Works very well with the Sedge as well, right? Because I think a lot of the Cassante mid perhaps can get outscaled by the mages, but when you have such strong 2v2, just the Cassante Sejuani, how can you ever kill either of those champions? It's just absurd. I don't think those two champs should be on the same team.
No, I don't think so either. And I mean, we've seen it in the top and jungle duo, and I mean, it seemed hard to deal with, but you can deal with it. I mean, some of those bruiser to champs top can sort of survive through it, but once you have it in the mid lane and in a Rallier as your top lane, there's so much damage in that 3v3, and we really saw it in that first tower dive top. So, I mean, ultimately, the game did snowball through what happened there, but I honestly, honorable mention to Tide. I feel like that guy, as well as IC8, he has to be included too, because it was 2v2 kills, but I mean, he played so well. Even at the end there, we thought it'd go down. Somehow found a way to survive, and didn't even know if the game was going to end or not. But
yeah, I really want to see the damage percent from Tide. We might have to look it up after. We'll see in the damage graph, but I need to know the percentage because I swear, like the Jace Gore Drink could definitely no damage, right? Lee Sin didn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, that guy they both kind of just died, right? And I mean, Silas may have done some. I mean, he was 1-1 and staying competitive at least, considering the disadvantage he was given. But definitely, I think Civet would have done like, what, 40%, if not 50% of her team. Like some really crazy stat, but yeah. Going to a replay now, so we'll see which one we have for you. It will be the dive top. I don't think this was the first one.
Oh, this is that re-engage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, I feel like the game's already in a really rough spot here. The top lane has already fallen so far behind. Hunter just a bit too tanky. Really nice CC layering here from the side of DCG. And Taco, this was his 4th death where he flashes away and still dies. It is Nesty who picks up the MVP. I think very well deserved. Was, again, 5-0 extremely early in that game. Probably could honestly give it to anyone on the top side.
I think so too, yeah. I think anyone on the top side really deserved it. I mean, they all contributed to the first dive and the second dive. And so, I mean, all round well played by the top side. And we have seen them performing really well recently, as well as Chris Scott. I mean, a bit of a quieter game from him today, obviously. Did get solo killed at one stage and then 2v2 killed as well. So, I mean, he has looked very strong recently on those 80 carries. So, I mean, going against Beyond tomorrow, you have to think he's probably going to aim to play one of those more likely than the Viega.
Yeah, and it's really interesting now because we do have all our tiebreakers locked in. Our last game, which will come up next, is PSG vs J-Team, which does not matter for the playoff standings whatsoever. PSG are already locked first, J-Team are already eliminated. So tomorrow, I mean, I guess we'll talk about it more at the end of the day, but it will be CFO taking on Frank Esports for that 2nd place, and then the other one will be DCG taking on Helpigs. But we've still got one more game before we get there. The final game of the PCS regular split coming up is PSG versus J-Team.
But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready?
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemetery. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the
You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm getting too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station, you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
Hello and welcome back to all of you. It's now our final game of the PCS regular spring split, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. It is a game between PSG and J-Team to top it all off. PSG, they want to continue their win streak, but ultimately this game doesn't impact the standings at all. And sometimes those are the most fun ones. They might just play something completely crazy here. I know, I'm excited.
Yeah, I want to see a clown fiesta. I want to see some crazy picks here. I mean, neither team benefits really. I mean, PSG obviously want to keep their win streak alive, and also Junjia's 100% win rate currently. But ultimately, I would love to see some crazy picks come out. I mean, maybe the A-Sol, although it hasn't seen so much success. The Gragas with Ignite.
Yeah.
I loved that one. That was my favorite. But yeah, we'll have to see. Ultimately, yeah, as you said, not so substantial. But J-Team is one of the sort of legacy teams in the league, so maybe wanting to, you know, cements a good result here against PSG. I mean, it is a statement, and you do have next split to look forward to in any case. So definitely want to prove that you are a team that's worth thinking about as you go into next split.
For sure. I think it actually would mean so much to them if they can end that split on a high and take out PSG. Obviously, it's a pretty tall order. No team has managed it since Junji has joined the lineup, but J-Team, I think recently, have actually looked fairly solid. Are they, title contender? Not really, but perhaps they can take out PSG, and I think the place it might come from could be in the mid-jungle. But taking a look at PSG Talon's lineup, Aja, Husha, Yubao, Wako, and Woody. So we got Husha in the jungle instead of Junjia. Maybe because the game doesn't matter, just give Husha another game. I mean, to be honest, he was a good jungler. Like, there wasn't really anything wrong with Husha. Just Junjia was better. Yeah,
well, I mean, coming out from the LPL ride under Jie, who was a former world championship, I mean, he brought so much capability to this team, and as you said, game doesn't matter, and it'll be interesting to say maybe Husha can bring us something exciting. I remember when he was playing, it was like the meta guy every single game, so
it was another meta slave.
Yeah, exactly. But now that sort of all pressure's off, maybe we'll see something different, and on your screen we see kind of, I would have to say, the most impactful player of the league in Wako. That guy, I mean, will refuse to let his team lose no matter how doomed the game seems. But I mean, yeah, exciting game coming up. I imagine we won't see their traditional picks, as we now will look at J-Team. We have Long, Lauva, Minji, Bruce, and Enso. And their game yesterday was so tragic, man. Lauva was like just playing Vi while all of his team had picked losing lanes, and he just never got to do anything.
It was tough. I mean, I think, yeah, jungling with 3 losing lanes is never going to be easy. Actually did a decent job of it, though. Yeah, still ended up getting very far behind. And Minji did show us the Aurelion Soul, I believe it was yesterday. Minji, to be honest, has been performing quite a bit better lately, so that could be a place where perhaps J-Team can look to, I don't want to say taking advantage, like Yubao is not someone who's going to give that up, but potentially somewhere that gives you a way into this game. They do have the red side, so could bring out something creative in the mid lane. We'll be really interested to see as well if Yubao's champion pool is attacked at all, or if he's just going to pick his same 3 or 4 champions here.
Yeah, well, mainly 3, right? But that Victor there was picked once, but yeah, what is it? That's Azir, Silas, and
Rise.
Rise, that's it. Yeah, of course. How can I forget Rise? But those 3 champions basically of who he's had, and then Victor was once. But as we take a look, we will be looking at the jungle matchup. I mean, it's kind of hard to look at these guys because Husha's only played like 3 or 4 games.
Played
but
6.
Oh, they're 6, true. And games played, he's last in the league. No surprises, I suppose. But, I mean, kill participation, he's right up there, as well as his mid lane proximity. So really playing around Yubao is Husha. We'll have to see if that's sort of the angle they go to this game. I would like to see J-Team sort of target that mid pool and get Yubao to pull out something else, but ultimately I guess it's an inconsequential game, so who really knows?
The mid proximity, I think, is pretty telling, right? It's kind of the same way that they play with Junjia. There's just a lot of pressure put around, kind of freeing up Yubao to kind of move around the map. Lots of 3-mans, and I think Husha, in a lot of ways, is very similar play to Junjia, just not quite as skilled. So, PSG on the blue side, taking on J-Team. Rise is the first ban coming out of J-Team, so a lot of respect towards Yubao there. Matched by the Sejuani and the Jax, who are trying to take away Long, who in a lot of the games has kind of been the shining light. It's been kind of trading between Minji or Long, sometimes Bruce. But I think these are very consistent picks that you can look to take away.
At least taken away now from Husha.
At least is an interesting one.
Yeah, I guess it was meta back when Husha was playing actively, so maybe just suggesting he probably hasn't practiced with the team as much as Junjia, and so taking away a champ that he likely has already got enough practice on to be able to pull out in this game. Fiora, the last ban for PSG, attacking Long again, and want some of those split pushing top lane bruises.
Last ban. What will it be? They've definitely shut down... Oh, okay, so it's the Ashe. They've shut down Long quite significantly. First picks we've been seeing before, we've seen the Gragas, we've seen the Zeri. Those kind of seem to be the big ones recently. Sedge is banned, so we're not going to go for that. Sion would be... Yeah, okay. Gragas makes a lot more sense. Is locked in. I think Husha can definitely play this as well. Probably more of a top jungle flex. I'd be surprised to see Yubao pick it up. But it's certainly possible.
Yeah, we have taken a look at like champions played in past seasons, and he has a lot of them there. It's just this split, not so much. But yep, Gragas, triple flex, really strong first pick. We'll have to see what the answer is here from J-Team. Do you take away a mid laner, or do you think, yep, get a strong jungler? I mean, obviously the Wukong's strong. We still have many junglers available. There is the Vi, Lee Sin even showing some strength. And something we've seen in Korea is the Lee Sin Gragas paired up as the mid lane and jungle, and it just really has a lot of kill pressure on mid, but we'll have to see if that's the angle they go for. Is Annie hovered now?
Yeah, it's locked in. It is a flex for the side of J-Team, but tends to go towards that mid lane. So far, I haven't been overjoyed with Annie in the PCS. I definitely think it's a strong pick, but just hasn't really found its mark. I think a lot of the time it's picked, it just falls far behind and then doesn't really do a whole lot. But if you can get ahead, obviously it's extremely strong. Looks like it will be that Lee Sin Gragas you were talking about.
I'm a prophet.
Now, worth noting is that I think this Gragas can go top, because if you're thinking that Long is the big threat on this team, okay, it's not going top. What I was going to say...
Could be.
I guess it could be Cassante mid, but I think Gragas would be an excellent neutralizer up against a lot of those picks. Probably will be the Cassante top now, though, so Yubao will add another champion to his champion pool here.
How exciting. We're at 5, but... Yep, we see Na answered, most likely against the Cassante, although if it is Gragas top, should be okay, although we'll have a little bit of threat early with the pairing of Lee Sin. Varus banned against Wako. I'm kind of surprised by that. I don't feel like Varus is a particularly Wako champion.
Might just be that they're too scared of falling behind early game. It's always something you kind of got to think about when your bot lane's weaker, is maybe you just trade the scaling picks and at least then the rest of your team has a chance to carry, whereas if you fall behind versus the Varus, you can get choked out of the game very early. It is Ari banned away from Minji. Something we've seen banned away from him before, but I don't think we've seen him play it on stage. More of a scrim pick perhaps that he's been practicing. And second ban here, will you ban the Zeri? I mean, otherwise the Lulu Zeri is open as a 4-5. Caitlyn is a ban. I wonder if they're looking towards Zeri. They've banned away a lot of the kind of lane counters to it. And Bruce has shown good Zeri games before.
You could, as thinking of that, you could, as this last ban, potentially ban away the Lulu, which means Zeri less likely to pick, but I don't even know if PSG would be particularly worried. I mean, we saw Wako recently on Aphelios and also Zaya, and he seemed incredibly strong on those. So Renata Glass is the final ban here for PSG, and we'll see where J-Team decide to go for their bot lane. Lulu hovered for now.
Yeah, okay, so they take the Lulu, which means it's Annie mid. Recently, Wako has played Lucian Nami, which is something that's kind of fallen to the wayside for a lot of the other teams, but it remains a strong option here. Would be kind of surprised to see something like Zeri Nautilus, but I suppose it's an option, and then would most likely get answered by the Sivir. But I think, yeah, Lucian Nami, maybe some kind of Draven combo.
Lucian Nami will almost certainly be locked in here, and we saw him play it yesterday. Honestly, it was a fairly close game, kind of an exciting one. But he did find some incredible team fights by himself, and do have to respect it. Although Zeri not hovered yet, you do think it will be locked in here, and we will have our draft completed.
Zeri or Aphelios do both make sense. I actually think I might like the Aphelios more, just because it's a bit strong in that lane up against the Lucian Nami, but we've seen Zeri Lulu actually do fairly well into Lucian Nami many times before. And comps, again, very interesting for both sides. As always, I kind of just have to give it to PSG, just given that they're the stronger team. But yeah, I don't think J-Team's comp is bad by any means. They've got very strong scaling. They've got a lot of AoE team fight. In fact, it's probably one of the better comps you can get as a weaker team coming up against a strong team, because it is just easy to execute, very straightforward. On the side of PSG, right, they do need to snowball. Time and time again, though, they've shown us they can. Right, I don't think we have any doubts at this point as to PSG's level of play. So it's a nice attempt by J-Team. I think, yeah, fairly solid, but probably good, not going to be enough to take down PSG.
Yeah, and I suppose the unfortunate thing here is the teleport that is currently on Gragas. Would have loved to have seen the Ignite, but, you know, you can't win them all. But yeah, exciting to get into this game. And I have to say, Minji has not looked too hot on the Annie previously. He has picked it up this game, and I mean, he's up against probably one of the best, if not the best, mid laners in the league. So he's really going to have to show us he is truly capable on this pick, and I think he will have a hard time doing it. I do think, especially if it's Comet Gragas, he'll probably have an easier time in lane against the Annie. And I mean, even the 2v2 there, you've got Lee Sin, Gragas, it's like so much damage can come out in such a small amount of time. I do like the PSG comp. It is harder, as you said, to execute, but certainly a lot of playmaking potential there for these players, and we've seen they've got the mechanics to do it.
For sure. I think hard to execute, it's not even like a problem for PSG. You know, you're not worried about comps being hard to execute because they so consistently do execute them, as we are going on to the Rift for our very final game of the regular split, if you don't count those tiebreakers.
Yeah, absolutely. Exciting. We're loading in here, and I have to think this game, I don't even know really where you focus. I mean, you don't want the Zeri to get behind the Lucian Nami, although Lucian Nami probably going to be losing out this level 1 sort of part of the lane. And I mean, aggressive junglers coming out. We have the Wukong and Lee Sin. Both can look to sort of skirmish early game. I'm not sure where you focus. I do think as the game progresses, maybe Lee Sin headed towards this Gragas is probably what we'll see.
Definitely towards mid and bot side, I think, for sure. Much more gankable. Everything else looks pretty normal in terms of the runes. Once again, is the Ghost picked up by Cassante, kind of a mainstay up against the Gnar for sure.
Yep, extra power in these team fights, as well as a bit of sticking power if you are ahead. Easier to catch up to him. Obviously, Gnar kind of having 2 dashes with that W as well as the, or is it E, as well as the flash. Bone plating on Zeri, so a little bit more strength in this early stage.
One thing that I've been kind of thinking about recently is how different do you think PSG's record would be with Husha playing the whole time compared to Jinjia? Because there were some very close games where just having a slightly better jungler might have made the difference. Like, ultimately, it was Waku that carried a lot of those, right? At the same time, like, Jinjia, I think, consistently kind of goes, I don't want to say invisible's the wrong word, but like under the radar in terms of his impact.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Maximizing the champ, you don't say. I definitely agree. I mean, it's hard to tell because we didn't get that much time with Husha.
Yeah.
But it feels like in certain games, like yesterday with that Elise, he was probably able to output more on Elise as the later the game went than most other players and almost certainly the rest of the league. So I do think that, I mean, I don't think you're that much different, to be fair, but when Husha was in the league, they were second.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they are just all tied, you know, with CFO and Frank. Yeah. We see kind of a 3-way tiebreaker.
I don't think the difference is that huge where you'd, like, lose that many more, but maybe you've lost 1 or 2, like the game against Impunity, for example, the game against DCG. A lot more losable, perhaps, without sort of that value you get from Jinjia.
As we look back at the game, though, I mean, so far, not a whole lot has happened. Kind of, we used to see this matchup bot lane all the time of the Zeri Lulu, which kind of pressures early game, can kind of start to struggle once Lucian picks up that Dirk or the Gale Force. A lot of Lucians recently have been skipping the Dirk and just trying to get the Gale Force a little bit quicker, which is already, I actually think I like it more. I don't think the Dirk provides so much power that it's worth delaying Gale Force though, but it kind of depends, like how much you want to skirmish, how your lane is going.
Yeah, and I think ultimately Dirk becomes Collector unless you sell it, but what the meta has kind of turned into, you get a tank jungle, tank in the top. You don't really want Collector in your AD carry build anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you're fine to sit on it until late game, but just hasn't really found the same impact. We'll see, though, if Waku goes for it. As Husha, he's going to drop a ward here and path towards top. So actually, he's going to go for the reset.
RZ just winning out so far in this top lane and finding some good trades. We do tend to see Cassante win these early game trades, but holding the minion wave here bot will be okay, honestly. This will push back regardless to Bruce. Maybe loses 1 or 2 minions. And interestingly, Bruce has opted for barrier this game.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Kind of curious not to have the Ghost. I feel like the Ghost gets you so much value up against Cassante. Maybe is just worried about getting one-shot by, you know, the Gragas Lee Sin. It's surprising though, because normally you go like the lifesteal build, you have a Lulu. Surely you don't need extra like tankiness. What you really need is the movement speed.
I would have thought so too, but I mean, has opted for the barrier. Will give you a bit more survivability, but it feels overkill with the Lulu, doesn't it? And
we'll see how it fares, I suppose. Long is getting pretty low. Does pop into Mega though, and there's no one around nearby to punish him. As Husha, he's going to enter this bot river. They have a lot of mid-jungle prio. Can use it perhaps to just gain some vision.
10 seconds till Dragon, and Leeson definitely capable of sort of taking that one early, as well as Chemtech Drake, not the strongest of Dragons, and he has started it. So Dragon started on spawn for the side of PSG.
Does show an award though. Can anyone get here in time? I don't think so. It feels like there might be too much lane pro. Wako's very low on mana though. I don't know if anything can be done about that. Looks like they're still getting pro.
Yeah, we do see Lava on the way though, as Minji also does hit level 6. Yubel also level 6, and he is here first, so it might come down to a bit of a smite fight as Bubble lands onto Enso down the bottom side of your screen. Will be a smite fight by the looks of things. Does go over to Lava, so huge pickup, and 5 minutes 30 in, J-Team end up with 1 Dragon to their name.
Definitely not the start you want from Husha coming in here, subbing into a game that ultimately doesn't matter for standings, but keeping that win streak alive has to feel good going into playoffs. And while it's not a big lead whatsoever, it is the first Dragon here picked up by J-Team.
How annoying is Tibbers? Well, we see Wako fighting onto Bruce, and maybe here we're seeing the use of the barrier. It has saved him here. Wako quite low, on mana at least.
Yeah, if he didn't have the barrier, almost certainly would have died there. In fact, might still be in trouble.
Yeah, we do have flashes available for both of PSG's bot lane. And no barrier anymore for Bruce, so does have to be really careful here. Does keep getting trick shot by Lucian, so losing a bit extra health than possibly needs to, but will be recalling now and should be safe. But man, huge trade.
Ooh, can he be stopped here by Woody? He's gonna... Ooh, does not quite spot him with the sweeper. Will be reset matched here. Gonna look at Wako's items, see if the Dirk is picked up or if it will just be moving towards the Gale Force. Looks like it will just be going towards that Gale Force. The Noon Quiver now picked up.
Yep, and with items up in top lane, you feel like Azi will have pretty much control of these trades for a little bit. Although a little bit of poke can come out from Long.
I feel like Cassandre is just so hard to beat in lane. It's crazy, right? He ends up as this just insane blind pick, scales well, can do basically everything.
Yeah, and he has been nerfed recently, so...
Yeah, earlier in the split was even stronger. It's kind of crazy as well. I think the Cassandres have just gotten quite a lot better as well as what's gone on. Early on, I think there were some pretty outstanding Cassandre players, but it was definitely more of a mixed bag, right? Some players still not particularly comfortable on them, but now, pretty much every time Cassandre is played, it feels like a real force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely, as bot lane items, you have to favor Lucian at the moment. Getting a little bit of a damage advantage at least, but sustain for Bruce.
I really like what Yubao's done here. I think he's still... Ooh, heavy
Massive trade, yeah. No barrier available for Bruce, as Husha is looking down to bot side. It is warded out by Inso, so really good foresight knowing that this is an opportunity.
They don't have the barrier, but are level 6. I feel like this isn't really a dive, although Wako is culling. I mean, maybe they could play for it. They kind of have to, I think, now, because Herald will be given over, so you want some kind of trade. Not sure if they can bring Yubao down, so they're going to go for the 3v2.
Yeah, Bruce now will have to back out. Zippy will get him away by the looks of things. Q doesn't hit, but denying some minions, getting a plate onto your bot lane, it isn't too bad. Obviously, I think I favor the J team here, but ultimately not too bad in any case, as Yubao getting quite low in the bot lane. Husha looking though, Minji does have to be careful. Flash available, no teleport if he does go down.
Ooh, and this blue looks like it will be taken away by Husha. Lava's going to path back on the bot side, most likely will drop this Herald for the bot tower. Husha actually could be in trouble. Doesn't have prior mid and is going to, needs to back out, unfortunately.
Realizes what's happening, does look to back out. As Zeri just goes in, pops that ult, isn't able to hit for now. PSG have to back out while that ult resets. Now that it's down, possibly can look. Culling exchanged. So just ult exchange from 80 carries, but Wako's doing a fantastic job of sort of weaving in these Qs through the minions to just keep Bruce at such low health.
Bruce, yeah, does go down very low. Has the Vamp Scepter, though, to sustain at least a little bit back. Isn't super impactful this early in the game, but it does add up. And that first Dragon going the way of J-Team means that you'd kind of be expecting Lucian Nami to pick up a lot of these early drags, but can only grab the second one. This blue will actually go the way of PSG eventually. So it was just reset before, but did end up grabbing it.
All things kind of even, except a CS lead is now being developed in that bot lane. Actually fairly substantial, to be honest.
It is pretty solid. I think part of that is just because of the trade, right? Like of Lava being on Herald and giving up some of the plates and bot CS. Will it be worth it? We'll have to see. Wako now has the Gale Force completed extremely early into the game. Just has the Gale Force and a pink ward to his name. And can now start to get very aggressive on that. I mean, look at the item difference between the ADCs right now. It's pretty absurd. I think Lava's going to need to be in the area. And I would expect Dragon to just be started up by PSG. I really don't think you want to fight it as J-Team. Really try and buy at least a little more time for your Zeri to kind of even up the items.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree. And with them having so much priority over this Dragon, it just means even more that Lava managed to steal that first one away, you have to feel. Although they are positioning aggressively, our J-Team. Maybe they're looking to start up Dragon of their own. As you said before, I'd have to favor PSG. I mean, Yubel is taking, it's a pretty even trade in the mid lane, as now Husha is down in the bot side, as well as Woody and Wako. Yubel on the other side. So an explosive cast will come out. It does land onto Minji, as Minji's flash tippers goes onto Husha. What can we find here? Lava looking to take out Husha, although Ward jumps away. A lot of the half-health players in this team fight from both sides. Do we see Yubel tanking up this Dragon to try and look for it? Tib is about to pass away.
I think they're trying to.
Yeah. Does manage to get it, but Wako will go down on the other side. Now, how much damage can J-Team cause? Woody looking a bit out of position here as Yubel.
He's trying to look for something back in.
And then just strolls through the wall.
Yeah, has the flash. Doesn't look like he's going to get anything. Maybe uncharacteristic mistake there from Wako, but it is first blood that goes to Lava. Not the end of the world, I think, if he picks up that kill. And importantly, Dragon was picked up there by PSG. Definitely closer than I thought it would be, though. I was kind of expecting PSG to just come through and end up destroying that fight. Let's kind of see what happened, because I think you've got the flank angle, you've got Lucian in a great position. I guess the cask wasn't the best. And Wako, he managed to kite out pretty well. Husha, though, lost a lot of health here for free. So I guess initial engage by PSG isn't great, but they do have the Gragas poke. It is a little bit difficult for them to walk back in. And then Wako here, they've got the Dragon actually eat forward and just pretty much instantly died for it. So it doesn't happen very often for him. And even when it does, he still carries after. So I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, just further proof that he is human and we're not just watching an AI on this AD carry. So that's always good to know. But top lane does now have Frozen Gauntlet on this Cassante. So really getting himself into a nice position in this game, as well as Wukong actually. Lava for J-Team does have Divine Sunderer, so a lot of dueling potential now coming out for the team of J-Team.
Both Rod of Ages completed here as well. The scaling is going to start up. PSG, I think, a lot of the time, even against some of the weaker teams, they aren't insanely ahead in early game. They normally just look to play very solid out of the early game. Sometimes build up lane leads, but it's never anything. It's not kind of like how Frank Esports and CFO play. They just play very kind of stock standard. And then once they come into that mid game, that's when they really take over. Unless they have Yubao on something like this Rise, they can really blow up in the early game. Normally they just get to this fight, or this kind of, this like third dragon, second dragon fight, and then Wako just kind of does Wako things.
Yeah, you have to wonder if, we've seen Husha have a couple of losses with this team, and you wonder if maybe Junjie coming in was that shot caller, which made their mid-game so spectacular. I'm not sure, obviously, I'm just speculating, but maybe that is part to play. I mean, Junjie, obviously being the jungler, often has a lot to say over what macro decisions are made.
Could be, and I think there's also something to say just for the actual micro ability as well, as we see a pretty heavy trade in the top side.
Yeah, I don't know if I favor this for Na. Kasante will go all out. Unstoppable to block the stun. Na is available. Can he catch up? Ghost is not available, so it looks like it's just a trade of the ults for now, and ults cooldown for Na, certainly lower.
That is the first tower, though, picked up for Wako, so getting the snowball that he needs. And as I was saying, I think that micro ability for the jungler does seem like it's a lot better for Jinjia, right? Because Husha in both of these kind of early fights hasn't really found any impact at all, whereas Jinjia almost always plays out those skirmishes extremely well. And those can certainly add up, right? This could have been Wako having a couple kills instead of just being 0-1. Although it has grabbed that tower. It will be the second Herald, picked up for the side of J-Team. I wonder where this one goes, though. Maybe just try and break mid with it.
You do have your bot lane top, so perhaps taking it up there, but an interesting decision to swap out. I guess getting Azaria a few more CS uncontested. Ward will spot out Husha down there, and it looks like the bot lane of J-Team will recall.
Okay, so they reset. Dragon's in another minute, and I think it's still, with only each team having one drag, it's still very easy to trade something for it. Like, you could trade top tower, get more gold, and just give it over. At the same time, having that very consistent win condition feels very nice, right? It's always nice to kind of have that to lean back on if things don't go as well as they should. It'll be interesting, though.
Will Wako be able to get this rapid fire cannon before it? It does only cost 700 gold when you have components. Picked up a bit of CS both mid and top so far, as well as first strike proccing as we just saw. Doesn't look like he will have time to recall here and head back to Dragon, so really unfortunate not able to get that for him.
J-Team, they're the ones with the control. They have a really good teamfight comp. As we were saying before, they have, it's like relatively low execution. Can pretty much just ball up, press all your abilities, and that'll do most of it. Wako has to be careful if he gets chunked out. Doesn't really have lifesteal to speak of, although has a Nami.
Importantly, Kasante already down here. Obviously, Long does have access of that teleport, but Cryo now being given to PSG for this Dragon, as Rift Herald will be placed by JT mid, maybe to fight for Cryo themselves.
Herald. Ooh, will it get taken out? Don't think it will. Nope, gets the charge off, but not a whole lot of damage. As we see all 10 members around mid. Side lane is being ignored and CS is being lost on that bot tier 2.
Yeah.
PSG, they are the ones to start this up.
Bruce fairly low here and does have shielding, but on the other side, Wako low on mana. It looks like PSG will be allowed to take this Dragon, although J-Team are positioning quite aggressively. Nice body slam by Yubao to ensure his safety. Azi here does find a knock up onto Minji. Won't be able to follow up on it for now, but
they get into the river.
Yeah, make it into the river. That's quite important. Yubao looking for a flank over here, as well as Azi. Both top laners going to meet up here around the Dragon Pit.
This is a long Dragon fight. Something's going to break eventually, though. Dragon's hitting very low.
Yeah, Minji does flash and ult Yubao. Yubao getting extremely low. Does use the cast to try survive. He's on 1 HP for now. The other side, we see Long in the middle here. Azi will start to go on him. All out goes Azi. A lot of low health members. Minji is getting low as well to that culling. So far, it is a 0 for 0, but low health bars, and I think favoring PSG.
TPs can maybe come through, though. Both solo laners are resetting on the side of J-Team. They can TP back. TP's in as well.
Lalva extremely low here, though. He has to be so careful. It'll be so easy to die to the damage of PSG. Zeri uses ult, still had it available. It is Dragon claimed here by PSG, but what can J-Team find on the back of it? Zeri slowed by that cast. Really nice work by Yubao. Although Long chasing him will get Mega. Stun lands, and it looks like, for now, he survives, actually. Yubao body slams away. Long getting low now. Wako out of mana, so probably cannot follow, and no deaths, but Dragon picked up by PSG.
Dragon is picked up. It's insane to me that in all of this action, it's only been 1 kill. And none picked up in that team fight, which is insane. So many low health bars so many times, but it's just so difficult to actually secure the kills. I mean, look at the damage. Just a lot put out for such an early game fight. I guess it just is the disengage from both teams though, right? You've got the Nami versus the Lulu, something we saw time and time again earlier in the split, kind of lead to some of these more stagnant, longer games. Now I'd say favored to PSG at least a little bit though, just because of the Dragons. At the same time, J-Team, they're remaining very competitive, especially with their strong 5v5 comp.
Yeah, definitely. PSG sort of taking an upper hand here. Gold lead pretty much the same, but you do love to have advantage when it comes to that Dragon. And you already know that with having Wako on your team, any team fight could be the last team fight and you just win. So
very true.
It's like you do have this insurance policy that most other teams don't, but team fighting against the J team is extremely difficult, as you pointed out. I think having this Cassante really does help PSG though, because you are able to just take someone out of the fight. If they do miss position, you can take them over a wall, and I mean, no one is able to duel the Cassante really, so definitely one benefit PSG have in terms of team fighting up against the massive Wombo from J-Team.
And so was being looked at, and the Wombo of J-Team is now coming mid. Wako has sums though, as well as the Nami in his back pocket.
Bubble goes a bit wide, but massive chunk onto Lalva. Just look how much damage this Lucian's doing at 2 items and a pickaxe.
Yeah, just got a huge chunk on the Bruce as well. Husha is going to be forced out once again.
Yeah, but that tip is being used. Feels quite nice for, especially Wako, as Arzi and Long fight again. Long did commit nah to that.
There's a very short cooldown now, though. We'll be up for...
Yeah, it's already a quarter of the way through.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Yubao being looked at, but it is extremely hard to kill. Very tanky. Does not have the mercs, though. Actually engages forward.
Yubao getting a bit lippy.
He does get a small trade. I actually think he's still not really killable. Even if he is forward, he has the cask. Ooh, engaged on.
Looking, it is Cyclone used. Stun not coming through for Minji just yet, and it looks like he might just go down. Yeah, Q will secure it, and Lalva has picked up both 2 kills for J-Team, and you have to feel like the onus on him now to really get these team fights going and find a lot for his team.
It is nice for that 5v5. I think Yubao could have lived. Maybe the cask wasn't the best.
Wako going forward. Bruce getting chunked really low. Nice knock up with the Wild Growth to stop Arzi there. As Husha looking for Minji in the top lane now. Will he find him? Dragon's Rage is available, but not willing to risk diving.
I think he could have R-flashed, but maybe just didn't feel like it was worth it. Using the flash before this Dragon. It was Bruce who lost his flash on mid-wave though, and now won't have that for that next fight. J-Team, 22 minutes in though, they're still slightly ahead, and I think they have the better comp. If it wasn't PSG, I'd be thinking J-Team's in a really good spot. But there's always Wako difference.
That's just the thing, right? There's so many times where it's looked like PSG are going to be taken down, but as the later the game goes, you just have more and more faith in what Wako can do. So, I mean, Bruce is no slouch himself, but I think we've just got so much proof that Wako can pull through any game. So we'll have to see. But I mean, if there's ever a time to take them down, it would be with Junji and not on the squad.
Minji has the Void Staff second, and I'm not even sure what for. I didn't see any Merc treads, I don't believe. So to just go for that very early, a lot of the time you've been seeing the Roa into Rabadons on Annie. Roa into Void has definitely been interesting. Probably will pick up Rabadons a bit later though. I guess maybe was expecting Merc treads to come through, but they just haven't. Yeah, there's actually just no MR really to speak of, so not too sure why he went for that. We'll have low AP, but we'll be able to deal with the kind of MR when it does come through.
Yeah, even on Arzi, he's got literally no MR at all.
He's a bit of a tanky boy anyway, though. Be interested to see how much he just has base MR. Still, though, I feel like it's not really Minji's job to kill him, right? You want to try to kill the Nami or the Lucian or something. As Minji, he's being forced
getting
out.
Caught out a little bit. Might have to commit the stun. Oh my god, nice kick there by Husha. Stun still available for Minji. Will be committed now and flashes to get that cast to hit her away. So Well played to get away from that, but a lot used, especially with Dragon coming up now. Larva, however, finding in a position onto Woody. Woody getting so low as Bruce jumps into the back. Ult will be committed by the Zeri. Wako finding an immense amount of damage. Arzi now turning up to this team fight. Goes unstoppable. Happy to just back off. What will they find? Long is isolated down here on the bottom side as Dragon is started up by J-Team.
Well, started up by J-Team. Minji has the TP. Can he get it off? His base is going to get cancelled. I think that should be it for PSG. I think they can grab it now. The cancel on Minji's base was so important.
Yeah, Yubel looking again, so might even find it twice. Does in fact. Long does get Mega now, as well as Minji has stunned. So Yubel in a bit of trouble. Can Arzi save him? Yes, for now, as Dragon is disengaged from. Woody, Yubel, very, very low, very important. And I feel like it was a mistake going to stop for a second time.
Yeah, they stopped the drag, and now Minji is actually going to get back. I think it was really nice by Yubel to cancel that base. But now some of that time has been lost. The TP's coming through, and Tibbers is almost up again if J-Team can play this slow enough.
Yeah, stun used onto Arzi for now. Dragon will go the way of PSG as, wow, Larva just dies in the back, really. I didn't even see what happened.
Then you got Gragas ulted into the pit.
Oh,
which
right,
is a bit
okay.
unfortunate for him. We'll probably get a replay of it. Did try and walk up to smite away the drag, but ultimately did not get it. And now it's 3 drags to PSG and a slight gold lead. I think most of the dragons themselves aren't particularly impactful. It's really the soul. But I think Infernal Drag is really, really nice. Obviously for your carries, it's giving them a lot of stats. But even for some of the tanks on your team, it can just give them a little bit of extra damage.
Yubel here fighting Long.
He has no
Quite
flash.
a lot of damage, but yeah, Yubel no flash, and Long will find the solo kill there. So bit of a mistake by Yubel.
And not having the best game. Might need to tighten up the champ pool just a bit again. I think he's still done decent in fights though. Like I think in that last fight did buy his team quite a lot of time. Also had a great cast. If we pay attention to the end of this, as we see Lava try to walk up, but actually extremely good cast from Yubel. Didn't even notice how many of the other members are hit, but as I was smack talking as Gragas, he did play that fight very well.
No, he certainly did. And he has played the champion pretty well in general. He's found himself getting out of tight situations with maximizing his damage multiple times. Obviously the 2 deaths, don't want them. And I mean, I don't hate it anyway. He has performed very well in these team fights. But ultimately, as you were saying about this Infernal Dragon, it's going to feel so nice for Lucian with the rapid fire cannon. We've already seen Wako just gets empowered by Nami and ease to find the auto attacks from that empowered, you know, range rapid fire gives you. And with the Infernal Dragon, it just makes it hit even that harder.
Both lifesteal items now completed for Bruce on the Zeri. It's going to need that to help, you know, sustain back what is a lot of damage, like you said, with the Infernal. Wako on the Lucian is just going to be doing so much damage. It can be lifestealed up, so it's much more difficult to just poke out Bruce with the culling.
Wow.
Though.
Yeah, he's
still a victim.
That's right. No real tanky stats on the Gnar yet, so is taking damage. As we do see an engagement top. Yubel possibly caught out, although nice cast to Larva back into his team. Hush's trying to take him out. Wild Growth committed onto that Wukong, but perhaps not the ideal target, as he's slowly working away at Long here. Will disengage, so just a few ults used, and I don't know about sums. I don't think anything was. Doesn't look like it.
Every fight feels like so much damage is dealt, but no one ends up going down. PSG most likely will just play towards 4th Dragon, although RG's going to face check Minji.
Yeah, gets stunned up, but even though no MR and against the Void Staff, it's not really that impactful.
Is now looking towards the Rabadons, I think, on Minji, which, you know, will be very spiked on that. I don't think he'll be able to get it before this next drag, though.
Nice damage from Wako. Bruce getting caught out a little bit here. Will have to commit the Shirelias and the Flash.
And once again, Bruce losing Flash on mid-wave before the Dragon fight, I think is really important. That's got to stop happening, but he's contesting too hard when his teammates aren't there to back him up. And Lucian Nami, one of the best combos in the meta at just punishing ADCs on that mid-wave. The engage is both so long-ranged and so much damage. A minute 30. Bases will come through. Can any more items be completed? It's 2 needlessly large rods on Minji. Can't get the Rabadons. 3.5 items on Wako's Lucian. It's really, really strong.
Black Cleaver almost done for Lee Sin too, which will add to the amount of damage Wako can actually provide in these team fights, as well as Ozzy. So, few item spikes nearing completion for both teams, and I feel like, I mean, out of all of them, you have to feel like Rabadon's is the most important. Other than that, perhaps Zeri getting, I imagine, looks like a Navori Blades next.
Yeah, probably won't be able to get anywhere near. I think Zeri...
Yeah, 50 seconds, definitely not enough time. But you can't give over this dragon, so...
No, you definitely can't. I think you have to contest this. Probably just need to group up and try use your 5v5. I could definitely see whichever team picks up this fight, perhaps going to Baron after, although we haven't seen many members go down. It's getting to the point, though, where there's so much damage that people will die, especially the junglers who...
Yeah, look at that chunk onto Bruce. That was just 2 autos, maybe a Q, and he's down to half. Does, thankfully, have the Bloodthirst and Shield Bow, so we'll be able to get a bit of that life back in the next 15 seconds prior to Dragon spawning, but...
I wonder if PSG can keep him away from the wave. If you can stop him from actually life-stealing, then you can't really make use of that. They are pushing up pretty far.
Bruce actually going to look for poke on Husha, but we'll get access to the wave now, so should be happy enough to get back to full health prior to this, as Husha now down here does start it up, and PSG with a lot of prio towards this, and Mega Gnar will be coming in soon, so possibly not ideal timing on this Mega Gnar. Looks like you'll have to find something at the end of it, and it always feels so scripted when you are already in Mega Gnar before a fight. Lalva, however, down the bottom side will be falling now. That's a massive find as the Dragon Soul's up. It feels like J-Team have just thrown any chance of getting this one, as Bruce positioning aggressively, possibly look for a 5v4. Wako, however, will get Flash Tibbers. He is okay to cleanse that. Bruce finds Woody on the side, but he's now in the middle of 4 members of PSG. Explosive cast onto 4 as Ozzy's all out. What can you do as J-Team? You have to stop this dragon, but I mean, low health bars on PSG. Minji finding a lot of damage onto Ozzy is extremely low. Husha, however, still in the pit. Mega Gnar comes through for a second time. Wako poking away from the side, as is the Gragas. Can't really threaten any auto attacks though on this Lucian. Does go back, finds a little bit of damage on Enso. Gragas will go down. Ozzy though finds his recall and teleport. Wako has to be immensely careful as Lalva now is back on the map and running towards this dragon.
Wako was trying to deal what DPS he could. I wonder if maybe it would have been better to stay out of combat and just get the red buff regen. I think red buff is gone now and he hasn't got a reset, so I think J-Team should be the ones to pick this up. And gonna keep this game going. Husha, though, he's gonna want to try contest. Can they delay it long enough? I mean, Zeri's not here. Wako's passing out. It is a 4v5.
3v4 even.
3v4?
Yeah, Yubel's still dead. Yubel, importantly, 14 seconds, he will be alive.
Ooh, they're gonna get
Yeah,
Minji.
Minji looks like he will be falling. Ozzy...
Not quite.
Yeah, Wild Growth does make him survive. Tidal Wave coming in. Nice find by Wako, using that rapid fire to pick off Enso on the back. Ozzy going forward is extremely tanky currently, as Yubel misses the cask, and Bruce finds an amazing ult, but will go down. Is it worth it? Lalva now will be... actually finding a lot of damage onto Wako. Wako's flash is Ozzy now left to 1v3. Can he get out? No, he will not. So, honestly, I don't even know what happened, but Bruce ran in there, got a double kill with that ult, and then Lalva managed to solo Wako on the side.
Somehow, J-Team are the ones that come away with that fight win. Don't have enough DPS alive to go to the Baron, but Lalva was the beneficiary of so many of these kills early on and certainly made it worth it. Him and Bruce, I mean, really put that fight on his back there. They're actually pinging towards the Baron, so they want to do it. They might be able to. There's still a really long death timer on Wako, who is, 90% of PSG's damage here.
Yeah, Mini Gnar 2 does a little bit more damage than Mega, so you will have Mini for this whole time, and it doesn't look like Husha can get here in time, so perhaps Baron also going down. So massive team fight fine, and honestly, in this game, assuming you don't lose over one of these dragons, you have to favor J-Team going forward.
You do, but how many times have we seen PSG in this situation where they're in a game that they shouldn't win and then somehow Wako pulls it out of the hat? I mean, it looks definitely favored towards J-Team. See what happened? I mean, the initial pick on Minji, what is he doing here, by the way? I don't even know why he's here, but is taken out. Or isn't quite taken out. Oh, Long actually failed to jump over the wall. Didn't see that during the fight, but that could have changed things completely. And then Enso is sniped away here. Minji managed to live, but was very low for a very long time. And I think here it was Bruce that actually just like traded places pretty much. Yeah, went over the wall, found the double kill. At this point, though, it looked good for PSG. I think Wako was perhaps just surprised by how much damage Lava did. Walked straight into him. And then, yeah, just like kind of got taken out by him pretty much solo. So not enough respect there from Wako. It was side of J-Team that pick up the fight. And he has the Rabadons now, which is really important. It has a lot of damage.
Yeah, and look at that team fight damage. Actually, Nah looking like the MVP of that. So well played by Long. Even though he failed that jump over and wasn't involved for so long, managed to be the highest damage dealer. So very impressive by him. And he will be very strong against this Lucian now that Thornmail is completed.
Tower does go down on the side. PSG, they're ping on mid-wave. They want to try force something before they can siege with Baron. Is the fight what you want here, though? I think you need to make a pick. I'm not sure you would win a 5v5. Seems like J-Team's combo just in the pure 5v5 is a bit too strong.
As he found by that Zeri W. I mean, you always have, with the power of Lee Sin, if Husha finds one good kick onto Bruce...
Maybe looking at Long.
Yeah, Long. Will be okay for now. Now, will Bruce be able to get this tower? You have to think so with the Baron-empowered minions, as well as how much priority they have around mid. It does go down.
Does indeed, and this should be the second one going down bot in short order as well. They're going to rotate members down. Actually, Bruce is not coming, so I think PSG can look to clear this up. Interesting lane assignments. Don't think it's going to net them anything more.
Not for now anyway, but definitely getting a lot of control over this jungle. And 2 minutes until the next dragon. 40 seconds left on Baron. Seems like they might pick up this bottom tower now. If they don't get it in this next wave, you have to feel like they won't be getting it. So PSG all coming down here to match. Ubel a bit late, but will they be able to stop it? Bruce has done a lot of damage already. Does have to be careful of Lee Sin's Dragon's Rage, though. Wako finding a massive trade onto Long. Will he get him? Not just yet. Heal does come out from Enso. But wow, look at the damage you can do there as Ubel kind of wastes Flash on the side. Nice clone by Lava, but you feel like it was a bit of an overcommittal by Ubel to have used that Flash.
Yeah, it was insane as well. The Long managed to hold the Flash the whole time. I mean, it was getting extremely low. But importantly, will have it for this Dragon fight. Only a minute away. I think PSG, they're going to want to contest this, but I honestly think this team fight is probably favored towards J-Team. They have such good AoE, and importantly, it's so simple to execute. We've seen a lot of people, or a lot of teams, get ahead against PSG, but then fail to out-execute them in those late-game team fights. But if you can't out-execute PSG with a comp this simple to play, I'm not sure how PSG will be beatable.
Yeah, well, notably, as you said, it is not Junjie today, and I honestly, you do feel a bit more confident in PSG with Junjie. I genuinely feel like J-Team can probably take this, and I mean, they're looking so good, and the only real hope is Wako, but that tends to be the case anyway. I mean, that guy is just crazy good, and he did just pick up LDR, so a lot more damage will be able to come out of him, and looks like he will be going last item, I mean, either GA or Bloodthirster, but here we go. We do see Wako trying to trade some damage onto Bruce, as Bruce is just chasing Arzi down. Ghost actually committed, so, and Lava finds a nice... will he find Wako? Wako does go down. And so now I feel like as PSG, you just have to disengage. Bruce finding a lot of damage here, does commit the ult and will find more auto attacks. Arzi will be going down as well.
I think it's over. I think J-Team have done it. I think they've ended PSG's win streak.
Yeah, it does certainly look that way, and I don't think, I mean, there is no Baron minions. Can you clear out this minion wave? I don't think so. Explosive Cask is available, so perhaps you can clear one wave and get enough time for Lucian to come back up. Minji flashes onto Ubel. Wave is almost clear. One creep will do it for them, though. Minji finds his first death of the game, as the Nexus will go down, and J-Team find their win. And oh my god, how sad are you to be them? They lost yesterday. They managed to win against probably the hardest game they're going to have, and they still can't make play playoffs. That feels so tragic.
Even Waco's got a big smile on his face. I mean, I'm not sure how PSG feel about that. They got their win streak and the long last. There will always be that little asterisk there of, sure, they didn't have Junjia, but at the same time, you know, it's a very strong roster that J-Team just took out, and I want to say a little bit of a draft difference. I think that just the comp coming out of J-Team was a lot better, but credit to them, they did manage to execute well enough to take out that game, and a lot of those fights, I do kind of feel like if PSG had played them a tiny bit better, would have won, and that's maybe what Junjia offers you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was, what a crazy game. And I think sort of the unsung hero and what you didn't really see, I mean, you saw it in the graphs, but Long was putting out so much damage in those fights. Like, you thought Bruce was really doing it, and that's what I thought. I mean, I saw him E into 3 people and instantly kill 2 of them, so I was like, wow, Bruce must have done heaps. But actually Long being that real damage dealer in the back there, as well as Lauva finding some really crucial picks onto Waco and disallowing him from being that late game carry. I mean, the fight at the Dragon, for that 3rd Dragon, he was able to find Waco there, as well as at the end managed to get all of Waco's sums and eventually kill him. So, I mean, I feel like as what Bruce looked like he was doing a lot, I feel like, I mean, the top side of J-Team were just smurfing.
They were, and I mean, really nice for them to pick up the win. Obviously doesn't matter for standings, but ending the split on a high is great, and I think, of course, it's in the very last game of the split. The PSG's win streak gets ended. And I think a lot of people will just look towards Husha because he's the person that subbed in. But I do think Yubao, who, while he had some good team fights, it wasn't the kind of consistent carry that we're expecting out of them, right? Has looked very, very solid at all stages on the game on his other picks. And I think the Gragas towards the end of the game, you know, had a couple fumbles, didn't quite get the E-flash forward. I think he only had, he was like 1-4 at the end of the game, so perhaps didn't have the same impact that he normally does.
Yeah, definitely. In that game sort of altering fight around that Dragon, he did miss the explosive cask as well, which is obviously a crucial ability. I mean, arguably one of Gragas' most important. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. It didn't look so hot. Definitely looked better on his other champions that we have seen him play all split. But again, this doesn't really matter for standing, so it is nice to be able to play something different. I mean, it does get tedious playing the same champs over and over again. I know you've experienced that in the past, so maybe it's just that. Honestly, it's probably a bit of a stress relief to like get off that constant playing the same champion, right?
Maybe, but also, I don't know, the PSG faces didn't look too happy at the end of that.
Waco was giggling.
Yeah, Waco was happy, but the rest of them really didn't look so happy about it. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? But it would have been really nice to enter playoffs with that massive win streak. And
it would have been 12, but one loss streak.
One loss streak. It's what PSG will be remembered for. Hopefully we'll do a lot better in playoffs. I mean, they still look like the strongest team with Junjia, I think, for sure. Let's take a look at some of the replays, though. This was that fight where Minji's engaged on early, doesn't quite go down, actually managed to stay alive long, fails to jump over the wall. And I think, like you were saying, the Gragas cask, I think, doesn't end up cancelling Bruce's dash through the wall.
Just completely misses, I think.
Yeah, it's very close, because I think if this cask is placed slightly better, yeah, it could maybe cancel this dash in, and suddenly PSG probably win this fight. So every fight this game came down to those small inches that make the difference. And J-Team, that's why playing an easy-to-execute comp is so nice, because if your opponents mis-execute, you're just the ones that come out on top. Like you said, Long perhaps went a bit under the radar. Minji as well, once he got out of that Rabadons, put out so much DPS, and I think that's the first time we've really seen the Annie kind of come to good effect.
Yeah, I believe so too. And honestly, I think at the end there, when they were taking the Nexus, was his first death as well. So yeah, really finding some great initiations and making himself not die. Like, he wasn't a burden in any way. In fact, set up so many good initiations early. Some of them didn't go so well, but did find a lot of pressure. And honestly, as you said, probably his best performance on Annie, and he has picked it a few times. So honestly, I'd be happy if I was J-Team to win that, but again, it feels so terrible to have not made it to playoffs. And we do see MVP Long, I think, incredibly well deserved. So much impact in those team fights, finding Waco a number of times, and just, yeah, really well played.
We have some really good Nars in the PCS, I feel like. I almost always see this champion pop off, and I think it's a champ that, you know, if you're not good at it, it can be very, very useless. You know, a lot of the time, I think fairly average Nars, it's kind of all around that Gnar ult. But I think for the very good Nars, also make great use of the mini form. And like you saw in that game, it can add up to so much extra DPS in the fight. So yeah, very nice of them.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of talented Nars. I go back, I don't even remember who it was anymore, but the 1v5 bot lane.
I think it was solo kill, maybe?
It might have been solo kill or rest or someone like that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we've seen some crazy stuff done on that Gnar. And I mean, it's a blind pickable champ, right? So knowing your region's so strong, I mean, the LCO are going to have to look to this as possibly, I don't know how strong they are on the champ, maybe you'd know better, but maybe it's something that they have to be worried about in almost every draft.
There definitely are some good Nars in the LCO. I think Biopanther's Gnar is really, really good. Not sure about the rest of them, but I always see Biopanther in my solo queue games going crazy with the Gnar. It's sitting at rank 1 as well, actually.
Well,
I'll be taking that back soon, I'm sure. But yeah, hopefully soon we'll take a look at the playoff scenarios. But first, we're going to look at some results for today. Impunity took out Sem9, Frank Esports take away Duish team, and then the game started going a bit differently, right? We have Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, who actually beat CFO and are looking better. DCG did take out Hellpig, somewhat expected, and finally, Taipei J team do put a stop to PSG's 11-game win streak and knock them down a peg. Yeah, no, they certainly did. And also, I want to touch on it. They are a legacy team too, so being able to do this at the rough end of a rough split, you are happy about it. But we will take a look at the standings. PSG are cemented on top. We then have a tie for second between Flying Oyster and Frank. Impunity fourth, and then a tie for fifth between Deep Cross Gaming and Megabank Beyond Gaming. And unfortunately, Taipei J teams, Hellpigs, Duish, and Sem9 are coming in at our bottom 4 spots. And this is the last we'll see of them this split. It would be really interesting if PCS was still the top 8, right? Because I think potentially Taipei J team in playoffs could actually be a very strong team. But unfortunately, now with the LCO joining, it is just the top 6 and they won't quite make it. And I believe this is the first time J team's missed playoffs in a very long time.
I do think so too. Yeah, I did hear a stat about that a couple weeks ago, but it slips my mind now. As we will take a look here at the upcoming matches. Of course, the tiebreakers tomorrow will be DCG against Megabank Beyond Gaming, followed by Frank Esports and Flying Oyster. And for these games, I believe Deep Cross Gaming will start with the head-to-head. They will start by picking side, so they do win out on the head-to-head. They've beaten Beyond twice. And Frank Esports have the better strength of schedule against CTBC Flying Oyster, and so we'll also get to pick side for tomorrow.
Will be interesting. Do you have any predictions?
Well, I took a look before the game, and like, in terms of side selection, Frank has played a lot more blue side than they have red, but have had a better win rate on red. And I don't know if that's just sample size talking, but I mean, I feel like for Frank, giving solo kill the option to counterpick is like a really massive win con, because that guy does have the ability to just 1v9, so it does kind of depend on side selection for that game, I feel. And I would kind of hope they take red. It is feeling a little bit stronger in the current sort of patch. And for game number 1, honestly, that's really hard to say. I feel like Beyond possibly have the advantage in that one. I mean, Kongyue has been looking really crazy. But that will do it for tonight's stream, and I hope you guys enjoyed the night. We had some crazy games and PSG losing, but anyway, that'll do it for this split. Other than tomorrow, we do have 2 tiebreakers, so we'll work out who's second and who's fifth, so please join us there.
myself.